Freshmen who've turned 18 must successfully pair up before they can be assigned dorms. The Empire won't spare a single inch of land for single dogs. The Dean of Discipline slapped her 68-year-old chest and swept a menacing glare across the 100,000 freshmen on the field. You won't have kids, she won't have kids. So what? You expect me to have them. I hunched down in the far back corner, head lowered. Don't call on me, don't call on me. We've got a holdout this term. 3 days in, and still hasn't logged into the pairing system. She flipped through her little notebook. Institute of Agriculture and Labor, Sao Postpartum Care Program. Yongding, get up here. I was done for. 100,000 pairs of eyes drilled into my back. I crossed the Esper Institute formation, crossed the Martial Arts Institute formation, walked a full 10 minutes before finally reaching the main stage. 5,000 instructors on the platform stared at me in unison, like I was some kind of freak. The first man since the Great Cataclysm who refused to marry. Turning down free college girls. What more could he possibly want? Why won't you pair up? The dean snapped. I squared my shoulders and answered loud and clear. I'm not an awakened. My status is low, my prospects are bleak. I can't provide for a wife and kids. The system will match you with a wife of the same social tier. Once the children are born, they'll be cared for by the Women and Children's Institute. I just want to diligently care for my sows. The dean couldn't be bothered arguing with me. She pointed behind her. A counselor with a face full of beard was toying with a gleaming butcher's knife, wearing a sinister grin. I'll give you a choice. Either log in and pair up right now, or go with him. He specializes in castrating hogs. I swallowed hard. I'd been anti-marriage even before I crossed over. All 5 fingers pointing at the husband. Gimme, gimme. Now that I'm in this apocalyptic world, all I want is to lie flat at a pig farm and waste away the rest of my life. Who knows when the next great cataclysm hits? Why bother marrying? Why bother having kids? But getting turned into a eunuch right out of the gate, that was going too far. Dean, I'll log in today. A smug smile spread across her face. She spun around and shouted to the crowd below. Yongding has violated school regulations and must be punished. In front of 100,000 students and faculty, we pair him up on the spot. This old hag was truly wicked. Down below, the leftover women's eyes lit up. In this term's pairing pool, over 9,000 girls were waiting to be matched with a bottom-tier guy like me. The pretty ones wouldn't look twice at me. They all wanted to seduce an awakened upperclassman and become his concubine. The rest, the ordinary girls, figured, a man who can care for sows must be gentle and attentive. The giant screen on the main stage lit up. Facial recognition successful. Yongding, male, 18 years old. No family, no connections, no talent. Beginning pairing now. I close my eyes. Anyone's fine, just please don't let her be too ugly. Pairing successful. A high-definition photo popped up. Ear-length curls, features so exquisite they looked painted. A black leather jacket wrapped around a stunning figure, leather boots hooked. Outlined her straight, slender legs. In her right hand she gripped a 7-foot soul-reaving spear, a streak of blood still clinging to its cold blade. Striking, didn't even begin to describe her. Primary wife, Iro. The 100,000 people in the crowd erupted all at once. This has to be a mismatch. The system definitely glitched out. Jealousy, envy, hatred, resentment. 100,000 emotions twisted into a single knot. Even the director rubbed his aging eyes, thinking he'd misread. Iro, female, 18 years old, war orphan, prodigy warrior of the Empire's youth class, cultivation at 5th rank middle realm, currently serving as close combat instructor at Jiangling University's Martial Academy. Marriage registration successful. Congratulations to you both. May you be blessed with many children. My mind went blank. I didn't even know who Yiro was. The screen cut to a live feed. Yiro, dressed in athletic wear, legs crossed, head tilted, snoring away at the instructor's desk. A woman beside her couldn't shake her awake, so she gave her thigh a vicious pinch. Yiro jolted upright, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth. What is it? Are we fighting? Go home and fight with your husband. Since when do I have a husband? Following the other woman's pointing finger, Yiro looked up at the giant screen. The next second, she ripped a stainless steel chair straight out of the concrete floor and hurled it at the screen. The chair struck exactly where my head was displayed. Then she leaped, 100 meters high, and vanished behind the building. Trembling, I asked, "Director, this woman really isn't my type. Can you reassign me to someone who raises pigs instead? Registrations can't be undone. Grab your luggage and go wait downstairs at the instructor's dormitory." In the principal's office, Yi Ro's eyes were bloodshot. The Empire's rules say that any youth class member who reaches 5th rank before 18 gets to choose their own marriage timing and partner. So how did I end up in the pairing system? The 80-year-old, white-bearded principal pushed up his reading glasses. A hunting squad on the northern Great Wall was ambushed. 5 youth class soldiers were killed. Starting today, all youth class students must marry and have children before enlisting to keep the prodigy bloodline going. What about my sister? She's not on the casualty list. She should be fine. Yi Ro slammed the table. That still doesn't justify pairing me with some nobody who nurses sows. I've reassigned him to the maternal and infant care program, so he can look after the children in the future. This young Ding is a subpar gene the system filtered out. He won't interfere with your talent inheritance. Once I've had the kids, I can enlist? That's right. Have 3. 3. A 5th rank mother's body brims with true energy. A baby can be born in half a year. 3 would only take a year and a half. If they're triplets, half a year does it. You really do treat me like a breeding sow. Yi Ro gritted her teeth and threw out 2 conditions. First, once I've had all 3, I want a divorce from him. The kid stays with me. Second, to make it up to him, transfer Yang Ding to the Martial Arts Academy. He hasn't even awakened. What's the point of sending him there? I'll channel my true energy into him and buy him cultivation resources. Even with lousy talent, he'll have a better future than tending to sows. The principal hesitated for 3 seconds. He has to pass the monthly exams. Deal. After Yi Ro left, the director came in and asked, "You really think she'll divorce after popping out 3 kids?" The principal gave a sly, old fox grin. "By the time she's done, I'll be long retired." I dozed off sitting on my suitcase, ignoring the strange looks from the instructors coming and going. This kid hit the jackpot. Lucky him. Poor Yi Ro got the short end of the stick. A faint fragrance drew near. Yi Ro stood silently in front of me, looking me up and down. Not bad looking, I guess. Just a little smelly. She nudged me awake. "You can get into my place with a face scan. You know that?" "Yeah." "Then why are you camping out here?" "It's not my place. Figured I'd wait for you to come back, just in case the principal managed to unbind us." Yi Ro froze. A gifted beauty like her, one that even the Empire's prodigies drooled over. And this guy was actually hoping to get unbound? It can't be undone for now. Come up with me. The instructor's building had 200 floors housing 5,000 families, but only 8 elevators. Yi Ro lived on the 198th floor. Morning drills are at 6 every day, so you'll need to get up early. The elevators get packed during rush hour. Instructors don't do drills. We just jump down off the balcony. In the elevator, I kept my eyes glued to the floor numbers, not once glancing at my lovely new wife beside me. She spoke up first. "This floor is all newlyweds. Once you're pregnant with your 3rd, you can move down 20 floors and get a 3-bedroom. Oh, Yi Ro hadn't planned on talking to me, but he was her legal husband after all, so she figured she should learn more about him. Maybe she'd find grounds for a divorce. "Where are you staying these 3 days?" "The classroom. Isn't that basically a pigsty? You'd rather sleep in a pigsty than pair up with your wife. A single life is a free and easy one. Who needs a wife and all that misery?" Yi Ro was speechless. "I'm not the one complaining about you, and here you are complaining about me." At the door sat a basket of pre-made meals, a red candle, a red rose, and a greeting card. "Congratulations to Mr. Yang Ding and Miss Yi Ro on their marriage." Yi Ro picked up the rose, the corners of her lips curving up ever so slightly. The groom wasn't ideal, but this was her first time being a bride. The moment I stepped closer, the lock clicked open. "Welcome home, new master." Inside was about 600 square feet, 2 bedrooms, and a living room. Clean and tidy, with a distinctly girlish touch everywhere. From the balcony, you could see the entire city's nightscape. "That room is my sister's. She can't come back for a while, so you'll stay there for now. Go shower first. Afterward, you go back to your own room." "Fine," I answered flatly. When I got out of the shower, Yi Ro already had an apron on, heating up dinner in the kitchen. "Open the red wine and take a look at the newlywed handbook. This is a first for both of us." I flipped through it. Nothing more than how newlyweds should build their bond, set the mood, and conceive efficiently. Having been there before, I knew all this stuff cold. I walked into the kitchen. Instructor Yi, you go take a shower. I'll heat up the food. Men actually do this kind of thing? She looked surprised. After the Great Cataclysm, polygamy became the norm. Men worked hard outside, came home to sow their seed, and rarely touched housework. I can handle it. Before I crossed over, I was the breadwinner, and I did all the dirty, exhausting work too. Heating up dinner was nothing. Then I'll leave it to you. The handbook says a bride should freshen up to spark her husband's interest. She handed me the apron and stole another glance at me. A freshly washed man was pretty refreshing, after all. Once we're home, I'm your wife. From now on, call me Yi Ro, and I'll call you Mr. Yang. We don't have to force the whole honey and darling thing. Deal. I nodded. With everything you've got going for you, don't you feel shortchanged being stuck with me? Yi Ro started to say something, then stopped. I'll tell you over dinner. When she came back out, she'd changed into a black crop tank top. Her dazzlingly fair skin, the faint outline of abs on her flat stomach, those long, straight legs, all of it was on full display. I was dumbstruck. Had I really crossed over into another world, or was I dreaming? The pairing was so sudden I didn't have time to buy clothes. This is just what I wear under my training gear. Don't mind it, Mr. Yang. Seeing me swallow hard, Yi Ro felt reassured. At least his preferences weren't in question. She raised her wine glass and read from the handbook. It says drinking a couple's toast with arms linked stirs up feelings and boosts the odds of conceiving. I smoothly looped my arm around hers and downed the whole glass in one gulp. She hadn't even gotten the chance to say her sweet, polite words. One glass in, and Yi Ro's cheeks were already flushed. Mr. Yang, I won't hide it from you. Once I've had 3 children, the principal will help me file for divorce and transfer me to the Great Wall in the northern frontier. My sister serves there. Becoming a soldier in the Blue Star Coalition Army is my dream. I know this is a lot to ask, so to make it up to you, I'll help you cultivate, channel my true chi into you, buy you resources, and get you through the monthly exam and into the martial arts academy. After that, it's all up to you. She said it all in one breath, then looked at me nervously. I set down my glass. Whether I go or not doesn't matter to me. But what about the children? The Imperial Maternity and Childcare Institute will take care of them. I'll keep custody. You'd hand them off to strangers the moment they're born? Would they even recognize you as their mother? Yi Ro froze. I honestly hadn't thought about that. She was only 18 and had never been a mother. But a martial genius like her was destined never to have a family of her own. Housewife. Whatever. We're all just breeding tools for the Empire. Let's do it your way. So you agree? I nodded. Sure. I've got nothing to lose. Yi Ro lit up. She flipped open the handbook and studied it with a serious frown. Okay, what do we do next? The handbook says don't drink too much. A little buzzed is best. She chewed her lip. Mr. Yang, should we try kissing first? I've never done it before. Before she could finish, I leaned in and kissed her. It caught her completely off guard. Her whole body stiffened and her eyes went wide, like she'd been electrocuted. MMPH, shouldn't we brush our teeth? A gorgeous young thing like you? Your breath's fine. I scooped her up and carried her toward the bedroom. Women in this era were something else, so committed to the deal. She grabbed the doorframe. Wait, bring the handbook. I'll teach you. Isn't this your first time too? How do you know everything? This kind of thing, men are just born knowing. 15 minutes later, the bedroom door opened. Yi Ro, wrapped in a bedsheet, pushed me out, apologizing over and over. I'm so sorry, I was too nervous. Forcing it triggers my self-defense instincts, and I was afraid I'd hurt you. Can we try again tomorrow night? It's fine. Get some sleep. Stopping halfway meant nothing to a woman, but for me it was torture. I tossed and turned in bed, and suddenly thousands of images of women flashed through my mind. I thought I'd finally lost it from wanting a woman so bad. Ding. You have acquired one martial arts wife. The many wives, many blessings system is now active. For each wife you acquire, you can copy her talents and cultivation. Your wife's love for you determines the copying progress. Just like that, I was wide awake. Not only did I land a beautiful wife, I got a system too. I opened up First Wife. First Wife, Yi Ro. Talent cultivation, rank 5 mid-tier martial artist, soul-severing spear technique level 4, melee attack, plus 30%. Affection, 1%. Cultivation copy, 1%. What does this mean? If I marry a wife from the Esper Academy, I can unlock other abilities too. Correct. I sucked in a sharp breath. No one could awaken two abilities at once, which was why Legion Combat relied entirely on teamwork. So I don't need to cultivate? Your wife cultivating is enough. Cultivating yourself counts as a bonus. Do I lose the cultivation if I get divorced? What you've already gained won't disappear. You can also marry another wife with the same ability to stack the cultivation. I checked myself over. Nothing felt different, but I wanted Yi-Ro even more now. In my past life, I'd never been with a woman this incredible. It wasn't just her looks and body. She didn't even use her beauty as a bargaining chip. Back in the world I came from before, girls like this only existed in sci-fi movies. And right then, suddenly, the numbers on the data readout jumped up on their own. Affection level, 1.3%. So she couldn't sleep either. She was lying in bed, replaying everything that just happened. I got up before dawn, thinking I was early enough. But Yi-Ro was already busy in the kitchen. Mr. Yang, your breakfast is warming on the table. Eat it on the way. I'll finish refining your yuan nurturing pill before you go. I leaned in to look. She was gnawing on a steamed bun, staring at a pressure cooker cranked up to 2,500 degrees. You're refining pills in a pressure cooker? It's faster. You've got no talent. You can't gather qi. So you need one yuan nurturing pill a day. One a day? That's gotta cost a fortune. Don't worry about money. I make over 80 grand a month, and my housing and food are all provided. My sister's money is in my account too, over 6 million. When we divorce, I'll leave you the salary card to hold on to. Frontline pay is even higher, so just save it for the kids. This girl was almost too honest. I hadn't even asked for details this specific. Before I crossed over, I graduated and got a job making 3,500 a month, 5 grand with overtime. Right then and there, I made up my mind to go to the martial arts academy. With a peerless, devoted wife like this, no matter how short the marriage, I'd be too ashamed to slack off. I'm heading out, honey. I'd long grown tired of trying to please women, but Yi-Ro exceeded every expectation I had. Okay. She froze for a second, then poked her head out. What did you just call me? I was already lining up at the elevator. Waiting for an elevator down from the 198th floor took a solid 40 minutes. The security guard called out mechanically, "Watch for falling objects." Then he caught sight of me and added, "Especially you newbie rookies." Even the security guards were jealous that I'd married Yi-Ro. The moment I stepped out the front gate, urgent shouts came from above. I looked up. Holy crap. People were dropping out of the sky like dumplings into a pot. A male instructor landed smoothly, riding an iron pot down, a metal element ability user. Ability users could only fly by controlling objects. Close one. Can't stand in this open space. He'd barely finished speaking when someone else cried out, "Move, move, move." A slab of marble came crashing down toward my head, too fast to dodge. At the last possible second, a familiar fragrance swept over me. Yi-Ro appeared out of nowhere, caught the marble one-handed, and flung it away with force. "Instructor Zhu, watch it. You almost crushed my husband." A pudgy instructor climbed up from the grass with a sheepish grin. "Sorry about that. Forgot your husband's an ordinary guy. Fog's thick today." He waved a hand, and the marble flew over to rest neatly against the corner wall before he hurried off to the field. Being late meant a pay cut. That little Yi-Ro sure is protective of her man. Once a woman's shared a marriage bed, there's only room for one man in her heart. Yi-Ro handed me a charred pill. It got a little overcooked, but it won't affect the potency. Take it first. Tonight I'll channel some qi into you. Does force channeling even work? A petite woman materialized like a ghost between us. "It'll slow down her training," she said coldly. "You think that's gonna fly?" "Sis Jing, I'm a genius martial artist. It's no problem." Well, my dear miss, he finally acts like a proper little wife. "Take Yang Ding with you. He's about to be late. Instructors don't escort students. Let's go." Fong Jing took Yi-Ro's hand, and they vanished on the spot. This little lady, turns out she's an incredibly rare spatial ability user. By the time I sprinted to the field, morning exercises had already started. Jinglong Empire Broadcast Calisthenics, Set 9, begin now. 100,000 students leapt into the air at once. The scene was staggering. The instructor's eyes locked only on the two formations up front. Who cares how high the rest of us can jump? The ones tending sows, farming, tightening bolts. The martial arts academy jumped the most absurdly. The seniors had already reached fourth rank. A light push off the ground sent them 100 meters up. The freshmen were worlds apart. The gifted ones could clear a dozen meters, while the newly awakened managed only 5 or 6. The Ability Academy floated up by manipulating objects, training their mental force. Only we ordinary folks at the Worker Farmer Academy looked like a bunch of stubby winter melons, wheezing after a few hops. Hu Feng, the chubby kid in glasses, was so worn out he looked ready for a heart attack. But he was staring at me, dumbfounded. Yang Ding, how are you jumping so high? Huh? Am I high? I'd been gazing at the sky the whole time, not even noticing I'd already sprung more than 2 meters straight up. I'm a grown man. Can't keep letting my wife wear herself out subsidizing me. I've got to put in the effort too. So I jumped as hard as I could. A steady stream of power was surging from within me out to my limbs. That yuan-nurturing pill Yi Ro gave me really worked. Once the mist cleared, I could finally make out the person leading the exercises on the platform. Yi Ro. Her black, quick-dry athletic wear clung to her figure, a red-tasseled spear whirling in her hands. One moment, it was like a mighty dragon bursting from the sea, sweeping and grand. The next, it was like a swallow skimming the water, nimble and quick. 30,000 male students watched, drooling. Hu Feng swallowed hard. Your wife's a goddess, mine's like a sow. How am I supposed to keep being your bro after this? I ignored him. Pressing 2 fingers together, I used them as a spear, mimicking Yi Ro's moves. Strangely enough, those moves felt like they'd been buried deep in my memory all along. I picked them up instantly. Affection, plus 1.3%. Cultivation progress, plus 1.35%. My cultivation was climbing. A rush of warmth hit me. If I kept training and layered on the true chi my wife sent me, 6th rank, 7th rank, maybe they weren't out of reach. After the exercises, my whole body felt loose and clear. Yang Ding, why are you practicing so hard? You'll never be a martial artist. You don't need martial arts to look after sows. I lowered my hands and smiled. Little chubby Hu, I've got maybe another month with you tops. Married a high-class wife, and now you're getting cocky? A job at the Workers' and Peasants' College was a lifetime deal. Housing, meals, salary, healthcare, all covered by the pig farm. Even your kids got born right there on site. It used to be the perfect place to coast through life until you died. But I couldn't lie flat anymore. She wants me to take the monthly exam at the martial arts college. If I pass, I transfer. You haven't even awakened. Those people could shatter your bones with one punch. What's wrong with raising pigs like a good boy? She'll make me pills and channel her true energy into me. Passing won't be a problem. Hu Feng froze completely. In this world, 70% of the population were slaves who supported the 30% who'd awakened. Refining pills burned through insane amounts of money, but using your own true energy to prop up an ordinary mortal? That was absolutely absurd. And they'd only been married for one night. A 160-pound woman with big buck teeth waddled over. It was Hu Feng's wife, Luo Ho Hot, a veterinary major. Yang Ding, that instructor wife of yours. Does she even let you touch her? She asked. I've touched her everywhere. We're planning on 3 kids. I don't buy it. Instructor Yi is a child prodigy genius from the gifted class. Why would she ever settle for a regular guy? She patted Hu Feng on the shoulder. Husband, just count your blessings. You found someone like me who'll never look down on you. Hu Feng nodded, looking like he'd lost the will to live. Yeah, right. Hardly any of the old classmates crowding around believed I could pass the monthly exam. We'd all agreed to spend the rest of our lives together at the pig farm. And here I was trying to climb the ladder and become somebody. Who could stomach that? 3 hands-on classes in the morning. I delivered over 20 piglets and reeked from head to toe. The bearded counselor paced between the pig pens, a ruler in hand and his other arm behind his back, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Your one and only value is raising pigs. Don't complain about the filth. Don't slack off. Don't whine. Don't think you're any nobler than these pigs. Without them, you're just imperial trash, and when the time comes, you'll be the ones getting eaten. Hu Feng's back finally gave out. The moment he stood up to stretch, the ruler cracked across his face. Smack. His flesh rippled, half his face turning red. The counselor pointed the ruler at his nose. Who told you to slack off? Instructor, my back. Smack. Another strike, this time to his left cheek. Who told you to eat till you're fatter than a pig? He turned to me. How come his back isn't sore? Squat down, keep working. Hu Feng's eyes went bloodshot. He looked at his wife, then at me, and finally swallowed his humiliation and squatted back down. The ruler swung toward Luo Hohot next. Smack. When it was my turn, I caught the ruler in my grip. Oh, quick reflexes. He yanked the ruler back and raised it, but stopped it midair. Your instructor, Ye's husband. Yang Wei. Reporting, sir. My name is Yang Ding. He slowly lowered the ruler and patted my shoulder. Do your work. And don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. He turned and walked away, and only then did I let out a breath. A ruler across the face doesn't cause real injury, but for a grown man with a family, it's a humiliation beyond words. I looked at Hu Feng's swollen, red face, and suddenly I understood. There was no way to just coast along at this pig farm. Better to train like hell and become someone at the top than to spend my life being someone else's punching bag. The weak get broken in by the whip. Only the strong earn the right to talk about dignity. That's just how this world works. Hu Feng, is your ear okay? He pushed my hand away. I'm fine. If you ever get a chance, get out of here. We're no different from the pigs. Lunch had to be eaten right there in the pen. Crush a piglet and you'd get punished. Hu Feng just sat at the edge, staring blankly, not touching a bite. Luo Ho Hot, go check on your husband. Check on what? It was just a slap. There'll be plenty more beatings where that came from. She shoveled rice into her mouth with the enthusiasm of a sow, the stench of manure doing nothing to spoil her appetite. People who can't awaken accept their fate soon enough. In the faculty cafeteria, Yuro carried her food tray straight over and sat down across from the bearded counselor. Instructor Xiang, your son Xiang Tianyu, he's a freshman at the Martial Arts Academy? That's right. What can I do for you, Instructor Yi? I'll personally coach him in close quarters combat. In exchange, leave my husband Yang Ding alone. I hear you enjoy hitting your students. The counselor immediately broke into a smile. I only hit those low-life pigs at the bottom. No beating, no working. As for Yang Ding, I've already been giving him special treatment. Don't you worry. Good. Her meaning was crystal clear. Touch my husband, and I'll destroy your son. After packing up the beast bones and blood she needed for alchemy, Yuro had barely sat down when Fang Jing came over, her eyes red. Jing, what's wrong? My husband. He was killed at the Northern Great Wall. They couldn't even recover his body. Fang Jing collapsed onto her shoulder, sobbing. She was also from the youth class, a B+ grade fire ability user. She and her late husband had been childhood sweethearts, and they'd only just had a daughter. The report says he's dead, so they've called off the search. I want to go to the Northern Front, but the principal says anyone from the youth class has to have 3 children before they can enlist. Her voice cracked with anger and desperation. My husband's dead. Who am I supposed to have them with? Yiro had no answer. Any words of comfort would have rung hollow. She only felt a chill run through her. The situation beyond the Northern Great Wall was about to change for the worse. In the walkway of the pig pen, my classmates sprawled out, napping. Bending over to tend the sows all day long drained you of both strength and spirit. I wasn't tired at all, though. I found a corner and practiced my spear work. Because I'd copied my wife's cultivation directly, I could actually understand why she, a genius, had chosen the spear above all else. The essence of the spear is channeling all of your true energy into a single point in an instant, then unleashing it as a burst of force. It has the least energy loss in close combat, enough to punch above your weight and take down opponents ranks above you. I gathered my chi into 2 fingers and jabbed hard at the concrete wall. I clutched my nearly broken fingers, tears welling up from the pain. Xiang Bin, the training instructor, happened to see it and gasped. Instructor, Yi transferred chi to you? I just took a pill. If you'd only taken a yuan nurturing pill, you'd have fractured your fingers just now. He slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a dent, yet his hand was completely unharmed. My parents dumped millions into force-boosting my cultivation, but you can't change raw talent. Now I burn 30 grand a month on pills and grind 3 hours a day just to barely hold on to mid-tier first grade. He patted my shoulder. You're trash, but you got lucky. Instructor Yez got your back. I won't mess with you, so don't make me look bad. We stay out of each other's way, deal? Deal, I replied coldly. He spun around and stormed into the pig pen, roaring, "On your feet. Who said you could nap?" I stared at that fist print in the wall. Mid-tier first grade? Remembering how Yi-Ro had looked out for me, I stopped by the market after class and bought chicken blood, pork tripe, cucumbers, and bean sprouts. I planned to make a pot of manhwarecap for her tonight. She seemed to like spicy food. Yi-Ro came home with Fong Jing. The moment she opened the door, the aroma hit her. "You didn't leave the stove on when you left, did you?" Fong Jing asked. "It's probably Mr. Yang cooking. A man does that kind of thing?" Fong Jing was stunned. Yi-Ro rushed into the kitchen, watching the manhwarecap bubbling in the pot, and swallowed hard. She'd grown up in an orphanage and had never once tasted a freshly cooked meal. "You bought these ingredients yourself?" "Eating pre-made meals every day gets bland. It's our wedding. Let me make you something good. My best friend's husband was killed in action up in the northern frontier. I brought her home to take her mind off things. Is there enough for 3? This whole pot?" "Plenty." I asked, my meaning clear. "Is she staying the night?" Yi-Ro actually caught my drift. "She'll sleep in my room, and I'll take yours. I'll make sure you get to exercise your husbandly rights, okay?" "Good, that's good." Fong Jing sat frozen on the couch, her gaze hollow. When I brought out that pot of manhwarecap, red oil bubbling, aroma soaring, she looked at Yi-Ro hanging up laundry, then at me in my apron, and suddenly burst into sobs. "It's so nice having a man around the house. We didn't even finish our honeymoon before he was gone." Yi-Ro comforted her for a long while before finally getting her to sit down. Yi-Ro picked up a piece of pork blood and popped it into her mouth. The numbing, spicy, savory flavor exploded on her tongue. "Wow, so spicy, so good. Sis Jing, you've got to try it." Fong Jing skeptically ate a slice of pork liver, and her eyes lit up. "This flavor, it's really something." Both girls ate until they were drenched in sweat, tears stinging from the spice. Affection, 1.5%. Cultivation progress, 1.6%. Fong Jing cried as she ate. Finding an ordinary man. The man was right. At least she wouldn't be widowed. After dinner, the 3 of us went to the maternity and childcare center to see the baby. Everyone in the empire had to work, so children were placed in the care center's collective care from birth. This particular center next to Jiangling University had 100 high-rises housing 200,000 infants, all the offspring of faculty and students. Fong Jing's daughter received priority protection and was placed in Building 74. 20 fully armed enforcement officers stood guard in the ground floor lobby, verifying identities before allowing anyone upstairs. Yi-Ro and I weren't blood relatives, so we could only wait downstairs. Regular enforcement officers have first or second grade cultivation. They handle urban security, earn over 20,000 a month, and can look after the kids, Yi-Ro said. "You could work here someday." "Will our kids be in Building 74 too?" "Yeah. All the youth class descendants are here." "Then we should have 10. She eyed me suspiciously. "Do you like kids, or do you just like the making part?" "Both." After seeing the baby, Fong Jing broke down again. All Yi-Ro could do was stay by her side. I was almost asleep in bed when Yi-Ro finally slipped in through the door. "Mr. Yang, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me. Let's shower together." I scooped her up and rushed into the bathroom. This time she wasn't as nervous. It went surprisingly smoothly. Affection, 1.7%. Cultivation progress, 1.8%. Affection, 2.3%. Cultivation progress, 2.4%. I carried her back to bed. "Mr. Yang, you're stronger than I imagined. Miss Yi, you're even more beautiful than I imagined." I pounced on her, unable to get enough of kissing her. "No more. I haven't transferred my true chi to you yet," she reminded me. "Let me do that first." Affection, 2.6%. Cultivation progress, 2.7%. Affection, 3.4%. Cultivation progress, 3.5%. The numbers on the panel shot up wildly, and my whole body surged with boundless energy. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You've reached the lower first grade dot. Bone and muscle tempering complete. Punching force, 800 gened. Soul-severing spear technique. First layer, snap and thrust stances unlocked. Practice through real combat." Holy crap, that fast. Among freshmen, Only a rare few geniuses could reach this level. 800 gene was the limit for an ordinary person, but merely the starting point for a martial artist. Mr. Yang, why'd you space out? Call me husband. No way. Are you going to say it or not? Husband. I was so exhausted I fell right asleep, not even noticing when Yiro got up. It was only later that I pieced together what happened that night. After a brief moment of regulating her breathing, she recovered her strength and gently pulled free. She held me in her arms, pressing her palm against my lower abdomen, slowly channeling spiritual energy into me. This energy would be absorbed bit by the foundation pill, tempering my bones and boosting my cultivation. She didn't dare channel too much, worried my ordinary body couldn't handle it. Little did she know, I'd already broken into the lower first rank. I let you get me pregnant. You give me spiritual energy. That's fair, she murmured, wiping the sweat from my forehead. You're actually a good person. Too bad I'm a gifted warrior. It's my fate to fight for the Empire on the battlefield. As agreed, she returned to her own room. But just as she was about to lie down, Fong Jing kicked her off the bed. You reek of a man. Go crawl back to your husband. Jing, it's already past midnight. You little brat, trying to conceive on the very first night? After hours of going at it. Of course, the sooner the better. The war at the Northern Great Wall is critical. My sister could be in danger any moment. You still need to consider his body. He's just an ordinary man. I channeled spiritual energy into him. You're at the middle 5th rank. You think he can survive that? Yiro scratched her head, conceding the point. She had no choice but to shower and slip back into my arms. It was her first time sharing a bed with a man. She was so nervous she couldn't sleep a wink all night, and by 5:30 in the morning, she'd already gotten up to head to the kitchen to refine foundation pills for me. She planned to make 10 a day, 3,650 a year, enough to last me a decade. At dawn, I came out rubbing my eyes. Honey, refining pills again? Yes, Mr. Yang. Breakfast is warming up. Hurry and freshen up. Then we'll take the elevator down. Last night, in the heat of passion, she'd called me husband a few times, but now her face flushed red again. As for me, honey rolled off my tongue easily. While brushing my teeth, I glanced at the system panel. Affection, 3.8%. Cultivation progress, 3.9%. Just from sleeping with my beautiful wife in my arms, my cultivation had risen again. I pressed my 2 fingers together with a little force, and the porcelain cup shattered instantly. The fragments left only a faint mark on my reinforced skin. They couldn't even break through. I rubbed my fingertips, a chill running down my spine. I'd already surpassed the lower 1st rank. Geniuses like Yiro awaken at 4 or 5 years old. I'd awaken late at my age, yet was advancing by leaps and bounds. It made no sense. The system, my trump card, could never be revealed. At this rate, I'd be at least 2nd rank by the monthly placement exam, crushing every other new student. Right now, the most important thing wasn't how fast I was growing. It was learning to hide it. A knock came from outside the door. Mr. Yang, did you break a cup? My hand slipped. The one in the cabinet is my sister's. Just wash it and use it. Fong Jing instinctively wanted to teleport me downstairs with her spatial ability, but that required holding hands, which she found inconvenient. So I had no choice but to carry my breakfast to the elevator and wait in line. During morning exercises, I didn't dare show off anymore. I only jumped about a meter high, casually. I catch my breath and take a break. Seeing me looking even worse than yesterday, his mood actually lifts. Yang Ding, I told you your wife's too pretty. Your body can't handle it, huh? Bullshit. I could take 10 wives like her. Luo Hohot sneers. Don't feed my Hu Feng that garbage. A woman-like instructor, you would never be gentle with the likes of you. Who's feeding him garbage? Hu Feng, if you didn't do your husbandly duty last night, and you keep messing with his head, then I'll come find you to take care of it. That made me flinch. I shut my mouth. Back in the classroom, it's the same dreary sow care again. Sows that just farrowed need warm salt water and liquid feed. The ones short on milk need massaging. The ones with no appetite get glucose drips. The plague god, Xiang Bin, patrols with a ruler in hand. The moment he walks in, the atmosphere drops to freezing. These sows can birth 200 piglets in a lifetime, more than any of your women will ever contribute. Don't complain about the filth when you're caring for them. He fixes his gaze on Hu Feng, deliberately standing behind him and raising his voice. Hu Feng jolts, botches the injection, and the sow shrieks. Fat ass, get out here. Instructor, give me one more chance. Fine. Last chance. Botch it again, and you come out for a beating. 3-2. Hu Feng's hands shake violently, but he grits his teeth and tries once more. Squeal. Xiang Bin storms in, grabs Hu Feng by the hair, drags him out of the pen, and beats him savagely until the ruler snaps. He's a first-grade middle realm martial artist. His fists carry 1,200 pounds of force. For Hu Feng, resisting would be like throwing an egg against a rock. If you don't want to end up trash like this, then do your damn job right. I watch coldly as my brother takes the beating, my knuckles white. An ordinary pig farming department student like Hu Feng, no one would care if he got beaten to death. At most, the school would slap Xiang Bin with a written warning. In that moment, I told myself, weakness itself is a sin, but the thing that changes it is never anger. It's power. Xiang Bin passes by me, stops, his eyes full of contempt. Half the reason he beat Hu Feng was to send me a message. Neither of us ever crossed the old bastard. It's just that I married someone as high class as Yiro, while his son got paired with a female martial artist of mediocre talent and hideous looks. He's bitter about it, so he takes it out on students. Costs him nothing, after all. I hear Instructor Ye's going to sponsor you into the martial arts academy. Don't run with dead-end trash like this. Keep your distance. He lowers his voice. Once the monthly exam's over, go pay your respects to my son, Xiang Tianyu. Claim him as your big brother. That's the only way you'll be safe. I look at Hu Feng. He's covered in pig filth, propping up his beaten waist, staring at me with bloodshot eyes. My brother, the one I grew up with. I avoid his gaze. Deliberately, I raise my voice so the whole class can hear. Yes, Instructor Xiang. I'll keep my distance from Hu Feng. Hu Feng heard every word. After Xiang Bin left, Luo Hohat yanked Hu Feng up. Did you hear that? Your good buddy just cut ties with you. Wise up. Hu Feng had no idea I was deliberately keeping my distance, laying the groundwork for what I'd do later. If I don't cut ties, what? I just take a beating right alongside you, he muttered. You're so good to your friends. Too bad good people die young. What's a pig need a long life for anyway? He shouted, eyes red. I switched to a different pig pen, putting some space between us. At noon, while the others watched the piglets, I snuck off to train. I hadn't done a thing all morning, yet my affection meter climbed another 0.2%, as satisfying as collecting interest. Affection, for percent. Cultivation progress, for 0.1%. The 2 fingers I'd nearly broken yesterday had already healed. I looked at the fist-sized crater Xiang Bin had punched into the wall, pressed my 2 fingers together, and gathered my chi at the fingertips. This shouldn't hurt this time. I stabbed forward. Both fingers sank into the wall with only a slight sting, leaving a hole deeper than Xiang Bin's fist mark. My wife's marksmanship style really was vicious. I'd catch up to Xiang Bin soon enough, but this gun-style chi pulse had far greater penetrating power. If I wanted to teach him a lesson, I'd need to completely overpower him, except I had 0 combat experience. I jabbed a few more times, hollowing the hole into a large pit, then wiped away the traces. A student attacking an instructor would be severely punished by the student council. If I was going to make my move, it had to be flawless. After class, Hu Feng and I stepped out of the elevator at the same time without exchanging a single word. Yang Ding lands himself a sugar mama, and suddenly he's hot stuff. Won't even give his best friend the time of day. He's just scared of getting beat too. The counselor doesn't dare touch him. His wife's Instructor Yi. With my cultivation rising, my hearing had sharpened to several times that of an ordinary person. Every word of the gossip reached my ears. I didn't care. I'd be leaving this hellhole soon enough. What I did care about was this. Before I left, could I pull my buddy out with me? Hu Feng had too much pride, and with a kid on the way, being publicly beaten and humiliated day after day, he'd never make it to graduation. Back home, Yiro was already busy in the kitchen. Hey babe, home this early? No afternoon classes. You must be hungry. She turned to look at me. Did Xiangbin give you trouble? He didn't touch me, just went after my classmate. That, I can't do anything about. He's notorious for beating on students, and the head of discipline is his aunt. I can protect you, but not your classmate. Didn't think a university would run on nepotism too. Only facing a real enemy on the battlefield proves what you're really made of. She added a warning. This Yang Bin is peak first grade too. Don't go head to head with him. If he actually hurts you, I can't exactly kill him for you. I looked at her. Babe, thank you for pulling me ashore. If I hadn't been matched with you, I might be the one getting beaten. I promise I'll train hard and pass the monthly exam. Affection, 4.5%. Cultivation progress, 4.7%. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, followed by a touch of guilt. Mr. Yang, stop being so sentimental. What if I fall in love with you? I still have to go to the front lines. I've been feeling my body change lately. Maybe I've got combat potential too. When the time comes, I'll bring our kid to the front to find you. She gave a faint smile. Good luck, Mr. Yang. Encouraging words on the surface, but inside she knew. Someone who hadn't awakened by my age was probably talentless. And even awakening had its tears. Those who made it into the Northern Coalition were the elite of the 5 great empires, guarding the mere 700 million people left on Earth. After my shower, I saw her washing vegetables in the kitchen, a white camisole tied with a pink floral apron, black lounge shorts, a few strands of short curly hair tucked behind her ear. I wrapped my arms around her slender waist from behind and kissed her ear. Goosebumps rose along the back of her neck, but she didn't pull away. Are these the vegetables you bought yesterday? Teach me to cook them. Sure. Peel some garlic first. Sis Jing was singing your praises to the skies today, right in front of me. Didn't she look down on me? She used to. Now she thinks a man like you is safer. I'll never have to worry about being a widow. True. I don't want to be a widower either. Don't worry. Before I leave, I'll set you and Sis Jing up. I don't want to divorce you. She froze for a moment, not even pressing the word divorce again. She poured me the rest of the wine we hadn't finished. Tonight I'll transfer some true qi into you first, teach you how to circulate it. We'll rest after the real business is done. The monthly exam is on the 25th, only 2 weeks left. Yiro didn't want to develop real feelings for me. She handled our marriage strictly by the book, like a business deal. But I was determined to win her heart, whether for the sake of this wife or for the system's affection meter. It's still early. Let's go for a walk after dinner, help the food settle, then take care of business when we get back. She paused. So this was him trying to court her. Shouldn't the time spent walking go toward cultivation? You need to learn to guide the true qi I transfer, to open your meridians and strengthen your bones. There isn't much time, Mr. Yang. I promise I'll pass the monthly exam. My aptitude isn't bad. I just need one chance to activate it. And that chance is you. She had nothing to say, figuring I just didn't understand how hard cultivation was. Big talk. What if you don't pass? If I don't pass, I'll go raise pigs, and you don't have to feel guilty. You, Yiro, have already done more than enough for me. She nodded. Fine. You're an adult, about to be a father. This kind of thing you can only do on your own. After dinner, I washed the dishes in a flash. She changed into a shirt, and the two of us stepped into the elevator, leaning in the corner. Soon a group of instructor couples crowded in. Instructor Yi, out for a stroll? Translation. That's right, Instructor Sunday. Where are you two headed? Taking my husband to see the maternity center. Might as well reserve a bed for the baby while we're at it. Already ready to be a mom, huh? We're married. One step at a time. Everyone envies me. Yiro has it all. Great background, straightforward personality, no drama. Hundreds of unmarried male instructors in this building chased after her and her sister. Everyone got shot down. Now the system glitched and paired her with me, a pig farmer. She smiled and dealt with her colleague while I took the chance to grab her hand. She tugged twice, gently, but instead of letting go, I laced my fingers through hers. A rush of warmth struck her girlish heart. Affection, 4.9%, plus 0.4%. Cultivation progress, 5.1%, plus 0.4%. We walked out of the elevator hand in hand. The security guards downstairs were stunned. Even a pig farmer could land Instructor Yi? Why couldn't they? Yiro was a star at Jiangling University. Everywhere she went, she drew whispers. Either let go, or come out and walk around with me. People are staring. It's embarrassing. Then let's go look at weapons. The mall is full of students and faculty too. You're my wife. Since when is holding your hand a crime? I gripped tighter. A wife like this, why shouldn't I show her off? She couldn't win against me. Fine. I wanted to buy you a weapon anyway. At the mall entrance, she tried to shake off my hand. So I just wrapped my arm around her slender waist and strolled in through the crowd's envious stares. Aren't you afraid people will call you a kept man? Let them laugh. I'm laughing at them for not getting a wife like mine. PFF, you've got some nerve. The weapons mall was run directly by the Empire, the highest-end place in the university district, selling advanced weapons, pills, and cultivation techniques. The talented relied on school resources, the untalented relied on their parents' money. Those with neither ended up in the enforcement squad as grunts after graduation. Mr. Young, look at how those senior students are glaring at you, like they want to tear you apart. Not scared. Scared of what? Anyone who touches me, my wife will kill first. I'll be pregnant with triplets within a year and a half. You won't have even graduated by then. How will you protect yourself? Don't worry. In a year and a half, I won't fear anyone. She sighed helplessly. I had no idea how hard cultivation really was. She pulled me over to the blade counter. You just awakened. I'd suggest a sword and shield combo, balanced offense and defense. Low-level martial artists had limited cultivation. Melee weapons were easier to handle, and a shield could make up for weak muscles and bones. But I shook my head and turned toward the store's centerpiece. Displayed alone in the very center of the mall, the Iron Blood Spear. Don't tell me you want to use a spear too? My wife uses a spear, so naturally I will too. Spears are hard to master. A good one is expensive, and a cheap one snaps easily. I walked toward it, step by step. The spearhead gleamed with a cold, piercing light. The silver-gray gun barrel was a full 2 meters long. To my surprise, I felt an instant connection, a hunger stirring deep in my eyes. Iron Blood Spear, 5 million yen. How much? 5 million. Holy shit, 5 million? My feet froze in place. You can finance it. The down payment alone is 2 million, and with interest it'll run 6 or 700,000 extra. This is alien tech, extremely rare. It's a match pair with my Soul Reaper spear. It can collapse down to 2 feet, and the mother and child spearheads have endless configurations. As long as you're strong enough, it's practically indestructible. Blue Star can't manufacture anything like it now. Forget it, forget it. Not worth it. She let out a breath. Without deployment to the Northern Front, there'd be no interest-free deal, and a weapon like this would never pay for itself. Her own Soul Reaper spear had cost 3.5 million back then, and she still owed over $1 million on it. Her sister's Iron Blood bow still had 7 or 800,000 left unpaid. Xiang Bin was nearby, helping his son Xiang Tianyu browse weapons. He heard us and burst out laughing. Instructor Yi is so generous with her husband. An ordinary man who can't even awaken. Can he even swing a spear like that? Instructor Xiang, we're just looking. Yi Ro's voice was cold. Xiang Tianyu was my high school classmate. Ever since awakening, he'd always looked down on people like us. He glanced at his own paired wife beside him. Hideous. Then at the stunning beauty beside me, and jealousy burned in his eyes. Yang Ding, are you addicted to being a kept man? Instructor Yi works hard for her money. How do you have the nerve to open your mouth asking for a 5 million Iron Blood Spear? I sneered inwardly. After tonight, my cultivation would catch up to his old man. Never mind this idiot. Are you and I close or something? My wife and I are having a private conversation. How the hell is that your business? You son of a... He'd been a big shot in high school, and after awakening he'd become downright arrogant. He didn't take me seriously at all. A flash of malice crossed Xiang Bin's eyes, but for Yi Ro's sake, he forced a hollow smile. Yang Ding's got a point. Tianyu, don't hold others to your own noble standards. You're right, Dad. No point squabbling with a kept man king. After saying this, Xiang Tianyu turned to Yi Ro with a fawning expression. Instructor Yi, I apologize for offending you. Please forgive me. As long as you know your place. Yi Ro couldn't be bothered to give him a second look. Self-awareness is important. Xiang Tianyu shifted his tone. I'd like to request a match against Yang Ding in the close combat portion of the monthly exam. He was personally trained by you. Surely he's no worse than an ordinary awakener like me. I stared at this father and son pair of dogs. He was trying to humiliate me in public. Close combat is arranged by instructors, pairing students of comparable strength. Yi Ro took my hand to leave, but Xiang Tianyu wouldn't let it go. The monthly exam encourages open challenges. If the opponent doesn't dare accept, it's an automatic forfeit. I stopped, turned back, and smiled. If you've got the guts, submit the application. Yiro yanked me. We left. Once we were clear of the crowd, she lowered her voice. What the hell were you thinking? He hit the lower first rank before he even enrolled. For the monthly exam, all you have to do is prove you've crossed the threshold. He's got his eye on me. There's no way around it. He's jealous you married a woman like me. He'll go for the kill. She sighed. Forfeiting on the spot only affects your class placement. It won't stop you from switching majors. You got it. Got it. I'll listen to my wife this time. She pointed at me. You'd better mean it. Don't do anything reckless. With your kind of talent, one serious injury, and it'll take forever to recover. Honestly, she was worrying too much. The moment I accepted his challenge, I'd already decided to throw in the towel in front of everyone. I couldn't let anyone gauge my real strength. I trained in combat techniques every day to kill people, not to put on a show at some tournament. I was never groomed by the Empire, so I owed it no loyalty. I'm loyal only to myself and to my family. Right now, my first target, take out this instructor and leave a way out for my sworn brother, Hufeng. If I put on a convincing enough act, neither the student council nor the enforcement squad would ever suspect me. Behind me, Xiang Tianyu clenched his fists and asked his father, with instructor Ye's help, can Yangding break through to the lower first rank? No chance, Xiangbin sneered. A washout who didn't awaken before 18. Even with the best resources money can buy, he'd need a whole year just to scratch the lower first rank. I strolled through the weapons mall with my arm around Yiro, walking tall. In the techniques section, I picked up a copy of 9 Forms of the Sword. Babe, I'm learning this one. Not the blade. The sword. She couldn't talk me out of it, so she just told me to grab a shield to go with it. This sword style was cheap, 10,000, and only 2 kinds of people ever bothered with it. The first were low-tier fighters, who paired it with a shield for close combat, enough to scrape by in the enforcement squad. The second were grandmasters at the 9th rank or above, who wielded the sword with their chi. The very same moves amplified tens of thousands of times over. Everyone in between looked down on it. Too refined, not brutal enough. For me, learning it was pure misdirection. I didn't need to train separately in marksmanship. I could just copy it from my wife. I'd use a gun to kill the real threats, and the sword as a cover the rest of the time. Yiro had her sights on the high-end stuff. This black gold shield's as tough as a 7th rank fighter's body enhancement. It'll protect you. But this thing's 200 grand. Add a black gold sword, and that's $500,000, babe. So it's $500,000. You'll use it for the rest of your life. Warmth spread through my chest. This wife of mine, she'd spend money on me without batting an eye. But I shook my head. No shield, just the sword. The black gold sword was a deep blue-black all over, forged from the strongest material on the blue planet, shaped like an 8-sided Han sword, sharp enough to slice through iron like mud. 300,000. At the rate my wife and I were progressing, I'd break into the 4th or 5th rank within a year. Once your body's enhanced, who needs a shield? I casually grabbed a 20 grand shield to shut her up. Yiro swiped her card, exasperated. You never listen. Don't blame me for not warning you when you get hurt. Shield on my back, black gold sword in my left hand, her hand in my right. I strode out of the mall with my head held high. The sales clerk, a part-timer from the Martial Academy, wasn't the least bit happy about making a high-end sale. He just muttered curses under his breath. How does a loser like that get to sleep with Instructor Yi? How does he get to carry a black gold sword? The hell? Back home, Yiro peeled off her shirt and tossed it on the couch, revealing a white spaghetti strap top underneath. Let me transfer some true energy to you first, then I'll shower and go to bed. Honestly, this little bit of true energy would do less for me than a good night's sleep. But I couldn't turn down her kindness. I sat down on the couch and took off my t-shirt. We're not doing that. So why are you stripping down, Mr. Yang? How am I supposed to take in true energy with my clothes on? She was just about to channel her energy when I leaned in. MMPH, what's the rush? I haven't even started. Do it after. We'll do it in the shower. Then what's even the point, Mr. Yang? Call me husband. Husband. Affection, 5% cultivation progress, 5.2%. Affection, 6.1%, plus 0.9%. Cultivation progress, 6.3%, plus 0.9%. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the mid-stage of the first ranked. Body tempering complete. Fist strength, 1200 gened. Soul-severing spear technique. Second layer, snap, thrust, and block unlocked. Practice diligently and apply them in combat as soon as possible. When I opened my eyes again, it was already morning. The couch was too narrow, so the two of us had to sleep stacked together. We'd agreed we were only temporary spouses, yet I doted on her like she was my real wife. Yiro got so annoyed she pounded on my chest. What are you doing? You keep at it and keep at it. Now there's no time to transfer your true energy. It's fine, wifey. Do it now. Another flurry of tiny fists. Do it now? I'm going to be late for morning drills. She scrambled to get dressed and freshen up, then turned to refine a foundation pill for me. That kind of persistence, she was planning for our future. But the energy in a foundation pill was long past being any use to me now. I just couldn't bring myself to tell her. Mr. Yang, can you heat up breakfast? The pill takes half an hour. Call me husband, and I'll do it. Husband, husband, husband. Happy now. I warmed up the food and headed out to catch the elevator. To prove I was actually practicing swordsmanship, I made a point of bringing along the 9 sword forms manual and the black gold sword. In the elevator, an old fire element mage glanced over. Oh hey, Xiaoyang, you're practicing swordsmanship? Why not the spear? The spear isn't something just anyone can learn. Out of all the young people in Jiangling City, Yi Ro is the only spear king we've got. Right? I forgot you haven't awakened yet. Out on the field, a crowd of my old high school classmates gathered around. They had no interest in swords or spears, but the moment they heard this one cost 300 grand, every one of them turned green with envy. On the 3,000 a month salary they'd earn after graduation, they'd have to save for 7 or 8 years without eating or drinking to afford it. Only Hu Feng stood off to the side, gripping his lower back, his face pale. His back injury was serious. Last night the pain had kept him up the entire night. Hu Feng, come check out this black gold sword. After this, all we'll ever handle is pig slaughtering knives. We'll never get to touch something like this again, someone shouted. Hu Feng shot me a glance, wanting to look, but I put the sword away. That's enough. It's time for exercises. Luo Hohot sneered. Oh, so now that our big shot's leaving the pigsty, he's too good for the buddy who used to bring him his meals. Cut the passive-aggressive crap, I shot back. Go worship your husband all you want. I'm not the one married to him. Get lost. Don't hold up my Hu Feng. He's got sows to tend to. During the exercises, I swung my big sword around and jumped with gusto, scaring my classmates into clearing a path. Hu Feng gritted his teeth and forced himself through it. If he stopped moving, the patrolling teacher would report him, and then he'd get beaten. Back in the classroom, Xiang Bin was already waiting. Last night, I hadn't shown his son any respect, so today he planned to take it out on Hu Feng. He'd switched to a new disciplinary ruler, slapping it against his palm as he lectured. End of the month is peak production season at the breeding farm. All of you are going to help out. Anyone who kills a piglet had better be ready for a beating. For the next 4 hours this morning, nobody gets up. And don't come whining to me about aching backs. Cold sweat broke out on Hu Feng's forehead. Even an idiot could see it. First cripple his back, then make him sit for 4 hours. Who could survive that? I'd already cut all ties with him, yet this dog wouldn't let go. A beating wasn't enough to match his cruelty. The only fitting answer was to kill him. Yang Ding, what are you thinking about? Xiang Bin suddenly asked. Nothing at all, instructor. You've got the Martial Academy exam at the end of the month. Go practice. Let your classmates handle the dirty work. Thank you, instructor. Like he had any goodwill in him. He was just trying to feel me out. This father and son looked down on me, but they didn't dare look down on Yi Ro. I opened the 9 sword forms and drew my blade into an opening stance. To hide my real ability, I let myself go breathless and drenched in sweat after just a few moves. Watching my clumsy technique, Xiang Bin smiled like victory was already in the bag. Swinging a sword tires you out that much? Can't help it. My body can't hold true chi. It burns out in no time. That's how it is for the unawakened. Even if Instructor Yi were willing to channel her true chi into you, your body couldn't take it. Could you get your son to withdraw his challenge? I don't want to fight him, I said, playing up the coward act. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. You're the one who provoked my son. His weapon is an 80-pound meteoric iron battle axe. Good luck with that. At that very moment, the system exploded in my mind. Affection, 11.1%, plus 5%. Cultivation progress, 11.3%, plus 5%. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've broken through to the peak of the first rank. Tendon and bone tempering complete. Fist strength, 1,600 pounds. A surge of powerful true chi instantly spread throughout my body. I felt light as a feather, cold sweat beading on my forehead. Holy crap, what's going on? Such a huge jump all at once. It had never gone above 5% before. Had Yi-Ro suddenly had some kind of breakthrough? Or was it? No way it'd be that fast. I couldn't wait to get out of class and rush home. But it was only 7:30 in the morning. In this day and age, technology was advanced, yet non-combat personnel weren't allowed to carry communication devices. What the Empire wanted was obedient, easily governed subjects. Martial Arts Academy. After finishing her close combat class, Yi-Ro hurried off to find her best friend, Fong Jing, a panicked look on her face. Across all 4 years at Jiangling University, there were only 12 spatial type espers. Right now, they were listening to Fong Jing lecture on the personal domain. In plain terms, it's a spatial warehouse. Fong Jing swept a slender finger through the air, and a 30-centimeter slit tore open in the empty space. You can store cash in it, store weapons, and only you can find them. Yi-Ro knocked on the door. Instructor Fong, could you step out for a sec? It's urgent. One look at Yi-Ro's face, and Fong Jing knew this was no small matter. What's wrong? Yi-Ro bit her lip. I think I've got one. Got what? Fong Jing was baffled. When I was teaching the students how to circulate their qi, I felt something subtle invade my body. It scared me so bad I almost shook it right out. The more Yi-Ro talked, the more frightened she got. With her level of cultivation, no tiny change in her body could escape her senses. Immune to all poisons, untouched by all illness, she nearly forced her own flesh and blood right out of her. The Newlywed Handbook says a situation like this means I'm pregnant. Fong Jing stared at her belly, dumbstruck. Say what? You've only been married 3 or 4 days. Is Yongding really that on top of his game? Didn't the principal say all it takes is a blink of an eye? You actually believe that old fart's nonsense? He can't even have kids himself. The moment Fong Jing finished cursing, it hit her. All right, I forgot you're a rank 5 martial artist or higher. Your true chi nourishes the fetus, so it develops twice as fast as it would for ordinary people. That's normal. It was Yi-Ro's first pregnancy, and instead of being happy, she was terrified. So can I still do intense physical activity? The handbook says martial artists with strong true chi can fight even while pregnant. Teaching should be fine. Fong Jing was an esper. Her cultivation was based on spiritual power. For her, pregnancy would be no different than for any ordinary woman, so she couldn't offer any real help. Should I go find Yongding? There's still time to tell him tonight. He's the one who knocked me up. He can't leave me to deal with this alone. Yi-Ro was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. She'd spent days mentally preparing herself, but now that the moment was here, none of it did any good. She was still a kid herself, and suddenly she was about to become a mom. All Fong Jing could do was try to comfort her. Comfort. It's normal to panic your first time. I was the same back then. You'll be fine in a few days. Right now, I'm feeling true chi surging endlessly through my body, staring blankly at the system panel. Peak first grade is a critical threshold. The moment you break through to lower second grade, your body's enhancement and strength double instantly. Punch force of 3,200 pounds, a single leap of 30 meters. Even without the advantage of weapons or techniques, you'd crush a first-grade martial artist. When I got back to the classroom, I walked right into Xiang Bin working over Hu Feng again. Hu Feng was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Counselor, stop hitting me. I'm about to collapse. Xiang Bin crouched down, smacked his face with a ruler, and asked quietly, Know why I've been targeting you? No, I'll change. The first time I hit you, it was because I didn't like your face. Now I hit you, because you're Yongding's good buddy. I can't touch him, but I can touch you, can't I? But we cut ties. Cut ties means I can't beat you. He sneered and stood up. Don't want to get hit? Kneel until class ends. No lunch for you. After he left, I pulled out that yuan cultivating pill from this morning and slipped it into Hu Feng's palm as I passed by. Eat it. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Since childhood, I'm the one person he's trusted most. At lunchtime, I wanted to visit my wife at the Martial Academy cafeteria, but ordinary people can't get in. Posted on the door of the Workers' and Peasants' College cafeteria was a notice from the Martial Academy. All martial artists who awaken late could sign up for the monthly exam. One last chance in their lives to defy fate and change their destiny. Ordinary students crowded around the notice, their eyes full of longing. Who wouldn't want to rise to the heavens in a single step and escape a life worse than a pig or dog's? There was no perk like this before. Did the school rules change this year? Even if they did, it's useless. Entry-level punch force is at least 500 pounds. Without cultivation resources, you'll never hit that in this lifetime. The Workers' and Peasants' College cafeteria served nothing but pre-made meals, no different from pig slop, not a shred of energy-rich food. If your parents were ordinary too, you couldn't afford any resources. So what if you had talent? You'd still waste your entire life in the pig pens and chicken coops. Something clicked in my mind. This rule change was probably set up just for me, one person. Awakening late meant poor aptitude, and the school never cared about people like that. Did my wife really have that much influence? No way it went that far. As I was eating, Yuro came storming into the cafeteria. Her beauty, her figure, combined with the aura her cultivation gave off, instantly pulled the gazes of all 5,000+ male students in the hall. Isn't that Instructor Yi? What's she doing here? Looking for that Yang Ding from the pig farming department, obviously. His wife's a badass. She's got privileges. I quickly stood up and waved, unable to hide my smugness. Yiro plopped down right beside me, shut off her extraordinary hearing, couldn't be bothered with the gossip, and just muttered glumly, "You still?" Eating so happily, and here I am in trouble. What's wrong? I think. I'm carrying your child. I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from turning up. Getting a top-tier little goddess like her pregnant, that sense of accomplishment was no less than advancing 3 cultivation realms at once. That fast. You don't believe me, do you? You think you're raising some other guy's kid? You think I'm cheating on you? She spiraled into a whole string of assumptions, her eyes turning red. I quickly explained, no. 5th-rank martial artists have a gestation period of only 5 or 6 months, so conception is naturally cut in half. 3 or 4 days is perfectly reasonable. How do you know so much about this? Have you knocked up other women before? I read the newlywed operation manual. Only then did Yiro realize she'd overreacted. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. I didn't mean it. I was just on edge, sniff sniff. With over 10,000 pairs of eyes watching, I pulled her into my arms and softly comforted her. Don't be scared. Wasn't getting pregnant your dream? I'll take you to the maternity clinic for a checkup this weekend. Honey, you're so good to me, hubby. Affection, 11.5% plus 0.4%. Cultivation progress, 11.7% plus 0.4%. Before, it was 0.1 at a time. Now a single hug was worth 0.4. So it turned out that once a woman is carrying your child, all that love just comes bursting through like a broken dam. Yi Ro and I laced our fingers together and walked out under the gaze of the entire cafeteria. I was on top of the world. Soft rice or hard rice, whatever you call it, as long as it tastes good. Yiro no longer cared about those strange looks. The child in her belly had become the anchor of her heart. In that moment, for the first time, she truly saw me as her man. And if I was her man, then I was her closest person. What did she care what nonsense other people spewed? Even the term of endearment she'd stubbornly refused to say before now slipped right out. Hubby, do you want a boy or a girl? Either's fine. That's not what I care about. Then what? We can take our time with the name. Yang is easy to work with. The name isn't the point either. She stopped walking. Then what is it? We've only been intimate a few times. You experts sure get pregnant fast. When you're pregnant, can you still, do that? Yiro's face flushed instantly, and she gave me a hard smack. Why is that all you ever think about? It's only because you're so pretty, with such a great body, and you smell so good. We'll have to ask the doctor when the time comes. If you want to ask, you ask. I'm not doing it. I walked her to the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. Students and teachers passing by kept turning to look. The guard quickly stopped us. Instructor Yi, your husband isn't an awakened. He can't enter the Martial Arts Academy. My wife's pregnant. I can't even walk her to her office. I deliberately raised my voice for everyone to hear. I'm going to make sure everyone remembers my name. Yongding. Ding as in standing tall and unyielding. Not Yongwei. Yiro shot me a glare. Why do you have to show off everywhere? What if I'm not even pregnant? How embarrassing would that be? Even better if you're not. We'll just do it a few more times. Either way, everyone's going to know you're my wife. Pervert. The guard froze, his eyes full of envy. He was mediocre in talent. Even after breaking into the upper first rank, all he could do was watch the gate. Meanwhile, I was just a pig farmer, and yet the system had set me up with the school beauty as my instructor. A few days in, and there was already a kid on the way. Well, congratulations, Instructor Yi. He'll be able to come in next month. Yiro shoved me. Go back to class. Now, back in the classroom, my classmates immediately swarmed me, saying Yiro had just stopped by. Xiangbin was there too, looking curious. Is it about the monthly exam registration? My wife already took care of that. Then what's going on? I honestly didn't even see this guy as worth my time anymore. Counselor, everyone. My wife, the Martial Arts Academy's close combat instructor, a mid-5th rank warrior, the 18-year-old genius beauty Yiro. She's pregnant. I patted my chest. It's mine. The classroom went dead silent. After a moment, everyone forced out stiff smiles. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiangbin's face turned as green as pig liver. His 3 wives had given him 10 children, and only one, Xiang Tianyu, had shown any real talent. Everyone, get to work, he barked. But I grabbed his arm. Instructor Xiang, you haven't congratulated me yet. The moment I touched him, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. If it weren't for Yiro, he'd have snapped my hand off long ago. He wrenched himself free. Didn't think you'd actually land, Instructor Yi. But don't celebrate too soon. The close combat portion of the monthly exam is dangerous. If my son accidentally hurts you, that pretty wife of yours might just end up someone else's. Thank you for your concern, Instructor Xiang. I'm off to train. He thought I was sucking up to him. He'd never imagined that all of this was a setup I'd arranged in advance, creating the illusion that we were on good terms. If you're going to assassinate someone, it has to be flawless. While I was practicing my punches, Xiangbin sidled up again. Aren't you supposed to be training the 9-form sword? The first step of the Martial Arts Academy qualification exam is a 500-pound punch. I'm working on that first. How much are you at now? About 400, I guess. He gave a cold snort and walked off. His son's punching force had passed 1,000 pounds ages ago, more than enough to deal with me. But he had it all wrong. What I was training wasn't power. It was control. How to hide 1,600 pounds of force, or even the 3,200 I'd have after reaching the 2nd rank, and put on a show during the test, straining like I was giving it everything, landing at exactly 500 pounds. That was what I needed to figure out. When class let out, I was already waiting at the academy gate, early. #living off my wife. Thanks to Yiro, I've become something of a celebrity at Jiangling University. Just not the good kind. Hey, if it isn't the kept man, I don't get angry. I cup my hands in a mock salute and smile. You flatter me, senior sister. Is my wife, your instructor Yi, off work yet? Keep running your mouth, and I'll put you in the ground with one punch. Don't be jealous, senior brother. My wife loves me to death. Let go of me. I'm gonna kill this good-for-nothing. Touch a single hair on his head, and knowing Instructor Ye's temper, she'll break your arm. I knew that once I entered the Martial Arts Academy, life wouldn't be easy. The girls think I'm dragging down the standard for husbands, and the guys are jealous that I married the #1 beauty of the martial arts program. But I'm not afraid. My cultivation has quietly caught up to that of a sophomore. Yiro walked out looking weighed down by worry. But the moment she saw me, her face broke into a smile, and even her steps grew lighter. She jogged over and threw herself right into my arms. Honey, what are you doing here? Picking you up after class. It's not like I can't find my way home. It's different. You're pregnant, fragile. You need someone to look after you. Her eyes reddened instantly. People had only ever called her strong. No one had ever noticed her fragility. And right now, she really was fragile. There was a little life growing inside her. Her parents were gone, her older sister was away on campaign, and I was the only family she had by her side. I wrapped my arm around her waist and strode confidently across campus. She was perfectly at ease, laughing and chatting with me. Affection, 11.7%, plus 0.2%. Cultivation progress, 11.9%, plus 0.2%. So it turns out that when a woman gets pregnant, no matter how high her cultivation, she becomes sensitive. Even the smallest bit of care from a man gets magnified tenfold. Honey, you're a father now. Can you put more effort into your training? The monthly exam is coming up, and you haven't even hit half of the 500-pound force yet, have you? Come with me to the rooftop tonight to practice my banquet, and 500 pounds will be no problem. Okay, we'll sleep separately tonight. I'll channel some more true energy into you so you can absorb it slowly. Can't I just be gentle? No. For the baby's sake, you have to hold out for half a month. Her expression was dead serious. I panicked on the spot. Didn't you say 3 days? What if the maternity clinic says it's fine? The clinic doesn't get the final say. I do. We'll talk after the monthly exam. Honey, that's a little cruel. With looks like yours, who could hold out for half a month? If I were really cruel, I'd have made my move on you already. But now there's a baby, and you're a father. You have to step it up. The truth was, she was anxious too. As a martial arts prodigy, the moment the front lines grew strained, she could be called to the battlefield at any time. If she left, how would someone as useless as me protect our child? Jiangling City was only safe for now, and the maternity clinic couldn't look after that many. Lots of kids. Seeing me stay silent, she wrapped her arms around mine and pleaded sweetly, "Don't be mad, okay? As long as you pass the monthly exam and don't hurt the baby, you can do whatever you want of me." You said it. Once I pass, you'll do whatever I tell you to. Her innocent little mind had limited imagination when it came to anything between a man and a woman, so she agreed right away. Deal. After dinner, we skipped our usual walk and headed straight for the rooftop. The dorm building was massive. The rooftop alone spanned over 50,000 square feet. Hundreds of instructors were there, quietly guiding kids through their training. Some had awakened naturally and were being pushed by their parents to catch up. Others, like me, were forcing their potential, banking everything on the monthly exam to change their fate. The cultivation level you reached at graduation decided where you'd end up. Yiro's older sister had hit the upper 5th rank. She'd entered the military as a lieutenant, pulling in 120,000 a month. Not far off, a female combat instructor was chewing out her son. This is the first year Jiangling University is changing the exam rules. They're expanding admissions for awakeners, and the competition is brutal. You can't even hit 500 pounds of force. How are you supposed to transfer out of the farm and into the martial academy? You want to play in the dirt your whole life. The boy didn't dare lift his head. Mom, they wouldn't suddenly raise the standard for the exam, would they? Over 20,000 people have already signed up. Word is they're bumping the entry requirement to 600 pounds. Jiangling doesn't need that many low-tier fighters. Yiro overheard, and her heart sank. Her husband works in admissions. She wouldn't just make that up. The breeding farms, the fields, the factories, they were full of half-baked awakeners. They had no money, but they'd scrimp and save to buy cheap resources, and over time it wasn't hard to reach even the lower first rank. All of them would be fighting for a spot in this exam. 500, 600, whatever it is, don't worry, babe. I've got this. Yiro held up the force meter. Try it first. I'm right here, so don't stress. Luckily, I've been practicing control these past few days. One punch, and I easily hit 365 pounds. She stared at me, stunned. Babe, you awakened? In just a few days. Over 300 pounds. It's all thanks to your amazing energy. You're the real genius here. Then let me pour more into you. You can handle it. If I hit 400 after that, can we sleep together tonight? She rolled her eyes. We're training here. Get your head out of the gutter. Truth was, I didn't need to work on punching power at all. What I needed to practice was marksmanship. That was my real killing technique. Since sleeping together was off the table tonight, I might as well send her back first. Babe, once you've given me your energy, head back. I'm going to run 1,000 reps here, and I can't concentrate with you standing next to me. She knew she was distracting, but she clearly hadn't realized just how much. She channeled her energy into me, pressed the force meter into the wall, and hung it up. You don't get to come down and sleep until you hit 400. Got it. The moment she left, I brought my fist crashing down. The red number instantly shot up to 1,940 Gene. I'd long surpassed the upper first rank and was now pushing toward the lower second rank. An ordinary person's skull can take 1,000 Gene at most. This punch could blow a head clean off. I found an empty corner, formed my 2 fingers into a spear, and threw myself into practicing Yi Ro's soul-severing spear techniques. Snap, thrust, block. 3 moves that looked simple but were the most fundamental close-range offense and defense. Master these 3, add in my cultivation, and I could walk through the martial arts academy like I owned the place. This burst of instantaneous true chi, drawn out through spear technique principles, was Yi Ro's own original art, something ordinary people could never hope to master. I thrust my 2 fingers at the wall, all my true chi surging to my fingertips in an instant. Bam! A black hole, 2 fingers wide, appeared in the concrete wall. In that instant, 2,000 gene of punching force had been amplified tenfold. Even against a 4th-rank martial artist, a point-blank release could kill in 1 strike. I was so absorbed in training that I didn't notice the big head that suddenly poked out from behind the wall. "Hey man, you practicing finger techniques?" I snapped my fingers back. It was the son of that female combat instructor from earlier. "Who are you?" "Mao Jian, rice cultivation technician from the Xinjiang farm. I practice the sword, not finger techniques. Forgot to bring it. Too lazy to go grab it." That's what I figured. Who'd be dumb enough to train finger techniques? You'd need your 2 fingers to be harder than a sword, which takes at least a 9th-rank master. I'm a total scrub. I'll never make 9th rank. Then we're a perfect match. Your instructor Ye's husband, right? No surprise there. The Yi sisters were the school's beauties. Everyone in the city knew them. I need to train. You need something? Yeah, we're both scrubs. Let's be friends. It'll help to look out for each other once we're in the martial arts academy. My mom's a combat instructor, my dad's in admissions, and my brother's got some pull with the enforcement squad. This Mao Jian had a friendly face, and his personality reminded me a little of Hu Feng. I nodded. "Yang Ding. Good to meet you. I'm 20. Do me a solid and call me Big Bro Mao." "Sorry, that's one solid I won't be doing," Mao Jian. He didn't hold it against me. Having married instructor Yi, I had some room to be cocky. "You're in the pig farming department now?" "Yeah, just waiting on the monthly exam to turn things around." "Same here." "Oh right, you guys are heading to the Jiangling breeding farm at the end of the month for support duty, aren't you? Be really careful." "What's wrong?" I was instantly on alert. "My brother says the breeding farm's been getting attacked by some unidentified beast lately. Both people and pigs, dead and wounded. The enforcement squad's not handling it." He spread his hands. "The thing can burrow. It drags the pigs down into holes underground. Impossible to wipe out." A crooked little idea immediately started turning in my head. When the time came, maybe I could find a chance to shove that counselor down one of those holes. "Thanks for the heads up. There'll be a whole crowd of us from the pig farming department going, so the enforcement squad's bound to keep us covered." "Right. They've been swamped lately. If you ask me, they're recruiting low-tier martial artists mostly because the enforcement squad is short on people." I nodded and half-heartedly threw a few more punches with him. Mao Jian had been training for a year and a half. With his parents backing him as much as they could, he'd hit a punch force of 450. He'd wanted to push a little further and break 500, but once the threshold jumped to 600, he'd have to keep upping his dosage. If he failed, his parents' 100+ thousand would go down the drain, and he still had 5 younger siblings under him. Seeing my punch clock in at 380, he just shook his head. "Even worse than me. Going from 380 to 600? That's at least a year. What if I awaken?" "You awaken this late, and your talent's as garbage as mine. It's hopeless." "What if I awaken and my wife channels her true chi into me at the same time?" The corner of his mouth twitched. "Instructor Ye's chi purity is off the charts." "Okay, then there's maybe a sliver of a chance." I'd say the chance is very high. Before I'd even finished, I brought my fist down. The red numbers shot up, blasting all the way to 408. Holy crap, 28 up in one punch. Genius tier, chi really is insane. Good luck. See you at the Martial Arts Academy. I carried the force meter home. Yi Ro and Fong Jing were chatting in the living room. Yi Ro's fair little ear twitched. "Jing, he's at the door. Whatever you do, don't tell him it's fine to do it during pregnancy. Otherwise his mind will be all on me, and he won't get any training done." "You are the poster child of a wife pushing her husband to succeed," Fong Jing laughed. Yi Ro touched her slightly rounded belly and sighed softly. "I don't actually expect him to become some big shot. Down the road, when I'm no longer in Jiangling, as long as he can protect himself and the child, that's enough for me." I pushed the door open. Honey, I broke 400. Oh, Jing's here too. Yiro glanced at the clock. You've only trained for an hour? I tossed her the force meter. She caught it easily, looked at the number, and lit up with surprise and delight. Babe, this talent of yours, did you actually awaken? Doesn't matter. Either way, I'm passing the monthly exam for sure. With that, I want to take a shower. This husband of yours, he's tougher than I expected. The more I look, the more he grows on me. Fong Jing laughed. I think so too. Living a good life doesn't have to be about fame and fortune. My income is enough for the two of us. Does your sister know you got married? I sent her a message, but she hasn't replied. She might have gone abroad on a mission. Fong Jing propped her chin on her hand. You've got it good, pregnant in just a few days. In another year and a half, you'll be able to join the Northern Frontier Coalition. Me, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Yiro sighed and didn't answer. Ever since she got pregnant, she seemed to value family more, and she was no longer so willing to lend her husband to her best friend for planting seeds. I came out in my boxers. Honey, where are my pajamas? In my room. I'll go get it. Yiro stood up and went inside. Fong Jing's eyes lingered on my toned upper body. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, she quickly turned her face away. Ever since her husband left for the Northern Front, she'd gone a whole year without a man. Thinking of her husband, a pang shot through her chest. She rose and called out, Ro, I'm heading back. Jing, I'm pregnant, so we can't share a bed. Stay and keep me company tonight, okay? Never mind. I'm afraid I'll get caught in the crossfire. What crossfire? Yiro didn't get it, but an old hand like me caught on immediately. This pretty little wife was the kind who's cold on the surface but wild underneath. As she walked past me, she held her breath, terrified of catching even a whiff of a man's scent, afraid her mind would wander that night and rob her of sleep. Just to be polite, I saw her to the door. Take care, Jing. Take good care of Ro. The moment she opened her mouth, her cover was blown. That masculine scent, it smelled so good. I shut the door and turned to look at Yiro, who grew more womanly by the day. I let out a long sigh. Poor Jing, all alone in that empty bed. Tonight, I'm afraid I'll be getting a taste of the same. Should I call Jing back to sleep with you? She said with a knowing smile. You've got it all wrong, babe. I meant sleeping with you in my arms, nothing more. I'm innocent, not stupid. Once I transfer the chi, we sleep. She had me figured out. With her in my arms, I couldn't sleep at all. I lay awake more than I slept. Her cultivation was deep, so she recovered fast, but I was just an ordinary guy with midterms coming up, and I couldn't afford to keep this up. The instant the chi entered my body, another surge coursed through me. Last night my punching force broke 400 pounds. She thought it was just because she'd upped the dose. Babe, Jing said transferring chi to me would slow down your own cultivation. After I get through midterms, could you stop? No. You need to break through to the mid-stage of the first rank as soon as possible so you can hold your own among your peers. It barely affects me. After the 5th rank, the only place with higher-tier resources is the Northern Great Wall. I'd guess my sister's already at the lower stage of the 6th rank. The Northern Great Wall. I made a mental note. That was one place I absolutely had to go. Once the chi transfer was done, she planted a kiss on my cheek. Consolidate the chi and get to bed early. Are you sure you want to? Good night, hubby. With a sweet smile, she snuffed out my last flicker of hope, went back to her room, and even locked the door behind her. What could I do? I just had to absorb the chi and sleep alone. The next day, she was the one who shook me awake. Rubbing her belly, her eyes full of certainty, she said, Mr. Yang, I'm sure I'm pregnant now. The signs get clearer every day. That fast. My pregnancy only lasts 5 or 6 months, so it grows quickly. I strapped the black gold sword to my back and headed downstairs. The elevator stopped on the 120th floor, and a teenage boy with his head hanging low shuffled in with his parents, Mao Jian, the one from last night. He recognized me. His eyes lit up the moment he saw me. Mom, this is my buddy Yang Ding. His wife is Instructor Yi. His punching power hit 400 pounds last night, and on this monthly exam. His voice was so loud the whole elevator could hear it. His mother's face darkened. Stop worrying about making friends. Your own ability is what decides who your friends are. Mao Jian looked helpless. I didn't respond. Once out of the elevator, I headed straight for the field, and, before anyone else showed up, passed the word to Hu Feng. After he'd taken one of my Peiyuan pills yesterday, he knew this brother of mine was still around. End of the month, there's the breeding farm support duty. Accidents have been happening a lot lately. Take a leave. The counselor won't approve it. I might even get beaten. Just say your wife's pregnant and having stomach pains. My wife can't lie. She might blow your cover. I'll never sell you out. Hu Feng stared at Xiang Bin and his father striding toward us, and suddenly his eyes filled with murderous intent. The hell are you thinking? Nothing. The counselor's here. Ignore me. He returned to his spot. Luo Ho Hot gave him a shove. What did that dog buddy of yours say to you? Said you're a numbskull. Tell me, or I'm reporting you to the counselor. You dare rat me out, and tonight I'll throw you off the building. I mean it. Hu Feng's eyes flashed with menace, scaring her into silence. After exercises came the daily disciplinary session. It was because of that piece of garbage Xiang Bin that I couldn't wait to finish my exams and go be my wife's student at the martial arts academy. Since crossing over, I'd never been this motivated. A lot of you have been handing in leave slips these past few days, coming up with all kinds of excuses to dodge the breeding farm support duty. Jiangling has over 20 million people, and every one of them depends on that farm for meat. Xiangbin sneered. I approve the earlier leave slips. But starting today, anyone who asks for leave gets the slip shoved up their ass. I understood instantly. The ones who'd gotten their leave approved all had connections and had gotten the tip early. The ordinary students were completely in the dark. After the session, Xiangbin called me outside. Did Instructor Yi tell you to take leave? No. I told her I wanted to serve out my last post. If you want leave, I can approve it. I'll backdate it to yesterday. Thank you, counselor. Don't thank me. Thank that bug in the matchmaking system. You're no different from those pieces of garbage. You just got lucky. I sneered. You really think it's a bug? Don't forget, the Empire's queen is a time-type Esper. She has the power of foresight. Xiangbin burst out laughing. You haven't even awakened. And you think you're worthy of Instructor Yi? I'll prove it. The way you talk to me gets more arrogant by the day, and I really don't like it. The ruler in his hand was already itching, hungry for action. Before this, he'd been hoping the higher-ups would annul the marriage so he could beat me until pig shit. But now that Yi Ro was pregnant, the marriage was locked in. Since the counselor cut a deal with my wife and can't touch me, why shouldn't I throw my weight around a little? The slabs of fat on his face twitched. You'll have to get past my son first. I'll make sure he takes good care of you. After class, I picked up Yi Ro, and the first thing out of her mouth was the breeding farm. She'd only just heard about it from Fang Jing during morning drills. Fang Jing's younger brother, Fang Dalong, had middling talent. He'd bumbled along for 2 years to reach the mid-stage of the first rank and made it into the enforcement squad. Last night, when he heard his brother-in-law had died in the line of duty, he'd rushed over to pay his respects. Honey, the farm is outside the city. There's an enforcement squad guarding it, sure, but there have been accidents nonstop lately. You should ask for leave. Too late. The instructor said nobody's allowed to take leave, and I already told him to my face that I was in. I'll go find Xiangbin tomorrow. Don't. You already owe too many favors. They're hard to pay back. This time there'll be tens of thousands of students, 50,000 employees, and hundreds of enforcement officers on patrol. Even if there's danger, it won't reach someone like me. She thought it over and had to agree. At least I've got a bit of cultivation. I can run faster than most. I should be able to keep my life. Fine. After the prenatal checkup tomorrow, let's take Fang Dalong out to eat and ask him to look out for you. Chances are you'll be joining the enforcement squad down the road too. We hadn't even finished dinner when Mao Jian came knocking. Yi Ro answered the door, already annoyed. Who are you? Don't you know it's dinner time? Mao Jian went pale. Instructor Yi, I'm here to train with your husband. Honey, you know this guy? Met him last night. His mom's your co-worker. She's got the monthly exam too. Go up and practice on your own. My husband will come once he's done eating. And don't knock on my door again. It's disrupting our dinner. Yes, of course. Sorry to bother you. He turned tail and bolted. Babe, why so harsh? I don't like people knocking on my door. My sister used to live here, and every single day some suitor would come pestering her. We were so fed up we filed complaints at the principal's office more than once. My wife's value just keeps climbing. Naturally. So, Mr. Yang, now that you've eaten your fill, hurry up and go practice your fists. Only then are you worthy of a 24-karat solid gold wife like me. Today I promise to hit 450. Get some rest early. You've got the checkup tomorrow. The boasts kept getting bigger, but my progress really was outpacing her expectations. She couldn't be bothered to call me out. She just figured I was more driven than the average person, maybe not lacking in talent after all. She'd even developed a new hope that I'd reach the second rank, land a team leader spot in the enforcement squad, and pull in 30,000 a month. By the time our kid grew up, we'd have something of a foothold in this city. She wolfed down the rest of her food and passed me even more spiritual energy. Go practice. I'll clean up. Give me a kiss for encouragement. She pecked me on the cheek. Now go. I hooked an arm around her neck, pulled her in, and kissed her hard on the lips. Now that's. Call me honey. Affection, 12% plus 0.3%. Cultivation progress, 12.4% plus 0.3%. By the time I walked out the door, she was still standing there frozen, cheeks flushed bright red. Up on the rooftop, Mao Jian was getting an earful from his mom. You worthless thing. 10 days left until the monthly exam, and you can't even clear 460 pounds. If you don't hit 500 tonight, don't even think about sleeping. Mom, can I train with a friend? Mao's mom shot me a glance. Train with him? He's only been at it a few days, but he can't even manage 300 pounds. Mom, he's got like 360 or 370. He's got jack squat. You've got no talent, and you're lazier than everyone else. You'll be lucky to have scraps to eat someday. How did I ever give birth to a good-for-nothing like you? This woman was built like a brick wall, with a temper so nasty it made everyone around her nervous. Who says I don't have it? I spoke up. She sneered and pointed at the force meter. Go ahead, throw a punch. I don't believe you've got more talent than my son. I walked over and threw a punch, 452 pounds. Her jaw dropped. Holy crap, you awakened? No idea. Didn't feel a thing. Maybe it's because my wife's spiritual energy is purer, easier to absorb. She never yells at me. She's carrying my kid and cheering me on at the same time. So I'm bursting with energy, and I train hard. Mao Jian looked at his gaping mother. Mom, can I train with him? Fine. Learn from him. Ask him how to channel your energy. Yi Ro's the best at that. The second she left, Mao Jian came alive. The guy was a natural optimist. He'd have been perfectly happy working as a farm technician, but his parents insisted he join the enforcement squad, especially his mom, who was so hell-bent on him making it big that she was smothering him. Let's get started. But I had other plans. He'd been practicing half-step crushing fist for 2 years, the same style Xiangbin used. It's all about force, not energy, the go-to grind for people with poor talent. I wanted to use him to test out some real combat. Your strength's up to par, but what about close-quarters fighting? Melee I'm confident about. My brother beats the crap out of me every day, and he's been in real fights on the enforcement squad. He's way better than those rookies. All right, then here's the deal. You beat me in a real fight, and I'll tell you my wife's secret energy channeling technique. For real? Mao Jian's eyes lit up. He rolled up his sleeves and came at me with a half-step crushing fist combo. I slipped into a serpentine sidestep, glided past his 3-hit combo, and even opened up some distance. You son of a, that's a cheap shot, sneak attacking me, he said, stunned. You actually dodged that? His mom had taught him. The half-step crushing fist hits hard and heavy, but it can't last. Miss 3 punches, and you're the one taking the beating. So a sneak attack boosts your odds of a one-hit win. Too bad it didn't work on me. Yi Ro's close combat gunplay had 2 trump cards. One was the spiritual energy pulse, and the second was footwork, instantly channeling energy into both feet to double your agility. Hearing it. Simple. Comfortable in a real fight. Extremely hard. Yet somehow I pulled it off on my very first try. I drew my black gold sword. Come on. Mao Jian balked. Hold on. You're using a sword against my bare fists? That's a little much, don't you think? I was only trying to rattle him, using it to cover for my spear technique. Fair enough. I'll use my fingers as a blade instead. That work for you? He smirked to himself. Heh. When I snap your fingers in a minute, don't come crying to me. I tossed the sword aside. I'm not a sleazebag like you. Bring it. He came at me with those same 3 moves. This time I didn't dodge. Perfect chance to test my finger spear. First a quivering spear stance. 2 fingers, and I knocked all 3 of his punches away. Then a piercing spear thrust, striking his chest like hitting a pressure point. Mao Jian clutched his chest, went white as a sheet, and dropped to his knees with a thud. Holy crap! I froze in shock. I'd only used first-grade lower realm cultivation. Please tell me I didn't just skewer him to death. This guy couldn't take a hit at all, and I hadn't even used a pulse. Mao Jian, should I call an ambulance? He suddenly gasped, sucking in several frantic breaths before finally coming back to himself. What finger technique was that? Why was it so brutal? My body's been tempered too. It wasn't a finger technique. That was the sweeping blade from the 9-sword forms. Impossible. The 9-sword forms are basic garbage. There's no way a worthless nobody like you beat me with 2 fingers. Then it hit me. He hadn't seen through anything. He just couldn't accept losing. After all, he'd trained for 2 years, and his mom had sunk over 200 grand into it, while I'd been at this for a few days. If his mom found out how easily he went down, he'd get chewed out again. You definitely got careless. Underestimated me, just like your mom does. I kept a completely straight face. He nodded like a madman. That's got to be it. My mom puts way too much pressure on me. Want to go again? Bring it. Time to see what big bro Mao's really made of. This time he didn't dare slack off. He drilled the half-step crushing fist 10 times right there, muttering to himself. Elbows braced out, shoulders loose, back drawn up, neck straight, chin tucked in. When he finished, he was fired up, grinning with confidence. No slip-ups this time. Don't blame big bro Mao for going hard. His fists came roaring in like a tiger. Sweeping blade. I called out sword names while my hands worked the spear technique. Before he could even react, 2 fingers caught him in the chest again. He went pale and hit the ground. By the time he came around, I'd already run through 5 reps of the soul-severing spear. Affection, 12%. Cultivation progress, 12.6% plus 0.2%. Real combat really was worlds better than grinding alone. Beating down Mao Jian twice in my first fight, my confidence shot through the roof. He got up, all his earlier arrogance gone, looking utterly deflated. My mom was right. I really am an idiot. And here I always thought she was wrong. You okay? I'm done. There's no way I can even touch you. Want to try one more time? Test my ass. Nobody bullies people like you do. I've trained for 2 years, and I'm getting my butt kicked by some newborn. Shame to quit now. Nobody try to talk me out of it. Call me bro, and I'll tell you a trick to cheat your way through this month's exam. Bro. Just like that, Mao Jian saw the light again. As long as he could sneak into the martial arts academy and shut his mom up, he'd call me anything. Hell, he'd call me dad. I told him the pulse principle behind the soul-breaking spear. The instant you throw the punch, you pour every ounce of true chi into your right fist. But doesn't that leave the rest of your body wide open? Isn't that dangerous in a real fight? He asked. That's your call. I'm heading home to be with my wife. She's got a prenatal checkup tomorrow. You haven't even practiced yet. Instructor Yi is gorgeous. She's got to have high standards. No. My wife has nothing but endless love for me. No demands whatsoever. That's impossible, right? Back home, Yuro had already showered and was in the kitchen in her pajamas, refining yuan nourishing pills for tomorrow's checkup. I wrapped my arms around her from behind and kissed her sweet-smelling neck. Ugh again. Did you hit 450 pounds of punching force? Passed it. 452. Really? Babe, you're amazing. She got as excited as a giddy little wife and turned to plant a kiss on me. Honey, don't you think you're overdoing it? You're mid-tier 5th grade with over 3 million pounds of punching force. One punch and you level a building or blow up a mountain. You're like 7,000 times stronger than me. That's different, totally different. As long as you work hard and keep improving, you're my perfect husband. She never bothered to check whether I was bluffing. She just kept the praise coming. But praise or not, kisses or not. If I wanted to sleep with her, I had to pass the monthly exam first. The next day was Saturday. Fong Jing came over early. She was also headed to the maternity hospital to be with her child. Watching me bustle around getting Yuro ready, her eyes filled with envy. After I got pregnant, my husband went off to the front lines. I did the prenatal checkups alone. I gave birth alone too. Looking back now, it was really rough. She spoke almost to herself. These naturally gifted awakened ones all want to climb higher, get stronger, rush off to the northern frontier to grab high-grade resources. But the truth is, your kids and your family matter too. Yi Ro fell silent. She was growing more and more reluctant to share me with her best friend. Compared to those guys who knock up their wives and take off, I was already a top-tier good husband. Outside the Imperial Maternity Hospital, Fong DeLong, decked out in a law enforcement uniform with a massive blade strapped to his back, cut an impressive figure. Nobody in the enforcement squad used guns anymore. The bullets did too little damage, sometimes not even piercing beast hide. Sis, Instructor Yi, good to see you. He greeted Fong Jing and Yi Ro warmly, acting like I didn't exist. This marriage had recently become the talk of Jiangling City, buzzing through the enforcement squad. Fong DeLong had harbored a secret crush on the Yi sisters since childhood. It was just that his aptitude was too gap. Never dared to dream above his station. Who would have thought? The guy who knocked up the goddess turned out to be some deadbeat from the pig farming department. Stranger still, when word got out that Yi Ro was pregnant, not a single one of Jiangling's elite stepped in to stop it. DeLong, this is my husband, Yongding. Nice to meet you. He forced a smile. Good name. Yours too. Fong Jing knew the bitterness eating at her little brother, so she quickly changed the subject. You two go do the prenatal checkup. My brother and I will go watch the kids. We'll catch up after lunch together. In the elevator, Fong DeLong couldn't let it go. Sis, is Yi Ro really pregnant? Pretty much for sure. Seeing his constipated expression, she offered some advice. This has to be tied to the higher-ups. Don't go looking for trouble. Huh? A guy who delivers piglets, worthy of the higher-ups' attention? What's with the sour grapes? Yongding's not bad. If you ask me, the more gifted a warrior is, the more they should marry an ordinary person. At least then the kids have someone to look after them, and they won't all die out on the front lines. I'm ordinary too. How come it never worked out for me? Sometimes you just have to accept your lot in life. After the checkup, Yi Ro and I took the report to see the doctor. Instructor Yi, congratulations. You're definitely pregnant, and all the numbers look normal. Given your cultivation level, the baby should be born in about 5 months. Yi Ro had prepared herself, so she stayed fairly composed. Is there anything I need to watch out for? Diet, lifestyle? With your true energy nourishing the child, diet is secondary. But your gestation will be extremely fast, so during pregnancy it's best if there's no intercourse. The entire pregnancy? Yes. Yi Ro shot me a panicked glance. She'd only tried it a few times, and now it was already over? When the doctor said those words, honestly, I was even more anxious than Yi Ro. But I held it together. I understood immediately. It's best if those words were nothing but a disclaimer. If the patient didn't press further, she got to keep things easy. My wife was anxious, so I couldn't afford to be. Yi Ro gave me a shove. Mr. Yang, what are you spacing out for? This isn't just about me, you know. She was certain I wouldn't be able to resist pressing the doctor for more. But I kept a completely calm face. Honey, let's listen to the doctor. Her eyes went wide, and she blew up right there. Are you sure? That's a full 5 months. Anything for the baby. You were never like this before. It's only 5 months. You can't wait that long. I'm not talking to you anymore. Don't blame me later for not warning you. Seeing us start to argue, a knowing little smile flickered in the doctor's eyes. Just as she was about to say something more, Yi Ro stormed out, slamming the door. I hurried after her. Instructor Yi, don't be upset. I tried to take her hand, but she shook me off. You said you wouldn't touch me. Holding hands won't hurt the baby. If you really want to, I'll go back and ask. I need you to provide the Chinese text you'd like me to translate. It looks like your message may have been cut off. I can see the dialogue and story content, but I want to make sure I have the complete text before translating. Could you confirm this is the full passage? If so, here's the translation. Doctor. To hell with your doctor. This kind of thing is optional for us girls. I'm worried about you. That's good. That's good. I was doing the math in my head. Since she won't let me touch her anyway, I might as well keep her wanting more. I'll come back after the monthly exams. Weekly checkups required. We slipped into the elevator and went up to the 9th floor to see Fong Jing's daughter. The little girl wasn't even 2 yet. The moment she saw me, she stretched out her tiny hands. Daddy, Daddy. Fong Jing quickly corrected her. Don't say that. This is your godmother's husband, Uncle Yang. Daddy, Daddy. Fong Dalong stood there in his enforcement squad uniform, his face going dark. Sis, how come your daughter doesn't call me Daddy? You're in uniform. She's scared of you. Yi Ro crouched down to pick her up, but the little girl twisted away and burrowed into my arms. Caught off guard, I fumbled and managed to catch her. Those big, jet black eyes stared right at me. Daddy, Fong Jing laughed. Who knew? Mr. Yang's quite the kid magnet. Now I feel good about having 3 with him, Yi Rose said. She pulled Fong Jing aside and lowered her voice, asking about the pregnancy. I played with the kid while straining to listen. Couldn't catch much, but I heard Fong Jing glance back at me. She's this pretty. How could he hold back? Fong Dalong leaned in. Yi Rose really pregnant? I've already picked out the name. Yang Dingtian. I made up on the spot. He's taking your surname? You think he should take yours? He'd asked for that. He changed the subject. She treated me to dinner. Is that so I'd watch her back at the Jiangling breeding farm? My wife loves me too much. Totally unnecessary. Unnecessary? You have any idea how dangerous that farm is? The ground's riddled with holes. Those things hide underground during the day and come out at night to steal meat. Not just pigs, but people too. Plenty of handlers have been dragged under. Not even bone fragments left. Tens of thousands of handlers. The odds of it being me are basically nothing. That much was true. But I had other plans. The score I had to settle with Xiang Bin could never reach the enforcement squad's ears. This guy watching me was a problem. Fine. If you're going to be so cocky, then good luck to you. He flung his hand and walked off. Fong Jing stopped Yi Ro, who was about to lecture me. Let it go. Yang Ding married you, so he's got to bear the envy of every man in Jiangling. He's in for a rough time. You should be kinder to him. Yi Ro froze for a second, her face full of guilt. Anyone who dares mess with my husband, I'll beat them to death. You're still too young. The waters run deep in Jiangling. Don't worry, Sis Jing. I cut in. I won't let anyone hurt us or our child. Fong Jing nodded. Your husband's getting more manly by the day. Whether I had the ability or not was another matter. But that resolve, that I truly had. Back at the dorm, the text appears to cut off at the end. Let me know if you have more you'd like translated. After Fong Jing left with her kids, Yi Ro tested the waters. Mr. Yang, since you're clearly not interested in me anymore, we can take a nap together, right? You can control yourself. I'll follow the doctor's orders. Fine. You'd better keep your word. She stormed into the bathroom, changed into a thin-strapped camisole and a short skirt that showed off her long, straight legs, and even dabbed on some perfume. Honey, it's the middle of the day. Isn't dressing like that a bit much? You said you could resist. What are you afraid of? She smiled sweetly and slipped under the covers. I swallowed hard, steadied my nerves, and climbed into that warm, fragrant bed, keeping my back to her the whole time. Suffer now, enjoy later. Half an hour later, she couldn't take it anymore. You won't even hold me now? If I hold you, I won't be able to stop. Didn't you say you could resist? Doctor's orders. Maintaining a safe distance. You win. Pregnant women get sleepy. She held out for an hour before finally rolling over, burrowing into my arms, and falling fast asleep. The tigress of days past was now as gentle as a kitten. I got up and left a glass of water and a note on the nightstand. Honey, I'm heading to the rooftop to train. My punching power has skyrocketed since I stopped touching women. I heard later that when she woke and read the note, she was so mad she crumpled it into a ball and tossed it in the trash, muttering, Your punching power went up because of my true energy, not because you stopped touching women. If abstinence boosted cultivation, every single guy would have become a grandmaster by now. That night, I insisted we sleep in separate rooms, doctor's orders. All weekend, we treated each other with the utmost courtesy. Monday morning, I got up early to make her breakfast. Pregnant women need plenty of rest. She leaned lazily against the kitchen doorframe, brushing her teeth, already showing a faint pregnancy glow. Mr. Yang, good behavior this weekend. Keep your distance. The monthly exam's just a few days away. All my energy's going into training. She sneered. At this pregnancy rate, 3 kids would take 15 months. You just keep waiting it out. By the time we're divorced, I'll head to the Great Wall in the Northern Territory, and you'll never touch me again. I was secretly thrilled. Pregnancy hormones were running wild in her. There was no way she could outlast me. Bickering aside, she still refined more than 50 yuan nurturing pills for me over the weekend and handled all the housework. Afraid that jumping from a 1,000-meter-high building might frighten the baby, she made the unprecedented decision to take the elevator down. A star instructor rarely rides the elevator even once a year, so her appearance immediately stirred up chatter. A few aunties who'd had multiple children saw right through it. Oh, my little Ye's going to be a mama? She's only been married a few days, hasn't she? Not even a month. Her cultivation's high, so the fetus grows fast. She could give birth in 5 or 6 months. So a grandmaster would give birth in a month? I heard it only takes 7 days. I held Yi Ro's hand, forcing an awkward smile, unable to get a single word in. She'd been matched by the system too. An ordinary guy who set the whole city buzzing. And now I'm pregnant, which has the entire school in an uproar. Everywhere I go, people point and whisper. Even Mao Jian's mom told her son to stay away from me, terrified that if he got into the martial arts academy, the upperclassmen would have their fun and destroy him. The monthly exam arrived right on schedule. In previous years, this freshman monthly exam was just about class placement, sorting students by rank and doling out resources and cultivation techniques. This year was different. There was a massive society-wide late admission drive, and even the governor of the Jiangling City Enforcement Bureau came to watch in person. Yi Ro was a judge for the close combat section today, so she couldn't meet with me privately. Before she left, she gave me a whole list of reminders. Honey, I heard they bumped the punch force standard up to 600 pounds at the last minute. Take 2 Peiyuan pills today to firm things up. Governor Zhou coming in person means the city's defenses are stretched thin. They're going to expand the enforcement squad. This is a golden opportunity. The Governor Zhou she mentioned was named Zhou Ruashi, daughter of the Jiangling City Lord, a water element ability user who came up through the youth program at Jiangling University. 25 years old, an S-rank master, with 100,000 enforcement officers under her command. She was one of the most powerful women in this city. As a youth program graduate, she was free to choose her own spouse and remained unmarried to this day. At her level, the empire's rules had no hold on her. Even the queen showed her a measure of deference. She won't set her sights on me, will she? Tens of thousands of freshmen. Why would she target you? Because my wife is the famous instructor Yi Ro. She waved me off. Don't worry about her. Just pass the punch force and cultivation technique portions. Forfeit the close combat round outright. It's fine if you end up in a regular martial artist class. You've got a wife to buy you resources and channel true energy into you. My wife is the best. If I were really that good, would you actually behave yourself? She shot me a sideways glance. Follow the doctor's orders. The field was packed with tens of thousands of examinees. They'd even canceled morning drills. Before heading to the judge's table, she leaned in and kissed my cheek on her own. Go get him, honey. Yi Ro told me afterward about what happened at the judge's table. She jogged over to the close combat arena, where the principal and the dean of students were already seated alongside Governor Zhou. She bowed in greeting, clipped on her staff badge, and sat down. Zhou Ruashi had a mane of loose, voluminous curls, a white blouse under a fitted black blazer, and wine-red heels. She sat with her legs crossed, gazing down over the whole arena, radiating pure alpha woman energy. Instructor Yi, she said coldly. The one you just kissed, that's your husband? 40,000 students, and yet she was watching the two of us specifically. Yi Ro froze. Yes, Governor Zhou. Married to an ordinary man. How does that feel? Pretty good. He knows how to take care of me. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Ruashi's eyes. The Yi sisters were youth prodigies, descendants of fallen heroes. And here this one had adapted so quickly. The higher-ups had been hoping Yi Ro would blow the whole thing up, giving them grounds to press the queen for an explanation. Who would have guessed the girl had actually started to enjoy it? You want him to get into the martial arts academy, to get into the enforcement squad. Yes. If he's got no talent, don't send him to his death. There was a major breach in the Great Wall of the North this year, and city defenses are suddenly stretched thin. Out of respect for you, I can arrange a desk job for him. But my husband says he wants to make it on his own. Zhou Ruashi smirked. That's something only capable people have the right to say. The training grounds were split into 2 groups. The Esper Academy test was simple. Whatever kind of matter you could manipulate couldn't be faked, so it was just about assessing aptitude and sorting people into classes. The Martial Academy had 3 trials: punching power, technique, and close combat. The loudspeaker kept blaring the rules. For punching power, you got up to 3 attempts and they'd take your best. With so many applicants this year, the cutoff might be raised to 600 gene. For technique, You got only one shot to perform. Last came the close combat duels. Mao Jian and I inched forward through the crowd. That trick you taught me helped a little, but I can only manage around 550 gene. No matter what I do, I can't push past it. 550 is already good. The top brass from the Enforcement Bureau showed up, which means they're short-handed. They'll definitely expand recruitment, which just means the work's more dangerous. Let's get you past your mom first. Once we're actually on the job, we'll keep our heads down and stay alive. When it was Mao Jian's turn at the power gauge, he threw 3 punches with everything he had. His highest was 556. He shuffled off to the side, dejected. I went through the motions with 3 punches of my own. My best was 602. Holy crap, just barely passed. That's the best I've ever done, too. I rubbed my hands. 300 upperclassmen sat around the technique arena, scoring on the spot. Yang Ding, Worker Farmer ID 6969, 9 forms of the sword. The senior handling the scoring heard the name and looked up. Your instructor, Ye's husband? Yes, senior. I drew the black gold sword, instantly drawing a wave of jealous looks. What freshman could afford a 300,000 blade? All because I'd married well. I had the first form of 9 forms of the sword down cold, and however annoyed the senior was, he didn't dare dock my score in front of everyone. He gave me a 60, a pass. Mao Jian's half-step crushing fist was crude but effective, and with his mom having put in a word, he passed with an 80. According to Yi Ro, Zhou Ruashi had been flipping idly through a tablet at the time and looked over my results. Training up to 600 gene in just a few days. That's not easy for an ordinary person. This husband really does put in the effort. The dean of students forced a smile. It's all thanks to instructor Yi channeling her true energy directly into him. That was cheating, not something you could say out loud. Yi Ro hurried to explain. It's mostly his own doing. He still has to be able to absorb my true energy for it to work at all. Zhou Ruashi remained noncommittal. Let's see how he does in actual combat. Cheating doesn't matter. My only worry is that he'll join the enforcement squad and not live long enough to see his kid grow up. Yi Ro pressed her lips together and looked down at me anxiously, forcing growth before its time. Even she didn't know whether it was right or wrong. The principal leaned in. Governor Zhou, there are too many applicants. The admission cutoff. Up to 600. No need, admit them all. I'll apply to the Empire for resource subsidies. But the academic structure has to change. Monthly exams will become practical field assessments. Grade C and D students won't need 4 years. 1 year, and they're on the job, earning resources on their own merit. In one sentence, the enforcement squad went from a guaranteed cushy job to a high-risk, survival of the fittest position. Yi Ro's heart sank as she listened, wishing she could tell me not to test at all. But if she got reassigned to the pig farm, she'd leave the main city district and could hardly ever come back to be with her kid. Just then, the speaker in the close combat arena crackled. Worker Farmer ID 6969, Yang Ding. Please report to Arena 78 to accept a challenge from Martial Arts Academy ID 1444, Xiang Tianyu. The Dean of Discipline chuckled. Governor Zhou, this Xiang Tianyu is my nephew. I hope you'll look out for him going forward. He's awakened? He has. Not a bad talent, either. Zhou Ruashi smiled coldly. A fully awakened combatant. And he has the nerve to publicly challenge a supplementary admission student? The Dean of Discipline choked on his words. She tapped the table. Yi Ro, win or lose, give Xiang Tianyu a 0. Yes, Governor. Yi Ro answered without hesitation. I found Arena 78 soon enough. The moment I walked in, every eye turned to me. Everyone assumed Yi Ro must have taught me some secret technique for me to dare face Xiang Tianyu. I looked at the judge and spoke, loud and clear, neither humble nor arrogant. Instructor, I forfeit. The whole arena erupted. No shame in a supplementary student forfeiting. He was never a match for Xiang Tianyu anyway. But does he have to be so loud about it? Loud? He sounds more like the one being surrendered to. Even up on the platform, Zhou Ruashi couldn't help but ask, how does he manage to chicken out and still look so damn dignified? I'm the one who told him to forfeit, Yi Ro said flatly. It was never a fair fight to begin with. Xiang Tianyu puffed up with pride, glancing back at the platform to make a stronger impression, completely missing his aunt's expression, which looked like she was fighting off constipation. Sorry, that was too easy a win. He grinned at the judging senior. The senior had meant to give him a 95, but one look at the system showed. Both of them had been given zeros by Yi Ro. Hiding behind the judge to sneak a peek at the scores, Xiangbin's face fell instantly. A 0 meant his son would most likely be placed in a grade C class, stuck with inferior resources, his future ruined. He looked at his sister, bewildered, but didn't dare go up and ask. Xiang Tianyu came running out, asking excitedly, "Dad, what did I get in close combat?" "Not good." "How much?" 90, and I'm in the grade A class. 0. What? Xiang Tianyu lost it right then and there. Even 70 or 80 would have gotten him into a grade B class. But of all things, he'd scored a 0. A 0 meant grade C, the same level as me. Father and son panicked. Their future was in ruins. At the judge's table, Xiangbin pressed down on his son's shoulder, his voice barely a whisper. I was far away, but I could clearly see the ashen faces of that father and son. Later, Yiro told me that Xiangbin had made a threat. The admission list for the Martial Arts Academy wouldn't be posted until the 1st of next month. That left a 5-day window. Your old man's a middle first rank. Killing him would be like crushing an ant. Those 5 days, apparently, were meant for me. And Zhou Ruashi, the governor of Jiangling City, watched the match and left just one sentence before departing. These trash are barely better than ordinary people. Someone pleaded on Xiang Tianyu's behalf, saying he was the nephew of the disciplinary director and had decent talent. Zhou Ruashi sneered. Idiot. Jealous that Yang Ding married Yi Ro, but he can't even take a good look at himself in the mirror. Throw him into Group C. Let the two stupid dogs tear each other apart. 10 armed drones lifted into the sky, and 80 enforcement officers escorted her out of the city. The principal stood below, and only after the drones vanished into the horizon did he dare to breathe again. What a she-devil. I didn't know Xiang Tianyu had gotten a 0. Coming back to the classroom after lunch, all I saw was Xiangbin beating Hu Feng with a stool. The disciplinary ruler had snapped, and the stool had shattered too. Hu Feng's face was covered in blood, sprawled on the floor, crying and screaming. Counselor, I'll change, I'll kowtow, just stop hitting me. He was an orphan. He didn't even have parents to cry out for. I rushed over and grabbed the brick in Xiangbin's hand. You'll kill him. Get lost. He yanked hard. The brick didn't budge. He froze. A middle first rank couldn't even pull free from the grip of an ordinary person. But he was in a rage and didn't think much of it. I let go and forced a smile. Please calm down, counselor. The little bit I scored today wasn't at all thanks to your care. Go ask your wife. He flung his sleeve and stormed off. I watched his retreating figure, and the smile on my face instantly went cold. As I passed Hu Feng, I tossed him a yuan nurturing pill. He was lying face down in the pig dung and sucked it straight into his mouth. Dignity had long become a luxury he couldn't afford. Living really is fucking pointless. He stared at the ceiling, thoughts of jumping off a building in his eyes. I said nothing. Some people's abyss can't be filled by a single word from someone else. Back at the dorm, Yi Ro bounced out of the kitchen and threw her arms around my neck. Husband, congratulations. With that score, you're definitely getting in. My technique score wasn't high. Doesn't matter. Supplementary admissions go by punching power. Your 600 plus pounds of force is about the same as a martial awakener. There was fire in her eyes. She'd been holding back too long. Then it's time you kept your promise, I said. No way, it'll hurt the baby. It won't. I kissed her neck. Within moments, she melted. Then, be gentle. My wife, my child, I'll always treat them gently. The stove's still on. I carried her to the kitchen and turned it off. Affection, 15%, plus 3%. Cultivation progress, 15.6%. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've broken through to the lower second rank. Body tempering complete. Fist strength, 3,200 gene. Soul-severing spear, second layer. Shake, thrust, and block unlocked. My wife was pregnant, so I didn't dare use any force. I just held her and talked. She nestled against me, sweet and docile. Who could imagine this woman could throw a punch packing over 3 million gene of force? Be careful at the farm tomorrow, she said. Eat, work, sleep, don't wander off. In 5 days you'll transfer to the Martial Arts Academy. What if a demon ghost attacks? Run to the rooftop. The enforcement squad will come to the rescue. What are demon ghosts? Underground beast men. They walk upright, pale skin, sharp claws, and they can climb walls. One alone isn't strong, but they're intelligent. They attack in swarms. She paused. When they get close, there's an earthy, rotten smell, like earthworms. Your black gold sword can cut them down easily. How did something like that get into Jiangling City? She sighed. The northern Great Wall is fraught with danger. If the city falls, millions of beasts will pour south, and humanity will face annihilation all over again. After the Great Catastrophe, humanity built the northern Great Wall, 1,000 meters high, 30,000 kilometers long, to hold the beasts back in the frozen north. 100 million awakened warriors from the 5 great empires stood guard along that line. I knew she was worrying about her sister again. Someday, could we bring the kid to the northern wall? The whole family together? That's shoving the kid straight into a fire pit. I shook my head. Jiangling's at the very south, easy to retreat from. I'll do the fighting. You just protect the kid. No need to drag the whole family into it. She smiled a little and said nothing more. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't be in 2 places at once. The truth was, I was keeping a secret. The day my cultivation reached a point where I feared no backstabbing, I'd come clean to her. Between husband and wife, honesty is what makes it last. At least for now, this wife of mine was worth it. Watch out for Xiangbin, she said suddenly, her face going serious. He's a snake. Don't give him a chance to strike while things are chaotic. It's fine. I'll go apologize to him right after dinner. A normal person wouldn't need to grovel like that. But I wasn't normal. I had to play the part all the way. My wife was good to me, so I'd be even better to her. Xiangbin wanted to destroy me, so I'd strike first. That's just how I lived. After dinner, I carried 2 baskets of fruit over to the instructor's building. These days fruit was a luxury. The 2 baskets ran me 1,800. I paced back and forth downstairs for a full hour, just so every instructor coming and going could see my sincerity. When Xiangbin opened the door, he froze. I'm surprised I actually showed up. Where's your wife? She's pregnant. Resting at home. If she's not here, then you're not serious. You're nothing but a piece of shit. The door slammed shut. I set the fruit down by the door, turned, and walked away. Enough. I played my part. The next morning, I stuffed 10 yuan cultivating pills and my black gold sword into my pack and headed to the training grounds to line up. 500 pig transport trucks sat waiting, and 15,000 freshmen from the pig farming department crammed themselves in. You couldn't fit 30 pigs in this truck without it being crowded. You think we're worth more than pigs? Yang Ding's got it made. Married a good woman, and next month he's off to the martial arts academy. He's just an ordinary guy? Think he can pass the test? With a big shot backing you, even a nobody can rise to the top. All we're missing is a chance. I kept my eyes closed and said nothing. The stench inside was unbearable. Hufeng had been beaten so badly he could barely stand, but packed in this tight, there wasn't even room to crouch. I quietly slipped him a yuan cultivating pill. His face filled with guilt. These things cost over 1,000 each, and it would slow down my cultivation. But he was in too much pain. Without it, he wouldn't make it. The convoy rolled out through the south gate, and before us stretched a wasteland of ruined houses and crumbling tiles. Weed-choked shopping malls, rust-eaten skyscrapers, collapsed subway tracks. The whole place reeked of death. Before the cataclysm, this had all been part of Jiangling. Later, to build the city walls, the urban area had been shrunk to 1/3 of its original size. 20 patrol drones circled overhead. This is Captain Zhao Hu, Enforcement Bureau, Squad 22. I'm in charge of your security. The loudspeaker crackled to life. No jumping off the trucks while we're moving. Anyone who breaks from the convoy is on their own. Nobody's coming to look for you. Past the ruined district, the land opened into vast wilderness. A cracked, pitted asphalt road ran through it, both sides thick with overgrowth. Entering high danger zone. Keep your heads inside the cages. The machine guns on the drones locked into position. Martial artists don't much care for firearms, but hot weapons work great for suppressing low-tier beasts. The farther we went, the denser the holes along the roadside became. The big ones were 3 or 4 meters across, the small ones just a few dozen centimeters. The students watched, hearts pounding. The thought of spending their whole lives in this godforsaken place made them envy me even more. What's in those holes? Don't look. The enforcement squad sent this many drones. Isn't it obvious? I heard people are always going missing at the farm. Missing? They got dragged into the holes and eaten. Half an hour later, a massive complex came into view. 250-story towers for raising chickens and pigs, plus a slaughterhouse. Hu Feng and I were assigned to Building 9. Xiangbin jumped down from the truck. Grab your gear and get straight to work. For the next 5 days, you eat and sleep with the sows. Anyone who kills a piglet, my ruler will make him regret it for the rest of his life. I had a sharp eye. His ruler was different now, fitted with a leather sheath and a wooden handle. That wasn't a steel ruler. It's a blade, or a sword. Hu Feng wanted to keep his distance from me, but Xiangbin deliberately put us in the same group. I knew exactly what this bastard was up to. Workers were already delivering piglets in the pens, every one of them expressionless, going through the motions like machines. Nobody spoke. There were cameras. The oppressive atmosphere made me grateful once again that Yiro had gotten me into the martial arts academy. This place was no place for a human being. It's 10 in the morning, Xiangbin said, checking his watch. You two work until 10 tomorrow before you get any rest. You sleep here at the pen entrance and take turns keeping watch. 30 minutes a day for the bathroom. Go over that. And you piss and shit right here in the pen and clean it up yourself. With that, he found a quiet room and went off to sleep. The enforcement squad tightened security, deploying 800 people on patrol. Feng Dalong was among them. His group of 8 had 1 earth type, 1 fire type, 1 metal type, and 4 martial arts types. The wall stood 10 meters high, the barbed wire fence electrified with high voltage, stricter than a prison. High voltage works on ordinary beasts, but the demon ghosts can burrow through the ground. They don't climb up at all, a colleague said. If we can't find their nests, we'll never wipe them out. They're as cunning as gophers, Feng Dalong replied. Strange, isn't it? Things are this dire, and yet the governor won't let us search for the nests. Feng Dalong didn't get off until 10 that night. Remembering what Yiro and his sister had asked of him, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, he got up and headed to Building 9 to check on me. As he got closer, he froze. Building 9 was swaying. Students' cries for help came from inside. Holy shit, is the foundation hollowed out? He rushed toward the entrance. Boom. A deafening roar. The ground trembled. The entire Building 9, all 180 meters of it, sank straight into the earth. Feng Dalong had been as small as an ant beside it. Now, with a single step, he could stand on the roof. Red alarms blared frantically. Over 100 enforcement officers came running. Zhao Hu arrived and stared at the deep pit before him, unable to speak for a long moment. Captain, what do we do? Call headquarters for backup. Get every A rank and above Earth type in the city to pull this building out. Now. Should we go down? Feng Dalong asked. Zhao Hu shook his head. Anything that can dig a pit this deep, there must be a staggering number of them. Go down there, and you're dead. There are over 1,000 people alive in there. Save your own damn life first. Quit bothering me. Zhao Hu barked. Inside the sunken Building 9, the emergency doors were locked shut and the backup power had kicked in. But the glass had shattered, and the beasts could get in at any moment. Xiangbin climbed up off the floor and stared blankly at the students scrambling around. He turned to look out the window. Nothing but a wall of dirt, water seeping through it and dripping into the room. Where am I? Counselor, we're underground. Underground. Xiangbin's scalp tingled. He'd only taken a nap. How the hell did he end up in the underworld? The distress call reached Jiangling University fast. The one on duty happened to be Yiro's colleague. Yiro lost it on the spot. She burst into the room, opened the safe with facial recognition, and pulled out that soul-severing spear, worth 5 million. Black leather jacket, combat boots. Pregnant or not, she took a running start off the rooftop and leapt 1,000 meters into the air. A forward flip at the peak of her arc, landing squarely on a rooftop 2 kilometers away. Another leap. A flick of her right hand. A 3-foot metal rod clicked and clacked, the hidden barrel snapping out, extending to 2 meters in an instant. My darling wife has arrived. Underground Building number 9. I led Hu Feng and the others from the 7th floor up to the 17th. It took a solid hour. Sows dragged their piglets around in a frenzy, the emergency lights dim as ghostly flames. Every step crushed a squealing piglet, and one wrong move meant getting bowled over by a raging sow. The classmates who'd grown up in the city had long since turned into a flock of frightened birds. Me? Even hanging by a thread, I never forgot my mission. You see the counselor? He sleeps like the dead, slower to react than us. He's probably behind us. Then we wait for him. Hu Feng was gasping like he might drop dead, but still couldn't understand. Wait for him. Better off if that bastard's dead. We're all still alive. He's a rank 1 mid-tier cultivator, and he's got a sword. You think he dies that easy? I shot back. Luo Hohat's face went pale. She suddenly dropped her voice. Quiet, listen. Downstairs. The stairwell echoed with the shrieks of the pigs, wave after wave, like something was tearing them apart in bulk. Woven through the screams was a faint, high-pitched giggling. Not pigs. Not human. The kind of sound that made your scalp crawl. I sniffed. A rank, earthy stench hit me. Exactly the smell my wife had warned me about. The wraiths caught up. What wraith? Never seen one myself. But the smell and the sound, they match. Shit, then run. Before the words even left my mouth, the fire door on the 17th floor got kicked open. Xiang Bin charged up, 3-foot narrow sword in hand, panting hard. What are you panicking for? You pack of worthless trash. Counselor, let's head up. Maybe the enforcement squad's already coming down to rescue us. Dream on. He sneered, pointing at the surveillance camera on the wall. The building's dropped 200 meters, power's completely out. The emergency lights won't last long. Nobody's coming to save small fry like you unless you climb to the top floors. I saw it clearly. He wasn't panicking because he had cultivation, and even more because these students around him were nothing but live bait for the wraith. As long as someone stood in front of him, he'd stay safe forever. Yang Ding, Hu Feng, you're with me covering the rear. Everyone else up. Hu Feng shrank back the moment he heard it. You hurt my back? I can't run. I'm not covering the rear. Now, of all times, you grow a spine. Xiang Bin sneered, closing in while swinging his sword scabbard. Hu Feng backed away, clutching his waist, shooting me a pleading look. That shrill laughter grew closer. The fire door thudded under the pounding. I spoke up immediately. Counselor, I'll cover the rear with you. I've got some cultivation and I brought a sword. I'm faster than the rest of them. I knew the truth. Hu Feng, that fat pig, was someone Xiang Bin was saving to toy with later. But me? I was the one he absolutely had to kill. Revenge for Yi Ro ruining his son's future. Sure enough, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. Fine. Everyone does as I say. Climb like your lives depend on it. Anyone who slows us down, I kick down to feed the ghosts. The students bolted. We'll hold this door and buy them 2 minutes. Got it, whatever you say, counselor. I played it dumb and honest, the picture of a guy without a scheming bone in his body. Only after the footsteps faded and the fire door was smashed to pieces did the two of us start climbing, deadbolting every door behind us floor by floor. Xiang Bin stayed at my back, trying more than once to run his sword through my spine. But I was always half a step ahead. Huff, huff. Yang Ding, what's your cultivation level? Just under first rank lower realm. After my wife burns through her spiritual energy, she's got about 600 pounds of punching force. By the next day, it drops to 480. Then how the hell aren't you even winded? I'm young, that's how. At the 24th floor, he suddenly barked, Stop. What is it, counselor? Young people should respect their elders. You cover the rear and lock the doors. I'll clear the path up front. Heh, time for the dirty tricks. I moved past him and saw him gripping the sword hilt for dear life. Want me to hold your sword? No need. Thanks, counselor. I stood behind the door, fumbling with the lock for ages, until he was cursing me out in frustration. He was waiting for me to get it locked, so he could strike from behind. Counselor, this bolt's broken. Idiot, just die already. He came diving down the steps, thin blade aimed straight at my back. In that instant, I spun around and yanked the fire door wide open. Charging full speed, Xiang Bin couldn't stop himself. He flew straight into the 23rd floor. On the ceiling, several white specters' eyes flashed green in a heartbeat. Shrieking with laughter, they dropped down and tore into him. It was the first time I got a clear look at a specter. Green triangular eyes, protruding fangs, a sickly pale body, fingertips like knives, its whole form slick with a snot like ooze. Xiang Bin was no pushover either. One swing of his thin blade cut down 2 of them. What are you standing there for? Get over here and help. Counselor, I've never been in a fight. I didn't run. These specters were too weak, and the main horde hadn't caught up yet. Now that things were in motion, kill intent, you have to watch him die completely. Another 7 or 8 of them came rushing in, drawn by the smell of blood. Xiangbin's leg got clawed open, and the sight of fresh blood only made the wraiths more frenzied. "Throw me your black gold sword." "Now," I sneered inside. That was exactly the line I'd been waiting for. "Counselor, catch." The moment his hand closed around the hilt, I was already on him. "What the hell are you?" I didn't answer. 2 fingers, sharp as spikes, drove straight into his heart, his liver, his gut. Not confident it was enough, I struck his throat for good measure. "You son of a ugh." His eyes bulged like brass bells as blood gushed out. The spiritual energy at each wound point suddenly detonated, flesh flying everywhere. I yanked the black gold sword back, cut down 3 wraiths in quick succession, kicked his corpse into the swarming pack of them, then locked the door and ran. On the way, I washed every trace of blood off the blade in a water basin. On the 38th floor, I caught up with the classmates who couldn't keep running. "Yang Ding, where's the counselor?" He said I was too slow, told me to go ahead. He stayed behind to hold them off and lock the door. Huff, huff. I dropped onto the steps, gasping for breath, playing it up. The counselor's always tough on us, but when it counted, he laid his life down to protect us. If we make it out alive, I'm writing the school a letter of commendation. I nodded hard. I'll write the first one. 800 words. My acting was convincing. Aside from Hu Feng, who looked half skeptical, everyone bought it completely. For all his harshness, Xiang Bin had genuinely looked out for me. The 2 of us got along well. Everybody knew that. The group kept climbing. By the 40th floor, Luo Hohat's foot slipped, and she went down. When she got back up, she was somehow clutching a bloody human head. The face had been gnawed to pulp. You couldn't even tell if it had been a man or a woman. "Ah!" She screamed and hurled the head at me. I caught it and looked. Deep claw marks scored the crown. My heart dropped. There's a whole bunch more in this corridor, dozens of them. I bolted into the stairwell, and my scalp went numb in an instant. Besides the heads, the floor was littered with shattered bones. The flesh had been picked clean, even the marrow sucked dry. "Stop climbing. There are wraiths up there." Whole packs of them. More than 100 students plunged into despair in an instant. Enemies behind, blocked ahead. Their strength was already spent. They were long past the breaking point. Hu Feng slumped to the ground. "Yang Ding, you've got cultivation and you've got a sword. Maybe you can fight your way out." He pointed at his own neck. "Do a brother a favor and make it quick, then run. Don't stay here and die with the rest of us. We're only on the 40th floor. 10 more, and we're at the top. There's still hope. Those things can burrow through the ground." Hu Feng gave a bitter smile. "They're up there blocking the way on purpose. They want to make sure not one of us is left clean." I mulled it over for a second. Pushing forward might land us right in the middle of the ghost swarm, with no way back. Even with my cultivation, I wouldn't get out easily. Better to dig in and wait it out. The enforcement squad can reach this floor no problem. As long as we hold out long enough, someone's bound to come rescue us. Hold out how? Fire doors won't stop them. Every floor has a big utility room. We get inside, barricade every door and window, and wait for help. Hu Feng had clearly given up on living. You could obviously run on your own. Why bother staying with us? I looked across the young, tender faces. We grew up together in that orphanage, classmates for over a decade. If I can save you today, consider it my going-away gift. I'm entering the Martial Arts Academy next month. After that, I won't be able to help with whether you live or die." The words reignited a spark of hope in the despairing crowd. We found the utility room fast, but the iron door was locked from the inside. Someone was in there. The people inside heard the commotion and cracked the door open to peek out. I seized the moment and kicked it wide open. 7 or 8 guys who'd been bracing the door went flying, sprawled on their backs, faces bloodied and dazed. "How the hell are you so strong? Keep blocking that door and you'll draw those things right to us. Then we all die." Dozens of uniformed employees were crammed inside, gripping all kinds of tools, squaring off against me. I drew my black gold sword and strode right in, forcing them back step by step. "I'm about to enter the Martial Arts Academy. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering pigs. Anyone who resists dies where they stand. Otherwise, do as I say, and we all survive together." What's your plan? Seal off every window and iron door. We've got 15 minutes. Seal them with what? The wall around the pig pen outside. Pry it loose, 20 people to a group, and haul it in. 200 of us. One trip each is all it takes. That wall's not easy to knock down. That's what the forklifts and crowbars are for. Move. With that, I turned and headed for the nearest pig pen. Concrete walls, 4 sides, about 4 feet high. I channeled 3,200 pounds of force and shook the wall loose by sheer strength. This wall's coming loose. Get over here. The young, strong guys rushed in. One pry with the forklift and the wall toppled. It really is loose. Probably got jarred loose when everything crashed down earlier. This pig pen's over a decade old. The older employees covered for me on their own. Their excuse sounded more believable than my lie. Quit talking, hurry. They could spot us any second. I did the same thing again, toppling 12 more walls. Each one weighed at least 2 tons. Even with tools and over 100 strong men, it was still grueling. Luckily, the sows and piglets squealing all over the place drowned out the noise for us. The first batch of walls came in, but 20 people couldn't lift them upright. The wall was 4.5 meters wide, stood upright. It sealed off the window perfectly. I stepped in to help, but I couldn't blow my cover, so I shouted, 10 more guys. Get the forklift to prop it up to a meter first. As the forklift pushed, I secretly channeled a pulse of true energy and gave it a sudden shove. The wall slammed right up against the window. Holy crap, we did it. You're a beast, big guy. Quick, stack 2 more layers of bricks at the bottom to hold it. Don't let it fall and crush anyone. The second window was sealed, and the last group made it inside. The demons spotted us. They're rushing in. Shut the door. Push with everything you've got. Lift the wall up and seal it off. The moment I slid the third bolt into place, a violent impact hit the door from outside. The demon's shrill laughter mixed with the sound of claws scraping metal, sending a jolt down everyone's spine. Technically, it wasn't laughter. Demons can't laugh. It was the excitement they couldn't contain the instant they smelled human flesh. The girls huddled in the corner had already dissolved into sobs. Most of them were pregnant. 6 concrete walls now sealed the iron door tight. I'd burned through all my true energy and collapsed onto the floor, gulping down every yuan-restoring pill my wife had prepared for me. Someone suddenly shouted, "The counselor's still out there. What if he comes back? How do we let him in?" "It's nothing but demons out there. Only an idiot would come back," Hu Feng answered. Fair enough. A workshop supervisor in his 30s, maybe mid-30s, pulled out a cheap hand-rolled cigarette and lit it for me with great respect. "Bro, you're a real one. If we make it out of here, we'll definitely write a letter to Jiangling University to commend you for what you've done. I don't actually smoke, but this might be the last one I ever get, so why waste it?" I took a hard drag and exhaled the smoke. The tension in my body eased quite a bit. As long as we hold out long enough, we'll survive. Those law enforcement teams don't have the guts to come down, but my wife does. Wouldn't your wife just be walking into her own death? The hell she would. My wife's a close combat instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. Killing these demons is like chopping radishes to her. The supervisor just stared, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the law enforcement team still hadn't decided whether to go down or not. The students who'd escaped upstairs said the demons had taken everything below the 6th floor. A rough count put them at over 10,000. If they went down, the team would take heavy casualties for sure, trading the lives of awakened warriors for a bunch of good-for-nothing students. Whether it was worth it was the real question. What made it worse was that, after all that effort, the people down there had probably already been eaten. Captain Zhao, who furrowed his brow, staring at the structural blueprint of building number 9. "What's the word from above?" the lieutenant asked. "The governor's leaving it up to us." Zhao, whose heart was heavy. What that meant was, whether students died or his own men died, his position was as good as gone. "Boss, the governor's obviously telling us not to launch a rescue. Let's just wait for the Earth element Esper. 1,000 lives lost. When the Empire comes looking for someone to blame, I'm the scapegoat. But if you go to save them, you'll offend the governor all the same and get your brothers killed." Zhao, who scratched his head, frustrated. "Protecting the people of Jiangling is the duty the Empire gave us." Just then, a black shadow plummeted from 1,000 meters up, landing steadily on the rooftop. Feng Dalong stepped forward. "Yiro, what are you doing here?" Yi Ro had sprinted 30 kilometers without stopping. She was in no mood for pleasantries. She'd come to save her husband. Yang Ding's squad. Are they in Building 9? Yes. Which floor? Should be the 7th. The 7th? Who the hell put my husband on the 7th floor? Her eyes flushed red. That bastard Xiang Bin. The lower the floor, the closer to the ghosts, and the harder to reach. How many people have you sent down? We haven't decided yet. Haven't decided? She glared at her watch. It's been 2 hours already. She shoved past Fong Dalong and marched straight up to Zhao Hu. Yi Ro had become something of a celebrity in Jiangling lately. Zhao Hu recognized her. Instructor Yi Yu. My husband's down there. Why haven't you sent anyone? There could be over 10,000 mutant ghosts down there. All the more reason to move fast. You've got 1,000 men. Command hasn't given the order. I can't act on my own. I'll take point. You bring up the rear and pull the students out. If it gets dangerous, you retreat. Simple. Zhao Hu hesitated. Nearly all the Enforcement Corps' elite had been sent to the Great Wall in the north. Those left behind were mostly first rank. Second rank was enough to make you a squad captain. He himself was only second rank, upper tier. Compared to a fifth rank like Yi Ro, the gap in nerve and skill was worlds apart. Captain Zhao, Yi Ro said coldly. Can your situation really get any worse? They put you in charge of guarding the breeding farm. You've got to do something. I need to check with the governor. Take your time checking. I'm going down myself. Instructor Yi, it's too dangerous alone. If something happens to you, I can't answer for it. You think you can stop me? In a flash, she vanished from the rooftop doorway. Fong Dalong leaned in toward Zhao Hu. Captain, she's 5th rank, middle tier. To her, these ghosts are just radishes and cucumbers. If we follow behind and save a few students, maybe we'll take less heat. Zhao Hu snapped out of it. Right? Squads 1 through 3, stay close to me. Inside the utility room, the doors and windows still held, but the solid walls were about to give. Thousands of mutant ghosts clung to the entire wall, claws digging frantically, their specialty. From the sound of it, the whole wall would be hollowed out soon. 200 people were crammed inside, nowhere left to run. Ordinary folks had almost never seen a mutant ghost. Several wet themselves on the spot. The already stuffy room reeked with a sharp, foul stench. Every pair of eyes bore down on me. Brother Ding, the wall's about to break through. What do we do? I was out of options too. Who could have guessed the enforcement squad would be such cowards? Looks like Zhou Ruoshi, that pretty little warlord, didn't give a damn about the lives of us commoners. So we'd have to rely on ourselves. I drew my sword and walked toward the wall. What do we do? Grab a weapon and fight your way out. Or would you rather just sit here and wait for them to eat you? We haven't awakened. How are we supposed to fight? If you can lift a shovel, you can kill a demon. Not fighting back, that's the real death sentence. Your life belongs in your own hands. The words had barely left my mouth when a razor claw burst through the wall, striking straight for my back. I spun around hard, severing its arm with one slash, then drove my blade through its skull. The demon's serpentine tongue flicked out as it shrieked in agony. I hoisted up the slick white arm. That's all they've got. Pregnant women, get back. Everyone else, men, women, doesn't matter, get up here with me. Hu Feng, the guy everyone knew was the biggest coward, was the first to grab an iron rod and rise to his feet. Ding's right, we're all dead anyway. 100 men snatched up whatever iron they could find and lined up behind me. The instant the wall began violently shaking, I let out a roar and slammed into it with every ounce of cultivation I had. Charge with me. The wall crashed outward, and the demons scattered. I seized the moment and cut down 5 in a row. Hu Feng's iron rod skewered one clean through. A brave girl swung a butcher's cleaver, hacking away, until a claw pierced through both her legs and started dragging her into the swarm. Yang Ding, save me. My left hand swung the sword, while my right clamped down on her wrist. But all I pulled back was half of a pale white arm. She was dragged into the horde and torn apart, her screams echoing through the entire pig pen. Ding, behind you, there's a ton of them. Hu Feng pointed past my shoulder. I turned. The pig pen was a sea of white, 1,000 of them at least, all charging madly at the sound, cackling with excitement. Crash! A huge chunk of the 40th floor ceiling collapsed, 20 or 30 square meters of it, crushing a dozen demons on the spot. Yi Ro descended through the broken ceiling, her spear sweeping wide, mowing down another wave. Honey, I'm about to unleash a big one. Tell your classmates to hit the deck. Even as I fought, I bellowed. My wife's here. Everyone down. Get the hell down. I threw myself flat on the ground, and everyone behind me followed suit. Yi Ro gripped the butt of her spear with her right hand, spun a full 360 degrees on the spot, and unleashed a ferocious wave of spear energy that swept out across the room. The head of the demon charging right at me dropped to the floor, its fangs landing squarely on my forehead. Rubbing my head, I looked up and witnessed a sight I'd never forget for the rest of my life. 1,000 demon heads, all shorn off by that single wave of spear energy, blanketed the entire floor in white. Turns out my wife wasn't just unbeatable in close combat. She could project her spear energy too. Yi Ro planted her spear, then went hopping and skipping across the sea of corpses, full of, careful not to slip. Thick sauce had spilled all over the floor, making it treacherous. Where's my husband? Is he hurt? I shot to my feet and shouted into the darkness. Honey, I'm over here. A figure came flying through the air and landed squarely in my arms. It was Yi Ro. Are you hurt, babe? I'm fine. The baby okay? I've got Chi protecting me. These little freaks can't scare our baby. Her delicate, pale ear twitched, and her expression shifted instantly. There are at least 10,000 demons rushing up from below. Take the survivors up. I'll hold this floor. I knew staying would only slow her down. We're on the 40th floor. 20 minutes is all you need to buy us. The second you can't hold, fall back. You and the baby matter most. Affection, 16% plus 1%. Cultivation progress, 16.6% plus 1%. She kissed me hard. Okay, whatever you say. Now go. I led over 200 classmates in a mad dash for the roof. Anyone with energy left, spread out and sweep every utility room on each floor. What if there are demons? My wife cleared everything on the way down. There's not a single living demon up here. Someone stumbled over, panting. Yongding, what's your secret? How'd you land someone like Instructor Yi? My wife's ugly, dumb, and nags me about everything, day and night. Just luck of the draw. I glanced at my watch and barked. Cut the chatter. My wife's down there risking her life to buy you time. We reached the 42nd floor when footsteps suddenly echoed in the stairwell. What the hell is that? It's people, I said. Sure enough, it was the enforcement squad that had chased Yi Ro down. Captain Zhao who stared at us. Just these 200? It's all demons below. 10,000 of them. Zhao Hu went pale. 1,000 people had been in this building. Fewer than 300 made it up. Which meant at least 500 had fed the demons. Not even bones left behind. I don't know exactly what happened down there, but later I heard the story. One that circulated through Jiangling City for a long time. Yi Ro, wielding a 6-foot soul-severing spear, sealed off the stairwell. She perched on the wall of a pig pen, a lollipop tucked in her mouth. The demons clawed their way out of the walls, baring fangs and flicking snake-like tongues, hissing and cackling. She kicked out with the soul-severing spear, driving it straight into a demon's mouth. Then, in a flash, she gripped the shaft and unleashed a pulse of chi. The 100-plus demons packed in behind it were skewered through in an instant. Some say after she killed 300, the corpses piled into a mountain. Some say she cut them down like slicing radishes and could have kept going for 3 days and 3 nights. I believe it, because the moment I burst onto the rooftop, she erupted from the ground almost simultaneously, landing squarely before me. The concrete cracked beneath her feet, yet not a hair on her head. Nothing was messed up. Zhao Hu stepped forward. Instructor Yi, did the aberrants catch up? No, they actually fled downward. She frowned. These things are getting almost as smart as humans. Way too organized. She scanned the rescued students and staff. Where's Xiangbin? He stuck my husband on the 7th floor. I've still got a score to settle with him. Didn't see him come up. Yi Ro sounded concerned, but I caught that flicker of secret hope in her eyes. She'd rather he hadn't made it up. Zhao Hu sealed the rooftop door and set up rotating watch shifts. The aberrants had incredible night vision, but were terrified of light. They wouldn't leave their burrows in daylight. We just had to hold out till dawn. That's when 10 drones came tearing through the sky. The first woman to land wore a white blouse, gray patterned dress slacks, and heels. Her domineering presence was suffocating. Hundreds of enforcement officers shouted in unison, "Welcome, Governor." She glanced at Yiro and frowned. "What are you doing here?" "Rescuing my husband." "You hopped over here from the instructor's building, more than 30 kilometers away?" "Piece of cake." Governor Zhou Ruashi shot me a look, her eyes full of mockery. "So it's true love, huh? Yiro, your taste is really something." Zhou Ruashi turned to Zhao Hu, her voice cold as ice. "You had all these people up here guarding the place. What exactly did you accomplish?" Zhao Hu's face went white as he stammered. Yiro cut in first. "Governor," Zhao Hu and his men responded quickly. "They're the ones who escorted the students and staff up here. I held off the aberrants myself. I knew why she was covering for him. Zhao Hu might be my superior someday." Zhou Ruashi sneered. "Over 500 dead, including instructors from the Workers' and Peasants' Academy. There's no way to explain this to the Empire. Zhao Hu, you're losing your captaincy. Demoted to lieutenant. And everyone's bonus is canceled this year." "Yes, Governor." More than 700 enforcement officers answered as one. No one dared object. She beckoned to 5 Earth Element Espers. "I'll trouble you 5 to lift the building. There may still be survivors." These 5 had cultivation on par with the governor herself, yet they still had to obey her orders. They positioned themselves at the 4 corners with one in the center, crouching down at the same time and pressing both palms to the ground. Veins bulged on their foreheads, their faces flushing red. Then I witnessed the most staggering thing I'd ever seen. The massive 50-story building actually shuddered loose and rose up from the earth. The 50th floor cleared the ground. Then the 49th. The 48th. Hundreds of thousands of tons of steel and concrete, torn straight out of the dirt by 5 people. I'd always thought I was just ordinary. It was only now that I understood. In this era, an ordinary person who couldn't awaken really was no different from a pig. Just food, nothing more. Zhou Ruashi walked over to my side. "Feel. So what do you think?" "That's incredible. Your wife is on that level. She might even surpass them." She fixed her eyes on me, waiting for me to hang my head in shame. "Does an ordinary man like you deserve to be her husband?" I replied calmly, reporting to the governor. "Yes, I do." She froze. Beside me, Yiro nearly burst out laughing. Zhou Ruashi looked at the two of us like we were a couple of idiots. But she still murmured, you two really are a good match." "Governor, watch out." When the building had been pulled up to the 35th floor, 7 or 8 demons crashed through the windows and lunged at her. Yiro had barely drawn her gun when Zhou Ruashi raised her hand. With a single sweep, the moisture was forcibly drained from those demons. In an instant, they dropped to the ground, reduced to a handful of weightless, withered husks. I sucked in a sharp breath. So this was what a water element ability could do. Terrifying. "Are you scared?" she asked smugly, admiring her slender hand. I'd already retreated behind Yiro, but I shook my head. "I've got a wife. I'm not scared." Zhou Ruashi couldn't be bothered with a thick-skinned deadbeat like me any longer. As the building was about to reach ground level, she raised her hand. "Slow down." Below us was a pit 200 meters deep. She pressed both palms to the ground, closed her eyes, and concentrated. Sweat beaded at her temples. She was drawing up groundwater, freezing it into 10 meters of solid ice to bear the hundreds of thousands of tons of the building's weight. 5 Earth Element Masters then descended from 300 meters up, riding on dust. The grit clinging to their soles was enough to let them fly. They pressed their hands to the earth and unleashed their power, drawing up 1,000,000 cubic meters of soil from underground to fill and compact the pit. The shattered walls were restored good as new. Watching all of this, I suddenly understood. This was how the Northern Great Wall was built, a kilometer high, stretching 30,000 kilometers. I wanted that kind of power too. If one person possessed all these abilities at once, how strong would they be? Looks like from now on, I'd have to take the initiative and land myself a few more powerful wives. At that thought, I stole a glance at Zhou Ruashi. This woman, was there even a chance? Hu Feng nudged me. "Do you think Instructor Xiang is still alive? With his level of cultivation?" No way. He'd been dead set on dying, but now hope suddenly flared in his eyes. He didn't know this was the last gift I, as his brother, was giving him before we parted. On the 1st of next month, 2 people who'd grown up together since childhood would set off toward completely different lives. Yiro caught up with Zhou Ruashi just as she was about to enter the building, forcing a smile. Governor, my husband's had a real scare, and next month he has to enter the martial arts academy. Could you let me take him home to recover for a few days? What? Is your husband pregnant too? Haha, Yiro laughed along. The fact that he made it up here alive means he's got some ability. What if he's exactly the kind of talent the Empire needs? The reason she was groveling like this was because of the wraiths were beyond counting. A pit this size, 1,000,000 cubic meters carved out of the earth, meant this was almost certainly their nest. Leaving my husband here was too dangerous. Zhou Ruashi rolled her eyes. You're practically doing the math right in my face. So you're just a worried wife wanting special treatment, huh? Fine. Wait here. I'll have my jet take you both. By dawn, the enforcement team had captured over 20 living wraiths, but not a single survivor. Fong Dalong walked over, holding a slender sword. Whose is this? One of the students recognized it. That's Instructor Xiang Bin's. When I found it, there was still a hand attached to it. Fong Dalong held out the sword. Tell his family he's dead. I felt calm. But Hu Feng couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips, as if all the beatings and humiliation of the past had been released in this single moment. He'd found his reason to keep living again. Zhou Ruashi's private jet was so spacious it didn't even have a cockpit, piloted instead by an AI called Little Dragon. It could seat 20 at full capacity, but right now she was the only passenger. The cabin was covered with her personal belongings, clearly the space of a woman who was meticulous and loved cleanliness. Little Dragon, drop Instructor Yi at Jiangling University's Building 3 first, then take me home. She collapsed onto the couch. I'm exhausted. When we land, they can see themselves out. Don't wake me. The drone rose into the air on its own. I pulled Yiro into my arms and kissed her lips. Wife, you're pregnant and you've been running around all night. Lean on me and get some rest. She handed me the soul-reaping spear, nestled against me, and was fast asleep in under a minute. Her breathing was even, her expression peaceful and sweet, like a baby's. I knew Zhou Ruashi was peeking, so I stroked Yiro's face and kissed her forehead, her nose, the corner of her mouth. I couldn't get enough of her. Lying on the couch pretending to sleep, Zhou Ruashi watched through slitted eyes. She'd only agreed to let us ride her jet to see whether Yiro's feelings were genuine. But the longer she watched, the more her expression shifted. These days, the raciest reading material available was the Newlyweds Handbook. No discs, no internet. If you didn't get married, there was simply no way to learn about the ways between men and women. When I stopped, she actually looked disappointed, cracking her eyes open now and then to see if I'd continue. 30-some kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. Instructor Yi, we've arrived at Building 3. Please gather your belongings and disembark. Yiro sat up and yawned. I just fell asleep and now I'm awake. Honey, I had a dream. What dream? I dreamed our son was born, incredibly handsome, and a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy. I was about to respond when Zhou Ruashi waved me off. Go, go, go. Save it for your own home. Governor, you weren't asleep? Yiro asked. None of your damn business. Now get off. Yiro sat up from my arms and stretched, then turned to Zhou. Ruashi laughed carelessly. Honey, you're so comfortable to sleep on. I slept so well. Zhou Ruashi's face darkened. Yiro, keep showing off and I'll kick you off this drone. Yes, Governor, we'll leave right away. Yiro linked her arm through mine. Honey, let's go home. I still want you to hold me while I sleep. Okay, take it easy, babe. Get lost. We walked home hand in hand. My wife's little mouth chattered the whole way. You must be tired, honey. Go take a shower. I'll heat up something for you to eat. You get 4 days off now. Perfect timing to go shopping with me and buy clothes for the baby. I want to apply to bring the baby home at night to take care of it. But I've never been a mom before. I don't know anything. I followed her into the kitchen, pinned her against the door, and kissed her hard. Honey, what are you doing? Aren't you tired? Her lips pushed me away, but her body was completely honest. Affection, 16.5%, plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 17.1%, plus 0.5%. I only stopped once I'd kissed her senseless. With a wife like you, I, Yang Ding, will never be a kept man. One day, both you and our child will be proud of me. Yiro's eyes instantly welled up. Then don't stop. If you're not too hungry, that is. I'm starving, I said, scooping her up and carrying her back to the bedroom. And I'm going to devour you. The numbers ticked upward one notch at a time. By the final one, affection had surged to 17.6%, and cultivation had broken 18%. I held her as we slept until noon, when a knock at the door woke us. Yiro lazily went to answer it. Jing, why are you here at noon? Fong Jing came in, lowering her voice. Is Yongding okay? I just heard from my little brother. He's fine. I got him some leave. He's resting at home these few days. You need to make sure he's mentally prepared, Fong Jing said gravely. The student council is going to interrogate the surviving students. A lot of instructors died this time. Yiro curled her lip. Over 500 students died, and only 20 or 30 instructors. Who cares about those lowlifes from the Workers' and Farmers' College? The one leading the investigation is the Dean of Discipline. Her younger brother, Xiang Bin, apparently, he's dead. I came out of the bedroom, taking in every word, but kept my expression neutral. My style has always been to keep a low profile, leave no survivors, and give no one anything to hold against me. Jing, since I've got some free time these next few days, why don't you teach me some parenting? Yiro wants to bring the baby home to stay with us every night. Fong Jing froze. You're a man. You're really willing to learn this stuff? Why wouldn't I be? My wife is carrying my child. She works so hard. Shouldn't I help out? The way Fong Jing looked at Yiro now held a little more envy. You lucky girl, you struck gold. You have no idea how exhausting raising a kid is. Having two people take turns makes a world of difference. Yiro beamed with happiness. Jing, why don't we bring the baby over to my place tonight? The three of us can take turns and learn together while we're at it. Wouldn't that be intruding on you too? Fong Jing had been widowed at such a young age, raising her child alone, her loneliness with no outlet. Her parents were far away in Donghai City, guarding the coastline. With us by her side, life would at least be a little more bearable. Since when did we start drawing lines between us? Yiro linked arms with her. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock at the door. Who is it? Yiro snapped. Instructor Yi, I'm from the student council. The Dean of Discipline has summoned Yang Ding for questioning. Yiro yanked the door open and planted her hands on her hips. My husband is a victim too. What's there to investigate? Is this an investigation or just routine questioning? The Yi sisters had been personally received by the Empress herself, giving them a very high standing at the school. Even the Dean of Discipline couldn't touch them. The student council member stammered. It should be just questioning. If you're worried, Instructor Yi, you're welcome to come along. Of course I'm coming. You don't get to take out your grief on my husband just because someone died. She slammed the door shut and turned to go change. Honey, I'm coming with you. I stopped her. It's just routine questioning. I can handle it myself. If you tag along every single time, people really will start thinking I'm useless. But that old hag is a tough one. I'm afraid she'll set you up. I smiled. Don't worry. That old witch can't outsmart your husband. Fong Jing chimed in too. Relax, Ro. Your husband's a lot craftier than you are. No way. My husband's as honest as they come. Tisk, TSK. When did you turn into such a lovesick fool? Fong Jing poked her forehead. I finished changing and headed off to student council headquarters. The massacre at the pig farm was the deadliest incident Jiangling City had seen in 10 years. 70% of the dead were students from the pig-raising department, so the student council had to get deeply involved and submit a report to the city lord and the imperial higher-ups. Headquarters was located right next to the principal's office. The student council president was usually a senior with the highest cultivation, ranking just below the principal. Only after going in did I realize I was the only one being interrogated. 8 student council members, 1 enforcement squad captain, and 1 instructor representative, the dean of discipline. 10 of them sat behind a long table, 20 eyes glaring at me in unison, clearly meaning to intimidate me from the start. The dean of discipline's eyes were bloodshot. Come sit. You're the only one who snuck back alone, so you're the only one we're questioning today. You'd better not get your hopes up. If we catch you, you'll die a horrible death. I slid my hands into my pockets, walked over slowly, sat down, and met her gaze. First, let me correct you. I didn't sneak back. I got approval from Governor Zhou herself to come back on her drone. The Dean of Discipline's title couldn't intimidate these people, but Zhou Ruashi's name could. Sure enough, her arrogance faltered. Humph. Why would Governor Zhou care about some low-life commoner like you? You think you're worthy of riding in her private jet? I pointed at the desk phone. The enforcement squad captain can reach the governor. Ask them yourselves. She turned to the young man beside her, Zhao Zikai, the student council president, Zhou Ruashi's cousin, a senior at the Martial Arts Academy, low 4th rank. The Zhaos were allies of the Zhous. He wouldn't qualify, but his wife would. I'll believe it for now, Zhao Zikai said flatly. The governor's a busy woman. Don't bother her with things like this. Clearly, at this table, his word was law. The dean of discipline sneered. So what if you rode in her jet? We suspect you had something to do with Counselor Xiangbin's death. She paused deliberately, waiting for me to deny it, so she could pounce. An 18-year-old kid from the pig farming department. In her eyes, easy prey. But I nodded calmly. That's right. The counselor's death does have something to do with me. So you're confessing? Confessing to what? I shot back. Shouldn't you first ask me what actually happened? Seeing I wouldn't take the bait, she had to swallow her anger. Fine. Tell us. What happened? I stayed silent, my eyes slowly reddening, emotions welling up, but I didn't say a word. 10 minutes passed. The enforcement squad captain rapped on the table. Cat got your tongue? Zhao Zikai smirked. Scared stiff, huh? I pulled out a tissue, blew my nose, and finally spoke through choked sobs. You weren't there? You have no idea how terrifying it was. Thousands of demon ghosts chasing us, and the counselor and I were bringing up the rear. To buy me time, he went to close the stairwell's fire door on his own. I wanted to stay and die with him, but he said his cultivation was higher, mid-1st rank, and he could handle those things. The whole table stared at me coldly. Only the dean of discipline couldn't sit still. You're saying my brother covered the retreat alone to protect you? Yes. The counselor was harsh on the surface, but when it mattered most, he showed me his noble character. He's lying. The dean of discipline slammed the table. Yiro cost Xiang Tianyu his spot in the top-tier class. He hated you. There's no way he'd save you. Dean, you've got it wrong. I explained it to the counselor long ago. Xiang Tianyu got a 0 because Governor Zhou ordered it, not because of my wife. Surely the counselor wouldn't hate me, let alone want me dead, over something so trivial. She shot to her feet, pounding the table with both hands. He absolutely wanted you dead. There's no way he'd save you. No one. I know my little brother better than you do. Your testimony is all lies. You're the one who killed him. The whole room froze. The dean of students suddenly realized she'd let something slip. She spun toward the crowd in a panic. President Zhao, Captain Sun. What I meant was, Yangding is lying. I never would have guessed, I said, my face full of grief. The counselor was such a good man. He gave his life for his students. And he had a sister like you. The man is dead, and here you are framing him for trying to murder his own students. How can he rest in peace, lying there in the belly of some demon? That unexpected guilt trip completely short-circuited the dean. I. You sneaky little thief. Zhao Zikai stood up. That's enough. The investigation into Yangding is over. We're done here. President Zhao, you can't let him off. Did my brother die for nothing? If your brother tried to kill him, that's self-defense, perfectly legal under imperial law. And if the two of them had no grudge, then there's no motive, which means it was most likely an accident. He wasn't the only one who died, either. Zhao Zikai paused. Besides, Yangding hasn't even broken through to the lower 1st rank. Your brother was middle 1st rank. What could he possibly have used to kill him? The logic was airtight. The dean turned to the captain. Captain Sun, is your enforcement squad just going to ignore this too? Director Xiang, there are tens of thousands of demons waiting to be exterminated beneath Jiangling City. Do we look like we have time to spare? The crowd gradually filed out, until only the dean and I remained, facing each other across the table. There's no one here now, she said, staring at me. Tell me, how did you kill my brother? You're no match for him at all. It was a sneak attack, wasn't it? I gave her a knowing smile and got up to leave. I didn't admit it. I didn't deny it either. But she read the answer in my smile. I was the one who killed her brother. For the first time, she realized that both she and her brother had underestimated this man. As long as you're still at Jiangling University, she whispered through gritted teeth behind me. Our family will find a way to end you. Back home, Yiro and Feng Jing were laying out the bedding. The agreement to sleep in separate rooms had long since flown out the window, Once you've slept in someone's arms, lying there alone leaves your whole heart feeling hollow. Honey, they didn't give you a hard time, did they? Just a routine questioning. Fong Jing looked puzzled. The dean personally asked to investigate you, and she didn't make trouble? That old witch obviously wanted to pin her brother's death on me. But the head of the student council and the enforcement squad captain were both there. It wasn't up to her alone. That's true, Fong Jing nodded. With your cultivation level, trying to kill Xiang Bin would be like an egg smashing against a rock. The three of us finished lunch, and Fong Jing left for work. Yiro washed the dishes while I stood beside her, while staying by her side. Honey, you invited Jing over to stay with us, but now we can't even be affectionate. The more affectionate we are, the more it reminds her of her dead husband. Isn't that just cruel? Yiro was quiet for a long while, then suddenly asked, Babe, what do you think of Jing? What do you mean? Is she pretty? Yeah, she's pretty, but not as pretty as you. Your legs are longer. After I have 3 kids, even if I don't want to go to the Northern Front, the Imperial Army will send me anyway. When that happens, you'll be working, watching the kids, with no one to take care of you. You'll definitely need a woman. She turned to face me, looking serious. And the only person I could ever accept as a second wife is Jing. She's got everything going for her. She's beautiful, and she seems to like you well enough. Honestly, my heart was doing backflips. Fong Jing didn't just have that unique charm of a young married woman. She was also a rare spatial ability prodigy. That power meant everything to me. Down the road, I could collect weapons and stash them in a personal storage space without a soul knowing. And if we settled in the north, I could keep the kids safe inside it too. But I couldn't say any of that. If I did, I'd come off as a total scumbag and break my wife's heart. A woman can offer to set you up with her best friend, but you can't act too eager about it. Babe, where's your head at? You and I got forced into our match. Jing's a different story. With everything she's got, she'd never go for a guy like me. But that's why I'm here to help set it up, right? Now's the perfect time to make your move while she's vulnerable. I'm not that kind of guy. Jing's your good friend, and her dad's high up in the East Sea garrison. Her family would never agree to it. Yiro felt warm and reassured hearing this. Any other man would have been grinning ear to ear by now. Don't worry about that. Jing can decide her own marriage. Her parents are too far away to have any say. I refused again and again. It just doesn't feel right. If you really don't like her, then forget it. Yiro sighed. Shame we can't all be one family, though. I planted a big kiss on her cheek. Well, if my wife wants us all to be one family, to rely on and protect each other, how could I let you down? She turned around with a mischievous grin. Babe, you're thrilled deep down, aren't you? Jing's petite and dainty, exactly the type you men go for. My wife's the best, I said stubbornly. Don't rush it. Take it slow. She and her late husband were childhood sweethearts. She won't warm up to another man that fast. I'm not in a hurry, I laughed. I'm just worried I'll marry her, have a kid, and then her husband shows up alive. That'd be awkward. Don't talk nonsense. The frontline report already came through. There's no mistake. All right, whatever you say, babe. After the dishes were done, we went back to our room to cuddle up for an afternoon nap. Thanks to Fong Jing's reminder, this time Yiro wouldn't let me touch her no matter what. So all I could do was slept soundly. I'd wait for Fong Jing to get off work, have dinner together, then take my wife to the maternity clinic for a checkup. This time, I was determined to convince the doctor. Otherwise, Yiro would never get past that mental block of hers. By the time Fong Jing got home, dinner was already on the table. Besides the pre-made dishes, there was a pot of malatang I'd cooked myself. Red chili oil bubbling on top, that salty, savory aroma hitting your nose. Fong Jing stood in the doorway, her nose stinging with emotion. The last time I came home to the smell of a home-cooked meal, I was maybe 7 or 8, she said softly. Her parents were always away fighting battles, and she'd only see them once every year or two. Yiro came out of the kitchen smiling. Jing, Yongding's cooking is so fragrant and spicy. You can put away several bowls of rice with it. I'm always mooching off your husband. Doesn't that make you jealous? Fong Jing teased. We're all family. What's mine is yours. Fong Jing glanced at me with a look of admiration in her eyes, then guiltily looked away. At that meal, Fong Jing packed away 2 bowls of rice, her belly round and stuffed, sweat beading on her forehead. Haven't felt this satisfied in ages. She got up to clear the dishes. You two rest, I'll wash up. I took the bowls and chopsticks from her hands. Jing, no need to be polite. We're family. I could see that flash of gratitude in her eyes again. She'd once told me she and her late husband were childhood sweethearts, but they both buried themselves in their cultivation and had hardly ever taken care of each other in daily life. After the two women showered, I finished washing the dishes. Yiro was in fresh, comfortable workout clothes, while Fong Jing had changed into a little black dress. A woman who'd just lost her husband couldn't dress too flashy. The three of us chatted as we walked, first picking up the kids from the maternity clinic, then finding an obstetrician for a checkup. The baby was developing well and growing fast, too. Yiro squeezed my hand and asked, blushing, "Doctor, we've been sleeping together these past few days. Will that affect the baby?" The doctor recognized this young couple at a glance and said unhurriedly, "A few times here and there is fine. Young people run hot, so just hold back a bit and put the baby first." "So is it okay or not?" Yiro pressed. "Can't say it's definitely okay, can't say it's definitely not. Take it as it comes. The key is to be gentle. You understand, sir?" "I understand," I answered quickly. "What do you understand?" Yiro wanted to keep asking, but I quickly pulled her out the door. "Isn't the doctor's meaning obvious? Just be gentle. If you keep grilling him like that, what doctor would dare give you a guarantee?" Fong Jing laughed too. "Ro, that kind of thing, how much and how often, isn't the doctor's call. He'll never give you a straight answer." Yiro counted on her fingers. "True. We've done it 6 or 7 times these past few days, and nothing seems to have happened." All right. Save that talk for under the covers." The three of us took the kids to stroll around the mall and shop for baby supplies. Being a parent for the first time. #translation. We were both completely clueless, wandering around for a solid hour. On our way out, I ran right into Xiang Tianyu, who was helping his wife and mother buy funeral supplies. They were preparing a memorial service for Xiang Bin. The moment Xiang Tianyu saw me, his eyes flushed red instantly. He shook off his wife's hand and walked over. "You killed my father. I want you to pay 10 times over." I stayed calm and cupped my hands respectfully. "My condolences, classmate Xiang. Your father was a good instructor. We all owe him our lives. If I ever get the chance, I'll repay that debt to you." My words left the hate-filled Xiang Tianyu stunned. "How could you possibly repay it? From now on, we won't just be classmates, we might be teammates. If you're ever in danger, I'll lend you a hand. You think a loser like you is worthy of being my teammate? And you've got the nerve to talk about saving me? Take a good look at yourself in a puddle of your own piss." He scoffed coldly, then turned and walked away. He misunderstood. I'd said I'd lend a hand. Helping doesn't always mean saving. "Honey, don't waste your energy on him," Yiro said, pulling me along. "If his close combat score is 0, he might end up in your group next. That's a good thing. Maybe we can bury the hatchet." But Fong Jing warned me. Being generous isn't always a good thing, especially when we're out on missions. "Yang Ding, you need to be a little more careful." Back home, Fong Jing was busy giving the baby a bath. "Honey, go learn from Jing," Yiro said. "At the rate my pregnancy is going, I won't have many chances to take care of the baby. It'll all be up to you." Just then, Fong Jing called out from the bathroom. "Yiro, can you grab the baby's towel? It's on the balcony." I took the towel and pushed the door open. Fong Jing was bathing the baby, nothing unusual about that. But her camisole strap had slipped so low that everything up top was on full display. She scrambled to cover herself, lowering her voice. "What are you doing? Why did you come in?" I quickly shut my eyes. "Jing, my wife told me to learn how to take care of the baby. I don't know how to bathe him or change his diapers." "Did you see anything just now?" "Don't say a word, especially not to your wife. She'll read too much into it." "Don't worry, I won't say anything." I smiled a little. "It's all for the baby, right?" Fong Jing handed the baby to me, went back to her room to throw on a jacket, zipped it all the way up, and only then dared return to the bathroom. The baby splashed happily in the water. She awkwardly taught, and I awkwardly learned. Neither of us mentioned what had just happened. "Jing, why don't you take the baby and go rest? I'll drain the bathwater." "Okay, thanks." She couldn't bring herself to look at me, her voice full of unease. Slipping under the covers, I wrapped my arm around Yiro. Taking care of the baby with Jing, being that close to her, it's kind of awkward. Yiro wasn't upset at all. Instead, she comforted me. It's like that at first. You'll get used to it. You're not jealous? These days, every capable man has several wives. Every woman gets jealous. How are we supposed to get by? Just be good to me and the kid. That's all I ask. In that moment, I suddenly didn't want to just coast anymore. I wanted to get stronger. I wanted to fight for a future of my own. The next morning, both women had work. I got up early, but Fong Jing was already heating breakfast. Our eyes met, and there was that awkwardness again. Clearly, last night was still weighing on her mind. Go back to sleep. I'll warm some milk. I'm just waiting on results these next few days. I've got nothing going on. Let me help. Then learn how to make her bottle. Once she got past the first time, she loosened up. 35, 36 degrees is best. Babies have delicate stomachs, so once it's ready, drop a little on the back of your hand to test it. I followed along. Fong Jing watched, absorbed. She never thought a man would actually be willing to do this kind of thing. The way I saw it, in this era men and women carried the same family responsibilities, just more on the women's side than the men's. Men had the energy, so helping raise the kids was only right. At the very least, the child would grow up close to you. Jing, why don't you leave her home today? I'll keep her company. We didn't sign up for full-day care, so she has to go to the maternity center during the day. Just pick her up early tonight. I'll sign the authorization. Then she gave me the door code to her place. Swing by and air out the apartment when you get a chance. There's plenty of prepped meals in the fridge. Just grab whatever and bring it up. After feeding the baby, Fong Jing activated her spatial ability and vanished off to the maternity center in a blink. Ro also hopped off the balcony to head to work. I went straight down to Fong Jing's place on the 195th floor. The couple had only one child, so they'd been assigned a one-room unit, even smaller than Ro's place. A wedding photo hung on the living room wall. It was the first time I'd gotten a clear look at her late husband's face. Pretty average. I walked over, rolled up my sleeve, and wiped the dust off the man's eyes in the photo. Rest easy, brother, I murmured. Your wife and child? I'll take care of them. I pushed open the bedroom door, and Fong Jing's distinctive scent washed over me. I picked up the tiny baby clothes on the bed and gave them a sniff. They smelled wonderful. A book on the nightstand caught my eye, The Mind Arts of the Personal Domain. I sat down and started flipping through it. I hadn't awakened a spatial ability yet, but with my wife pushing for it, who knew? Maybe one day I would. It couldn't hurt to memorize the theory first. Our universe floats as a membrane within higher dimensional space. A powerful consciousness is the key to constructing a personal domain. Espers form a connection with spatial particles through willpower, thereby creating a domain. Half an hour in, my head was spinning. Without having awakened, all I could do was memorize by rote. Actually grasping it was nearly impossible. Creating your own domain took theory paired with practice, just like building a house. It wasn't going to happen overnight. It'd be easier to just copy the technique straight from my wife. I carried the food from the fridge back upstairs, then headed to the rooftop to practice with my gun. I opened up my panel and took a look. After those two real battles, one against the demon, one against the counselor, the battle earned me quite a bit of experience. Soul Reaping Spear Technique. Level 2 Shake Thrust Block. 3 moves unlocked. Experience 15%. 9 sword styles. First style Sweeping Sword unlocked. Experience 10%. With more experience, my understanding of each move deepened, making them flow more naturally in combat. Up on the rooftop, a bunch of instructors' kids were quietly training. They probably figured they were shoo-ins for the academy and had taken time off to practice. Mao Jian was one of them. The second he saw me, he ran over. You're not dead? My mom said the breeding facility got hit by wraiths, so you were toast. I couldn't even sleep last night thinking about it. You were hoping I'd die? You're my friend. Of course I was hoping you'd be okay. If you want to make something of yourself, step 1 is cutting the cord with your mom. Quit being a mama's boy. Can't help it. She controls all the money in my house. In public, I practiced the 9 sword styles, the ones I'd paid for. Elegant, precise, and flashy in a fight, it was required learning for any Imperial Grandmaster. I ran through the sweeping sword form, the blade cutting through the air with power. Mao Jian watched with envy. Yang Ding, how are you improving so fast? Did your wife teach you some secret technique again? In his eyes, I was stronger than him not because of talent or hard work, but because I'd married a prodigy. I fought wraiths, Killed a few of them. Mao Jian lost it right there. What? You killed wraiths. A single wraith isn't that strong, but they're fast. They can move freely across walls and ceilings, and they attack in swarms. For an unawakened, ordinary person, killing them is nearly impossible. I figured I'd need to recruit a few followers once I got into the martial arts academy. Mao Jian's talent was mediocre, but his parents held decent positions at the school. For now, he'd do. Obviously, I was on the 7th floor when the whole building came down. How do you think I climbed out without killing a few wraiths? Badass. You can flex about this for months once we're in. None of those new students have any real combat experience. Most of them have never even seen a wraith. Keep it low-key. This experience is a gift to a good buddy. What do you mean? You're going to teach me swordsmanship? I'm going to teach you real combat experience. How? Real combat means sparring, obviously. I'll show you a few of the moves I used against the wraiths. Mao Jian immediately backed down. Bro, you've killed wraiths. Why waste your time sparring with a useless guy like me who can't even awaken? You're a bit hopeless, sure, but I can't find anyone else to grind experience off of right now. To get the second style of the soul-reaping spear up to Yi Ro's level, Mao Jian was the only one who could help at the moment. He really was hopeless. By the end of the morning, he was covered in bruises from my finger strikes, his screams echoing across the entire rooftop, and yet I'd only gained 0.2 experience. Looks like real life or death combat is the fastest way to sharpen your skills. You beat me up this bad, the least you can do is buy me lunch, right? Sure, come eat at my place. Did your wife tell you? For the low-tier classes at the Martial Arts Academy, the C's and D's, they're changing the program to 1 year. Graduate and you're shipped straight to the Enforcement Corps. Even the monthly exams are turning into field internships now. Yeah, I know. Last month, Governor Zhou came in person just to sort that out with the principal. My mom says things in Jiangling City are getting worse and worse. She says it'll be really dangerous for us once we join the Enforcement Corps. She's right. Stop practicing that half-step crushing fist, or whatever it is. Guys with low cultivation like us need to learn how to use weapons. I opened the front door, and the moment Mao Jian stepped in, he caught 2 different women's scents. Have a seat. I'll heat up the food. I heard Instructor Ye's sister went off to the Northern Wall 2 years ago and never came back. Is she still alive? Definitely. My sister-in-law came up through the Youth Prodigy program. Her cultivation's even stronger than my wife's. Why's your place covered in baby bottles and kids' clothes? Instructor Fong's husband died. She's staying here for now. That Instructor Fong Jing? The Space Affinity one, petite, super pretty? There aren't many Space Affinity users to begin with. Mao Jian was practically crying with envy. We're both bottom-tier scrubs. How the hell did I end up with a setup this good? 3 days later. Results day? Even though I knew I had it in the bag, this was my day to hold my head high, and I was still buzzing with excitement. Yi Ro was even more pumped than me. She got up early and made breakfast. Fong Jing said she'd come check the rankings with me after morning drills too. A C-class student, escorted by 2 gorgeous instructors? Isn't that a little much? What's wrong with showing off? With me and your wife backing you. Let's see who dares mess with you now. Fong Jing's words were warm, but the thing is, I actually wanted people to mess with me, so I could beat down anyone who looked at me sideways and rack up real combat experience while I was at it. After breakfast, Fong Jing asked, Ro, want to teleport over? The elevator takes forever. Sure, that's way faster. Yi Ro didn't hesitate for a second. I knew exactly why Fong Jing asked. To piggyback on her space ability, we had to interlock fingers. Before, Yi Ro never would have agreed to that. But she'd gotten a lot more relaxed lately. She stepped to Fong Jing's right, laced their fingers together, then turned to me. Don't just stand there. Go take Sister Jing's hand. Morning drills start soon. I wiped the sweat off my palm, took Fong Jing's small hand, and slowly slid my fingers into the gaps between hers. Her hand was small and smooth, and clammy with nervous sweat too. This was the first time in her whole life a man other than her husband had held her hand. Spatial teleportation is basically space folding. Follow my command. As someone who'd crossed over from another world, experiencing a technique this incredible for the first time set my heart on fire. Lift your leg, big stride, there we go. The words had barely left my mouth before I was standing next to Hu Feng, though a blink ago I'd still been back in the room. The pig farming students yelped and scattered in terror. What's all the panic about? Never seen a spatial type Esper before. Fong Jing snapped. The other students couldn't wrap their heads around it. I'd already married a goddess like Yiro, so how did I suddenly have another gorgeous, delicate beauty by my side? Hu Feng was starting to regret things. After growing up together all these years, how had he never noticed I had such a way with women? Husband, I'll see you where they post the results. Yiro hurried off toward the instructor's section. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wait for me too, Fong Jing said. You got it, Jing. After the drills, the crowd surged toward the rankings board. I turned to Hu Feng and patted his shoulder. I'm heading out. Nobody's going to beat you anymore. Live well, and come find me when you get the chance. His eyes went red around the rims, but he forced a smile. Yeah, I'll definitely come. Take care of yourself. I pinched his chubby cheek. Take care too, fatty. Everyone understood. From here on out, we'd start our own families, walk our own separate paths. Meeting again would be next to impossible. As I left the So nursing formation, my classmates called out their goodbyes one by one. I'd saved their lives back at the breeding grounds, and I'd earned everyone's respect. While no one was looking, Hu Feng crouched down on the ground, bawling like an idiot. In front of the rankings board, over 30,000 people were packed together, a dark sea of heads. I couldn't push my way in, so I just waited outside for my wife and Fong Jing. This year's admission rate was 20%. In past years, they'd only taken 4,000 or 5,000 for the new student class, but now it had ballooned to over 10,000. Most of them were garbage, kids who'd never truly awakened, propped up by parents throwing resources at the problem. The excitement from a few days ago was gone now. Word had gotten around. An admission rate like this, an academy reform like this, was obviously just sending people to their deaths. Xiang Tianyu came stomping over, cursing under his breath. I'm a proper awakened Esper. There's no way I'm ending up in a C class. Worst case, I'm in B class. But your close combat score was a big fat 0, one of his buddies pointed out. The upper classes are about talent. My punching power's over 1,000 pounds. Those trash are only at 400 or 500. The best of them barely hit 600. They're not fit to compare with me. He couldn't push his way in either, so he hadn't actually seen the list yet. But he was dead certain he'd make B class. There was no way the academy would waste talent like his, and besides, his aunt was pulling strings. After the reform, the two tiers were worlds apart. B class had a 4-year program, with monthly exams offering a shot at promotion to A class. Make it into A class, and you got the best resources, the best instructors. Graduate, and you join the Northern Legion, receive top-tier resources, change your family's fortunes, and rise above everyone else. And C class and D class? Their 4-year program was slashed straight down to a single year. With no connections and only average talent, an ordinary person like me would never make it up the ranks. In a word, it was a death sentence. Just my luck. Xiang Tianyu spotted me in the crowd again. A useless nobody like you. Weak punches, garbage cultivation techniques, 0 close combat score. And you still have the nerve to check the rankings? I let out a chuckle. Just here for the show? Realistically, I'd be lucky to land in a D class. D class is all you're good for. And what about you? I asked, baiting him. Huh. My punching power's over 1,030 pounds. Even without close combat, I'm B class material. We'll see soon enough, a cold voice cut in. Watch your mouth in front of my husband. 1,000 pounds and you're actually bragging? You're 18 already. Yiro stepped up beside me, her eyes fixed coldly on Xiang Tianyu. He'd never take that from anyone else. But when Yiro said it, he didn't dare argue. Yiro was also 18, a mid-stage 5th-rank cultivator with punching power over 3 million pounds, and she'd even invented her own soul-severing spear technique. In all of Jiangling City, only a handful of people could survive one of her punches. You keep coming after my husband. I'm warning you, knock it off. Being scolded by the goddess of his dreams, Xiang Tianyu's face turned an ugly shade of green. You're an academy instructor. You'd really lay hands on a student just for your husband's sake? I don't care if you're a student or whatever the hell you are. Anyone who messes with my husband, I'll beat to death. Yiro clenched her fist. Small and pale as it was, everyone knew exactly what it could do. Xiang Tianyu's bluster fizzled out. Fong Jing walked over too. Seeing the look on Yiro's face, she smiled and asked, "Which idiot's been giving our little Ro a hard time?" Yi Ro shot Xiang Tianyu a glare. Fang Jing swept a sharp look over him. Some people just don't know when to quit. They probably could never wrap their heads around it. How I, an ordinary guy from the pig-raising department, had first won over the campus beauty Yi Ro, and now was getting this close to Fang Jing, a rare space element beauty. All right, I said, smoothing things over. The rankings are what matter right now. With these two women backing me up, I could afford to be bold. Soon enough, we made it to the front of the board. C-class had admitted 2,500 people. I searched for ages before finally finding my name. Yi Ro grabbed my arm and jumped up and down. Here, it's right here. Honey, you got in. Your husband's officially a martial artist now, Fang Jing laughed. I stayed calm. With my current strength, I could easily handle the second or third year. C-class was nothing. But when I looked closer, the name right above mine was Xiang Tianyu's. Meanwhile, that clown was still standing in front of the B-class board, searching for his name over and over with his classmates. I waved at him. Hey, dumbass, you're over here. Same class as me. I had to call out several times before he finally looked up, disbelief written all over his face. Bullshit. There's no way I'd. Probably in Class C, but there's no way in hell you're in my class. He could stomach Class C. There was still room to move up. But being stuck in the same class as a loser like me, that he couldn't take. A month ago, at the college entrance exam, he still fancied himself one of heaven's chosen. He pretended not to hear and made his buddies keep searching the Class B roster. One friend got fed up, walked over, and spotted it instantly. He slapped his thigh hard. Tianyu, you're right here. Xiang Tianyu walked over, his face a mask of agony. Worried he couldn't see clearly, I tapped the 3 characters. There. The corner of his mouth twitched, like he was trapped in a nightmare. This is total bullshit. I'm filing an appeal. Why should I be stuck with this garbage, practicing garbage techniques, using garbage resources? Appeal my ass. This came straight from Director Zhou. Even the principal wouldn't dare cover for you. Just accept it and claw your way back up at the next monthly exam. Just then, Mao Jian shuffled over too, head hanging low, not a trace of joy on his face. Congrats, I grinned. You definitely made the cut. Yeah, Class C. Mao Jian sighed heavily. What about you? I pointed at Xiang Tianyu. Him and me, we're both your classmates. Mao Jian didn't recognize him. He politely stuck out his hand. Hey there, classmate. You another chicken who came to die without ever awakening. Do you even know what manners are, you piece of shit? I'm an awakener. You're the chicken. Your whole damn family's a bunch of chickens. No way. An awakener's slumming it with us chickens too. Those words landed right on Xiang Tianyu's open wound. This was exactly the kind of taunt he used to throw at the ordinary students. Today, it all came flying back at him. With no free cafeteria resources, buying everything himself would run 20 or 30,000 a month. Even his dad, when he was alive, couldn't have afforded that. Yi Ro twisted the knife a little more, tugging at me. Don't worry, honey. I can afford the resources, and I can channel my true chi into you too. The intercom crackled. All new students on the roster, please report to your assigned classrooms for lessons. Fang Jing patted my shoulder. I'm heading to class. Wait for me after school lets out. Dinner's on me. We'll celebrate. Yi Ro and I walked toward the academy gates. This time, no one stopped me. A quick face scan and I was through. I leaned in close to her ear. Babe, can I come find you anytime from now on? You've got your own private office, right? I do, but you're a student. You could always just call me in for a talk, couldn't you? I'll talk you upside the head. I only teach close combat techniques for classes A and B. So annoying. We'll talk tonight when I get home. Mao Jian, my clingy tag-along, kept nudging me. Dude, I'm not deaf. Can you two keep it down a little? Yi Ro flushed with embarrassment and shook off my hand, striding away. The students around us practically drooled watching her go. The C-rank division had 2,500 students split into 25 classes of 100 each. Mao Jian and I were both in Class 2. The moment I walked in, I spotted Xiang Tianyu sitting in the front row. Damn, what are the odds? Mao Jian cracked up. Xiang Tianyu looked like he wanted to die. He was a proud guy and had no interest in dealing with the two of us. His day was already bad enough, and now these two ghosts wouldn't leave him alone. I didn't hold back. I plopped down on his left, and Mao Jian took his right. There are plenty of empty seats back there, so why the hell are you two crowding me? Like I said, Your dad did me a favor. I've got to repay you properly from now on. Get lost. I just wanted to annoy him, so of course I wasn't going anywhere. Before long, the advisor showed up. Most of the instructors for the A and B rank divisions were prodigies from the youth academy, like Yi Ro and Fong Jing. The instructors for the C- and D rank divisions were far more ordinary, most of them barely cultivating past the upper third grade. The advisor tapped a stack of papers on the desk. These are the techniques and mental cultivation methods for the thunderclap blade. 1 copy each. Practice them in your spare time. Those with money, buy a good blade. Those without, memorize the techniques and go get a standard issue blade from the enforcement squad. Head to the cafeteria for lunch, then come back and keep practicing. No fighting, no sparring. And with that, he walked out. Over 100 of us waited obediently for a good 10 minutes. Nobody came back. Xiang Tianyu, who'd spent a month in the B-rank division, was dumbfounded. What the hell? He just left? He's not going to teach us anything. On the first day in the B-rank division, 10 instructors would have each student demonstrate their strongest technique, then go around for introductions, patiently offering guidance. The A and B rank divisions even tailored technique recommendations to each student's strengths. The gap was staggering. Mao Jian patted my shoulder. You went from a pig farming crash course straight to a suicide crash course. How the hell is this even college? I didn't care. Blade, sword, whatever. When no one was watching, I practiced my wife's spear techniques. I lent my black gold sword to Mao Jian and pressed my 2 fingers together, pretending to use them as a blade, when really I was using them as a spear, practicing the soul-severing spear technique. Nobody could tell, and nobody cared. Soon it was noon. I just finished packing my bag when Yiro poked her pretty head through the doorway. Honey, lunchtime. Eat on your own, I told Mao Jian. I'm going with my wife. Mao Jian's face was full of envy. I want a wife like that too. Yiro led me straight to the instructor's cafeteria. Fong Jing had already grabbed a table and gotten our food. Over here, hurry up. In the past, if I'd wanted to eat in this cafeteria with 2 women, I wouldn't have even made it through the door. Now it was a whole lot easier. The entire academy was wide open to me. Unobstructed. Yiro glanced at the food. Jing, why'd you spend your own money on so many resources? For your husband to eat. The grade C-class cafeterias got nothing good. He can't absorb much anyway. He'll absorb what he can. Whatever's left, we'll pack up and he can supplement slowly. Whether you're a martial artist or an esper, the simplest way to replenish energy is through food. Beast cores have their tiers, high and low, and they're split into universal and specialized types. For a martial path awakener, it's best to eat strength-type beasts. For a space-type user like Fong Jing, space element beasts are ideal. But specialized high-tier resources like that are incredibly rare. Aside from higher-ups like Zhou Ruashi, hardly anyone can get their hands on them, and they basically never hit the market. If Yiro wanted to become a grandmaster, relying on the resources of Jiangling City alone was flat-out impossible. That was exactly why anyone who wanted to climb higher had to join the army at the northern border's Great Wall. The northern border garrison was also called the Hunters. They made their living by capturing beasts beyond the wall. The prey was sent back to slaughterhouses to be butchered and packaged, supplying the mid to lower tier cultivators of the 5 city-states. Likewise, the beasts beyond the wall replenished their energy fast by devouring each other and by eating human awakeners. Looking at the dried vegetable braised beast meat on my plate, I suddenly understood. The higher you climbed, the more brutal this era became. Modern people devour each other using money. In this era, devouring each other means literally eating the other person's flesh, bone, and sinew. Fong Jing put a few pieces on my plate. This is Starthorn Boar, a mid to low tier alien beast. Tastes like pork, so your body can handle it. The dried vegetables come from beyond the wall too, nourished by beast droppings. Blue Star never had a plant like this. Wood-type cultivators love it best. Thanks, Jing. I'd just taken a bite when the system interface popped up. Affection, 17%, plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 17.6%, plus 0.5%. At first I thought it was the meat's energy, but the affection went up too, and by a fair amount. My wife and I hadn't even interacted. What was going on? Then I saw the look on Yiro's face, and I got it instantly. My wife was jealous. Who knew jealousy could raise affection too? Fong Jing was paying more and more attention to me, and Yi Ro saw it all. To say she didn't care would be a lie. But she wanted to entrust her child and her husband to Jing, so making concessions right now was a must. Fong Jing was sharp as a tack and saw right through it. Xiaoro, I treat Yang Ding like a little brother. I stay at your place and keep bothering him. You're not jealous, are you? Of course not. Jing, you're my best friend. At that, Fong Jing reigned in her warmth. The three of us finished the meal in a somewhat awkward silence. I was in a good mood. Awkwardness meant guilt, and guilt meant progress. It wasn't just her space ability I hungered for. It was that delicate, alluring charm of a young married woman. As for whether her husband was dead or would ever come back, I'd stopped caring. Deal with it first. I packed the leftovers into my lunchbox. These resources were precious. One lunch had cost Fong Jing over 3,000. The moment I reached the classroom door, a thick, earthy stench hit me. I knew that smell too well, the smell of wraiths. I tensed up and scanned the room. Nothing but classmates, not a single wraith in sight. Mao Jian reeked of it too. Damn it, lunch was wraith sashimi. So freaking gross. You guys ate wraith for lunch? Yeah, said the breeding farm slaughtered over 1,000 of them. Called it a welcome gift for new students. Welcome gift my ass. Braise it, make it spicy, whatever, but sashimi? All slimy and disgusting. Mao Jian kept clearing his throat, looking like he might puke. Those 1,000 plus. My wife killed every one of them. I said, but I didn't eat any. Then what did you eat? Instructor Fong Jing treated me. Starthorn boar braised pork. I opened my lunchbox and held it out. Have a piece, just one. This one bite's worth over 200. The rich aroma of the dried vegetables shot straight up Xiang Tianyo's nose. He swallowed hard. Can you get that away from me? Ever heard of manners? Just then the counselor walked in, pinching his nose as he stepped onto the podium. He waited for everyone to quiet down before asking, "Enjoy lunch today? How was the wraith sashimi?" Everyone shook their heads violently. Not just bad, straight up disgusting. Disgusting or not, you'll eat it. For the next month, it's wraith sashimi every day. The classroom erupted. Why, counselor? Because wraiths are cheap and plentiful. His voice went cold. And more importantly, every monthly exam from here on out is a descent. What's a descent? An unknown number of wraiths are hiding beneath Jiangling City, attacking breeding farms and croplands. Someday they might hit crowded areas. The enforcement squad will take you underground to find them and wipe them out. 3 days of descent every month. Down there, you either eat wraiths to survive, or you get eaten by them. The students went pale on the spot. Counselor, we're all low-aptitude freshmen. Why not send the senior students? Because their lives are worth more than yours. That one sentence shattered every illusion they had. They'd thought getting into the academy meant defying fate, that they'd be cashing in on enforcement squad benefits from now on. They never imagined that in the very first month, they'd become nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. These are orders from the Enforcement Bureau. So don't waste a scrap of wraith meat. Lick the bowls clean. This is the only resource you broke bastards will ever get your hands on. Don't slack on your blade training, or the end of the month will be the end of you. Panic filled the room. Only Xiang Tianyu raised his hand. Counselor, if we earn merit, can we move up to Class B? You can. The enforcement squad. They'll be evaluating you people. The counselor chewed us out this morning, and by afternoon the whole class had changed. Everyone was going all out, training until their legs gave out, still refusing to stop. Don't push yourself now, and you're dead the moment you go down into the tunnels at month's end. Mao Jian was gasping like a busted bellows, collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat. I really hate my mom. We had a perfectly good farm, but no, she had to ship me off here to die. You think I'm even her real kid? I didn't stop. I kept drilling the soul-reaping spear. Complaining won't help. You think the farm's any safer? If the wraiths can wipe out a livestock ranch, they can wipe out a farm too. Fair point. The counselor paced over to me, watching for a long while, his brow knitting tighter and tighter. What the hell are you practicing? Sir, the 9 sword forms. That's the goddamn 9 sword forms. Yeah, the sweeping sword form. I gave a quick demonstration. The sweeping sword and the shaking spear really did share a certain resemblance. The counselor was a man who'd been around, and something just felt off to him. You teach yourself, or did somebody show you? My wife taught me. Who's your wife? She can teach you? She's awakened? Knows martial arts. My wife's name is Yiro. The counselor froze, then it dawned on him. So you're Yongding. He waved a hand. No wonder your stuff's neither sword nor spear. Fine, do your own thing. With Yiro as my wife, there wasn't much left for him to counsel me on. After class, I checked the system. A full day of training. Cultivation progress up 0.2%, soul reaping spear experience up 1%. 0.2% looked small. Copying from my wife was naturally fast, but a marriage's affection has its limits. Even if she loved me 100%, her cultivation had a ceiling. If I wanted to truly surpass Yiro on the martial path, I'd have to rely on myself. The good news, at the academy, I didn't have to tend to sows. I had tons of time to cultivate every day, and I was improving fast. First, I headed to the instructor's building to find my wife. Running the gauntlet of strange looks the whole way, I openly asked around for Yiro's office. Might as well stake my claim in front of all those male instructors who secretly pined for her. Yiro was writing a report, assessing Wraith combat strength. Her female assistant knocked to announce me. She glanced at her watch. Let him in to wait. There's a whole crowd watching out there. Nothing worth watching. Still, she came out quickly, took my hand, pulled me inside, shut the door, and drew the blinds. Honey, wait while I finish this report. Didn't Jing say she'd treat us to dinner? She just called, said she spent too much at lunch. Tonight it's our treat for her. She typed away while I stood beside her, 2 fingers formed into a sword, silently practicing the 9 sword forms, murmuring under my breath. First form, sweeping sword, stars hang over the plane. Conceal the edge, hold to simplicity, move with the momentum. Inner force rises from the dantian, flowing through the meridians into the blade. Body, like the first glimmer of starlight. Unassuming, blade hidden, yet quietly brimming with potential. Yiro glanced up at me now and then, growing more amazed with each look. Honey, you're not one of those understated martial prodigies, are you? Did I just strike gold? If I were really a genius, I'd have awakened ages ago. She set down her pen and shook her head. No, no, no. Awakening is just the body's mechanisms opening up. But plenty of awakeners are all brute strength and no brains. They can't grasp a technique to save their lives. There's another kind of prodigy, one with an incredible feel for techniques. Even if their own energy is a bit lacking, they can punch way above their weight in real combat. Something clicked in my mind. I'd been looking for a plausible excuse for my future badassery, and here it was, served on a platter. So if I master a technique completely, my cultivation level won't matter much? Exactly. If you know how to use your chi, a second tier can beat a third tier can beat a fourth tier. Our ranking system is based purely on raw power, which isn't entirely fair to begin with. Should I switch to a more brutal technique then? No. The 9 sword forms suit you best. It looks simple, but it's endlessly versatile. Even grandmasters love it. Master it, and you'll fight with real flair. You'll look incredibly cool. All right, whatever you say, dear. Yiro was in great spirits. She didn't even bother sending that email to the enforcement squad. She hooked her arm through mine and dragged me off to the maternity center to see Fong Jing. Fong Dalong had the night off and made a special trip to check on his sister, worried she'd be depressed after just losing her husband. Truth be told, Fong Jing was doing far better than last week. The moment the elevator doors opened, the child in Fong Dalong's arms reached out to me. Daddy, Daddy. I took him without a moment's hesitation. Ah, my precious little one. You got even cuter in just a day. Fong Dalong's face darkened. He stole a glance at his sister, but she was smiling warmly, not the least bit upset. Sis, the kid keeps calling him daddy. If your husband's spirit is watching from above, what's there to be upset about? Fong Jing cut in. Your brother-in-law never even met the child. The moment I got pregnant, he rushed off to the northern frontier to boost his cultivation. Didn't come home once in 2 years. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Yiro shot Fong Dalong a glare. Drop it. Your sister's finally feeling better. Okay, dropping it. The 4 of us found a stir-fry place. When Fong Dalong heard that Fong Jing had moved into Yiro's home, he was even more baffled. His sister, who'd always had impossibly high standards. Surely, she wasn't also. After dinner, Fong Dalong insisted on staying over at his sister's place. You're not going home? Fong Jing asked. I'll swing by tomorrow morning. I want to spend more time with you. You finally made it back to the city. Go home and be with your wife and kid." Fang Jing waved him off. "I'm with you, Ro. What are you worried about?" He was extremely reluctant. He wanted to keep an eye on me, afraid I'd take advantage of his grieving sister in her moment of weakness. The Fang family, in the military. Not low, upper middle actually. And my sister? A rare, gifted spatial esper. She could marry into any high-ranking family without even trying. Someone like me? I wasn't fit to be her brother-in-law. Mom and Dad want me to spend more time with you. They might come back to Jiangling at the end of the year and move you to Donghai City. Oh, so now you actually listen to Mom and Dad. Fang Jing shot back. Fine, don't go. Some people just can't take a favor. Fang Dalong threw down his chopsticks and stood up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn me. Latest from the enforcement squad, there are definitely ghost kings and ghost queens beneath Jiangling, and not just one. If we don't wipe them out, they'll breed like crazy and hollow out the entire city. You special recruit rookies? 8 out of 10 of you are just bait and sacrifices. If you want your kid to have a father, you'd better train hard. Stop wasting all your energy chasing women. Thanks for the heads up, Brother Fang. Don't go acting like we're family. He slammed the door on his way out. Envy, jealousy, resentment. The goddess he worshipped got knocked up by me, and now he was probably worried he'd lose his sister too. Fang Jing gave an awkward laugh. That's just my brother, rotten temper. If he really moves in with my family, he'll act like the lord of the manor, and I'll be the one waiting on him. The emptiness in her heart wasn't something a brother could fill. When the two of them sat together, they could barely string a conversation along. Nowhere near as fun as being with me and Yiro. The three of us laughed and chatted, and every now and then a faint, undefinable tension would flicker between us. I watched the two siblings the whole time. Women are creatures of emotion. Control her emotions, and you control her. Someday, I'll only marry gifted young women, every one of them a top-tier fighter. If my wives don't get along, one wrong word and they could level an entire building. There'd be no living like that. So the skill of manipulating emotions, I need to start honing it early. You know, your brother talks tough, but he's got a soft heart. Fang Jing's eyes lit up. Clearly I'd hit her right where it mattered. Really? I thought you two couldn't stand each other. Back at the breeding facility, he swore he didn't care whether I lived or died, but he still came looking for me after his shift. If the building hadn't collapsed, he'd have taken a swipe from those ghouls too. She ate that up. I'd validated the person closest to her. Aside from this child, Fang Dalong was everything she cared about. The two of them had grown up leaning on each other in the orphanage since they were kids. Right. That's exactly my brother. He's fiercely loyal. Once you two are in the enforcement squad, you have to look out for each other. During our walk, we took turns holding the baby. When Fang Jing had the child in her arms, I laced my fingers with Yiro's, and we laughed as we discussed names for the baby. In those moments, a trace of bittersweet envy would surface in Fang Jing's eyes. That was exactly what I wanted. No matter how proud you are, how gifted, how good your family, at the end of the day, you're still a woman. You fear loneliness. You need a man. That sense of loss builds up bit by bit, until one day, she'll want to join in all on her own. And when that day comes, as long as Yi Ro didn't object, that was my opening. Back home, Yiro lay in bed resting and sent me to help Fang Jing bathe the baby and dust her with powder. An ability user's stamina is no different from an ordinary person's. Fang Jing worked all day and raised her kid alone at night. It was genuinely exhausting. But Yiro's intention was obvious. What normal woman would let her husband spend time alone with her pretty best friend? If she really wanted to learn childcare, she could have done it herself. Pregnancy didn't stop her from combat training, so a little housework wouldn't either. Fang Jing was too sharp not to see it. She struggled with it inside, because of our history, because of who I was. But she didn't object. She let it slide. If anything, she seemed faintly pleased. She even stopped correcting her daughter when the girl called me daddy. The monthly exam is dangerous. You need to buckle down and train, she said as she dried the baby off. You're about to be a father. Don't make Yiro a widow. No matter how strong a woman is in a fight, emotionally she'll always need a man. You've got to know when to push and when to rest. If 9 hours a day isn't enough, adding more hours won't help either. I said it flatly, without a trace of fear. That wasn't normal. Ordinary people descending hundreds of meters into those pits, battling thousands of demons. It was death, 10 times over, with no way out. You really don't seem afraid at all of going down there. Afraid of what? I'm the only one in the whole class who's gone toe-to-toe with a demon head-on. Those things have flimsy defenses. They're just fast, and they specialize in ambushes. I'll break through to the lower first grade soon, and with my black gold sword, killing them is more than doable. You've already reached lower first grade? Fong Jing was stunned. Her brother had only mediocre talent. He didn't break through to lower first grade until freshman year of college. I nodded. Lower first grade means 800 pounds of strength. I'm just about there. Yiro says my swordsmanship comprehension is strong, that I can punch above my level. With a sword, someone at lower first grade has a shot at beating someone at mid-first grade. Fong Jing watched me quietly, her face full of admiration. You've got a temperament a bit like my husband's. That's high praise, Jing. Your husband's a fire-type ability user from the elite class. Confidence, she said softly. It's okay if a man's talent falls a little short. He can make up for it through hard work. But he has to be confident. That's what makes a woman feel grounded, feel safe. After finishing up with the baby, I went back to the room. My wife was already fast asleep. Yiro's latest pregnancy symptom was constant drowsiness. The more she slept, the faster the baby grew. In just over half a month, the embryo was already the size of a melon seed. Frighteningly fast. I didn't wake her. I tucked the blanket around her and headed up to the rooftop to train. Cultivation level and techniques could be copied, but how to actually fight? That still had to be earned bit by bit through practice. On the rooftop, dozens of the instructor's kids were training like mad, every one of them dead serious, their usual air of superiority gone without a trace. Recruiting a wave of low-level cultivators and sending them down into the pits to die fighting demons. This had to be the higher-ups' idea. That woman, Zhou Ruoshi, she was ruthless enough. Mao Jian's mother was personally overseeing. Practice, nothing but beatings and cursing. I didn't bother saying hi, just found a corner and worked on my gun techniques. Today I almost got caught by the instructor, so from now on it's swordsmanship by day, gunplay by night. Until I could get my hands on that 5 million iron blood gun, the black gold sword was my deadliest weapon, the most efficient way to deal with the wraiths. After 2 solid hours, I was drenched in sweat. I pulled up my status panel. Affection, 17%. Cultivation progress, 17.6%. Cultivation level, 2nd rank, lower realm, punch force, 4000 gene. Soul-breaking spear technique level 2, shake, thrust, block, unlocked, EXP 16.5%, plus 0.5%. 9 sword forms, first form, sweeping sword, unlocked, EXP 13%. I thought I was staying late enough, but even close to midnight, others were still grinding away. Death is the best whip. Mao Jian got chewed out something fierce, yet still dutifully re-drilled the thunderbolt blade forms. Against the razor-clawed wraiths, the half-step crushing fist was too risky. If you can't break through to level 1 by the end of the month, I'm not taking out a loan to buy you a good blade. You're just gonna die at the bottom of that cave anyway. Mao Jian, who'd always been scared of his mom, suddenly snapped. He slammed his standard-issue blade to the ground and roared. You'll buy it whether I break through or not. You forced me into the martial arts exam. I never wanted to train. I just wanted to grow crops. You worthless little. Yeah, I'm worthless. As long as my brother's got what it takes, right? I passed by without a word and quietly headed home. I wanted to shower, but the bathroom was occupied. I knocked, and Yiro opened the door a crack, wrapped in a towel. Why are you knocking? You'll wake Jing up. I want to wash too. Let's do it together. Are you crazy? I've got a baby in here. The doctor said it's fine. She tried to block me, but I pushed through. We tussled in the doorway. Yiro, with her 3 million plus gene of force, still couldn't outmuscle my 4,000, and I forced my way in. Fong Jing wasn't asleep. She'd been battling insomnia for over a month, and lying in bed, she heard every little sound crystal clear. Thinking about how she hadn't touched a man in 2 years, she felt worse and worse, and let out a deep sigh. Husband, are you still alive out there? I want to go beyond the frontier to find you, but the Empire wants me to have 2 more children. If, and I mean if, I borrowed another man's seed, would you hate me? Ever since the instructor announced that the monthly exam would be a cave descent, classes C and D went at it 10 times harder. They trained to exhaustion every day, and the wraith sashimi never tasted so good. Only I sat out, fed premium ingredients by my wives every day, not touching a single bite. When it came time to descend, packing some dry rations would be enough. Why not on wraith meat? The instructor was pleased with everyone's condition. Just grinding away with your head down won't cut it. You need real combat. Today, pair up and spar. Don't go for the kill. Pick your own partners. The words had barely left his mouth. Mao Jian sidled up. Yang Ding, you and me? Sure. Everyone paired up fast, leaving only Xiang Tianyu and one pretty girl on their own. Xiang Tianyu was too strong. Nobody wanted to be his punching bag. The girl was too weak and too good-looking. Nobody could bring themselves to hit her. The girl panicked on the spot. Instructor, Xiang Tianyu's a legit awakener. His punches pack over 1,000 pounds. I'm only 500. How am I supposed to beat him? The instructor nodded. A few of the guys cleared 600 pounds on the last monthly exam. Who wants to swap with Huang Bingbing? Nobody said a word. You bunch of guys are so damn useless. It's not a fight to the death. What are you scared of? You're gonna make a girl like Huang Bingbing go up against a battle axe. Still no response. Xiang Tianyu was getting cocky. He'd never thought much of the D class to begin with. Instructor, I want to fight Yang Ding. Last time he chickened out and cost me on the monthly exam. If he wimps out again, we start calling him a coward dog from now on. How's that sound? The whole class jeered. Ever since I got married, I'd been public enemy number 1 at school. Everyone was dying to see me humiliated, just to prove they deserved a beautiful instructor like Yi Ro more than I did. Great idea. Getting taken out by Instructor Yi to eat premium ingredients every day. Surely he can handle at least this much. The instructor went along with it. The whole class is nominating you. Give it a try. We'll stop before anyone gets hurt. He won't injure you. Huang Bingbing tugged at my sleeve, pleading in a syrupy voice. Yang Ding, please. I'm really no match for him. You're the only one in the whole class who can take him on. I didn't care for her fake innocent act, but I really did want to teach Xiang Tianyu a lesson. The breeding farm case was already closed. No need to keep up the act anymore. Stepping on this awakener, revealing my edge little by little, that was the perfect way to release my cultivation. Plus, it had earned me some respect from my wife and sister Jing. Xiang Tianyu sneered. Bingbing, quit begging him. He's just a spineless coward who hides behind women. Well, since the instructor wants it, I'll give it a shot. I smiled. I'll be counting on you to go easy on me later, Brother Tianyu. He hadn't expected me to agree. His eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, he could vent his frustration. Don't worry, I'll make sure this big axe of mine doesn't chop you dead. Huang Bingbing jumped up and turned to Mao Jian. Then you and me are a team. Mao Jian's stroke of good luck fell right out of the sky. He grinned from ear to ear. Let's go, let's go, let's spar out on the field. To fire up their fighting spirit, the instructor pulled out 3 A-class meat vouchers. Whoever comes in first today gets all 3, enough to eat 3 portions of first-tier cultivation ingredients. Out on the field, 100 students formed a circle. 10 pairs fought at once, with the melee instructors scoring each one. After the first few matches, I heard the instructor and the melee instructor shaking their heads. Without awakening, he hasn't awakened. Weak, sloppy techniques. Looks like a bunch of middle-aged ladies doing a dance-off. Let's hope they get lucky by the end of the month. What is the Enforcement Bureau thinking? Not even a single year of training. It just means there are too many demons out there. But they can't bear to sacrifice the awakened warriors either. The close combat instructor lowered his voice. These kids still don't get it. They're nothing but fuel. Even if they got it, it wouldn't matter. Getting admitted is the same as getting drafted. Every word of it sank into my heart. So in their eyes, the 6,000 of us were just firewood to be thrown into some deep pit. Last group, Huang Bingbing versus Mao Jian, Xiang Tianyu versus Yang Ding. The moment my name was called, the whole place stirred. Even the 2 classes next door crowded over. Xiang Tianyu was the strongest awakened fighter among all 10 C-rank classes. And me? I was Jiangling University's infamous king of freeloaders. They weren't gathering to root for me. They wanted to watch Xiang Tianyu grind my face into the dirt. Brother Xiang will teach him that having a rich wife means nothing. A man has to stand on his own. Can't wait to watch Yang Ding humiliate himself. The counselor smiled. Since everyone wants to see you two fight, let's have the other 9 groups go first, then save Yongding versus Xiang Tianyu for last. First place will probably come down to you two, right? Xiang Tianyu sneered. Fine by me. Fine by me too. I stared at Mao Jian, not taking him seriously at all. Mao Jian, watch yourself. Stop staring at her legs. Haha. Mao Jian grinned. I've trained for 2 years at least. Handling Bingbing's no problem. Huang Bingbing, wearing tiny shorts, stomped her foot and pouted. Brother Mao, go easy on me, okay? I've got such skinny little arms and legs. Mao Jian used a standard-issue blade. Huang Bingbing wielded a pair of short spears. Able to afford weapons and special cultivation techniques, this girl clearly came from money. The mediocre classes were full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just a light spar, all right? Mao Jian raised his blade and stepped forward. Huang Bingbing flashed around behind him, and the refined steel spear shaft smashed brutally into the back of his skull. Blood sprayed. Mao Jian collapsed on the spot. The whole place gasped. Damn, that's cold-blooded. The counselor rushed over to check on him, then shouted furiously, this was supposed to be a spar. Do you have any sense of restraint? Counselor, I'm just a girl. How much strength could I possibly have? Who knew he wouldn't dodge? Huang Bingbing hypocritically helped Mao Jian up and pulled out a yuan nurturing pill. Brother Mao, take this. It'll help you recover faster. Mao Jian, who'd been fuming just moments ago, was moved and swallowed it in one gulp. Huang Bingbing held out her hand. That's 1,500. 1,500? Wasn't that an apology gift? It was a fair fight. Why would I owe you an apology? I didn't force you to eat it. Mao Jian wanted to spit it back up, but he'd already swallowed. The whole crowd was stunned by her shamelessness. I laughed. Just don't watch the legs. That footwork was powered by true chi, definitely not grade C material. If she could make grade B, why was she stuck in grade C? A little snake like her on your team doubles the death rate. I gave her a second look. Next up, Xiang Tianyu versus Yongding. The instructor gave a warning. Keep it controlled. Someday you'll be going down into the pits together, and you'll need each other's backs. Xiang Tianyu didn't hear a word of it. He grabbed his 80-pound meteoric iron battle axe and strode to the center of the ring, glaring viciously at the black gold sword in my hand. This was a birthday gift from my dad before he died. Today, I'm using it to send you to your grave. If he killed me, he could just claim it was an accident. His aunt was the head of discipline. He'd do a few years at most. The whole place went dead silent. Everyone wanted to see exactly what the husband trained by the prodigy girl was really made of. Before the instructor could even call the start, Xiang Tianyu's heavy axe was already coming down at my head. I tilted my body slightly to the side. As my system's experience points climbed, I'd noticed something. My opponent's movements looked slower and slower to me, while I got faster and faster. The instructor broke into a cold sweat. Xiang Tianyu, you're an awakened. Keep it controlled. He acted like he hadn't heard. The second swing came down, shattering the floor tiles to dust. I dodged easily again and shot him a contemptuous look for good measure. 2 swings, both missing. He froze. My speed shouldn't have belonged to someone who hadn't awakened. His eyes went red, and he roared as he unleashed 3 swings in a row. But that 80-pound axe left him gasping like an ox after 10 exchanges, his movements slowing down. My turn now. Your turn, Maya. Xiang Tianyu raised the axe overhead and brought down his 11th swing. I used the sweeping sword form. The tip of my blade flickered like scattered stars, striking rapidly at the hands gripping the handle. Either his fingers got sliced off, or he let go. Clang. The axe hit the ground. He reacted fast, ducking down to grab it. I was faster. The flat of my blade slammed hard into the back of his head, flattening him to the floor. I held my power down to first grade, lower realm, but 800 pounds of force was still plenty to make his head spin. He rolled around on the ground, cursing, then flipped himself up in a carp's leap to get back on his feet. Smack! Another sword strike knocked him back to the floor. Ack, you son of a... He curled into a ball, clutching his head, like an old turtle that couldn't right itself. Stop! Yongding wins, the instructor shouted. Sure thing, instructor. I answered, my eyes locked on him. Sparring between classes or a fight to the death, it didn't matter. Yongding, never let anyone get a cheap shot in on me. If those blades had been for real, he'd already be a pile of meat by now. Just as I'd expected, he wasn't ready to give up. He rolled to the side, trying to open up some distance. I brought my sword down. He had no choice but to keep rolling, and I stayed right on him, strike after strike, like putting on a monkey show. No matter how he rolled, I followed him like a shadow. Shape. The third strike landed right on his face. Blood spurted from his nose. 5 exchanges in. He was so dazed he couldn't even roll away. The instructor already called it. And you're still going after him? He tried to sneak attack me. You expect me not to chase him down. Not much damage, but maximum humiliation. The whole crowd was stunned. Mao Jian pointed at Huang Bingbing. See that? That's my boy. So what if he's your boy? He's got a hot wife, do you? Huang Bingbing sneered. In a sec, he's gonna avenge me and knock your teeth out. Huang Bingbing ignored him, fixing her eyes on me with a spark of interest. This buddy of yours, he's kind of interesting. The close combat instructor rushed over and grabbed my arm. Stop. His aunt is the head of discipline, way more powerful than your wife. Ease up. The instructor was still shaken. He liked our ruthless streak. Without it, you'd never become a real warrior. What he feared was that we both had powerful backing. He pulled out 3 meat vouchers. Huang Bingbing still want to fight. I jumped in with a laugh. She rips people off for 1,500 a yuan cultivating pill. No way she'd give up these 3 meat vouchers. Huang Bingbing shot me a flirtatious wink. What? You want to avenge your buddy? That's right. These 3 meat vouchers are yours. Just let me take 1 free shot at you. I'm a girl, and you're a grown man. I love hitting girls. She gave a coy smile. So tough. But then, how'd you end up living off your wife? You even got a gun. The guys roared with laughter. But my loyalty won them over too. They looked at me with new respect. You're such a tease, I shot back. The instructor was speechless. Enough. Now you're flirting? The instructor and I are still standing right here. Huang Bingbing lowered her gun. Instructor, forget the 3 vouchers. I don't want them. Fine. I hereby declare the winner of this week's test, Yang Ding, awarded 3 grade A cafeteria meat vouchers. The applause thundered. I could tell they were impressed. If a regular guy with no awakening could cultivate this fast, then maybe if they pushed themselves, they could too. Xiang Tianyu climbed up off the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, his ears still ringing. That applause should have been his. He chased after the instructor. Isn't this match random? You have to register it too. Random? Yeah, but I have to file an assessment report. These 3 vouchers are worth 5,000. You think I'm paying out of my own pocket? What's the point of an assessment? We have to pick team captains for the dungeon descent. 6,000 students across the Bing and Ding classes. Somebody's got to lead them. Captain, the instructor and I were originally going to pick you. Now, things might have changed. That threw Xiang Tianyu into a panic. What's so great about being captain? Mao Jian leaned in to ask. Lead the whole class through the mission, and the captain can get bumped up to a grade B class at any time. Xiang Tianyu gritted his teeth and jabbed a finger at me, roaring, I got careless today, but next week I won't lose. I'm going to be captain of Class 2C. You can be captain. I looked at him calmly, without any of the timidity I'd shown during the monthly exam. But you'll never beat me. Not ever. We'll see about that. I handed Huang Bingbing a meat voucher. Now you and my buddy are square. She took the voucher and hooked her arm through mine. Ding, you're the best. Hey, why don't I be your little sister from now on? I shook her hand off. I don't go for the flirty type. Mao Jian was completely moved. A single meat voucher went for over 1,000 on the market, no cheaper than a pay-you-on pill. Little Yang, you're a real one. When your brother Mao makes it big someday, I'll never forget this. I just couldn't stand watching your mom chew you out like a dog. That set him off even more. His head was practically split open, and he was still stressing about the scolding he'd get from asking his mom for money at home. From now on, you're my brother for life. You're the only one who gets me. Right before school let out, my system pinged with a notification. Affection, 18%, plus 1%. Cultivation progress, 18.6%, plus 1%. Cultivation level, second rank lower warrior, fist strength, 4,222 gene, plus 222 gene. Strange. I hadn't even told my wife about ranking first yet, so why did our affection go up out of nowhere? I found out later that the counselor had already delivered the news to the grade level office. According to Yi Ro, The counselor walked in and immediately started congratulating her. She thought he'd found out she was pregnant and looked down at her belly. I'm not showing this early, am I? I mean, your husband ranked first in the class this week. Kid's got a bright future ahead of him. Impossible, Yi Ro and Fong Jing blurted out almost at the same time. Other classes were one thing, but Class 2C had Xiang Tianyu, who'd awakened with nearly 800 gene of strength. The one Yangding beat was Xiang Tianyu, the counselor said. That sweeping sword technique of his, grandmaster level. Instructor Yi really trained him well. Whether he was kissing up or telling the truth, either way I'd made my wife proud. She was so happy she jumped up and insisted on treating the counselor to dinner. After the counselor left, Fong Jing teased her. Girl, don't tell me you struck gold. I always said he had this steady, grounded quality about him. Yi Ro plopped down on the desk, thoroughly pleased with herself. Before my sister left for the northern frontier, she told me her standard for choosing a partner. What standard? Yi Ro's older sister, Yi Ku, was deeply accomplished in martial arts and even sharper of mind, usually quiet and reserved, spending all her time either cultivating or reading. These days, not many people still bothered with so-called useless books. My sister said, a man born with talent and a good family is high quality, sure, but there's no shame in humble origins. Rising step by step on nothing but willpower. Climbing up step by step. That's the ultimate romance for a man, the rarest thing in this hopeless era. Fong Jing was stunned. It was the first time she'd heard that an ordinary man from the bottom of society could have that kind of appeal. All of this, Yi Ro recounted to me later, word for word. When the dismissal bell rang, I'd planned to drag Mao Jian to the grade A cafeteria, the honor I'd won with my own hands, the highest tier student dining hall in the whole school. Don't I already owe you $3,000? Mao Jian fretted. I don't have a job, and I still rely on my mom for cultivation ingredients. I can't pay you back. Pay me when you make it big. If you never do, forget it. I won it anyway, and I can win again next week. Shouldn't you ask your wife first? Mao Jian lowered his voice. Why? Isn't your wife the one who calls the shots at home? I laughed. You think I'm like you, kept on a tight leash by your mom and your wife. Damn, a woman like Instructor Yi actually listens to you at home. In that moment, I probably became a god in his eyes. Yi Ro appeared at the door right on time. Honey, babe. The second I stepped out, she ignored every stare in the hallway and leaped straight onto me, arms hooked around my neck, long legs wrapped around my waist. How is my husband so amazing? He got first place in class. I felt a little embarrassed. Being first in class being, too, was nothing to a genius girl like her. She was just feeding me emotional validation. I'm a student, you're an instructor. Show some restraint. Nope, she said, and gave me a sweet kiss. She feared nothing in heaven or earth. Once she gave her heart to someone, she didn't care what anyone else thought. Come on, let's eat. Can't let my baby go hungry. I took her hand and walked off, leaving a dumbfounded Mao Jian behind. So, are we still going to the grade A cafeteria? Another day, I said with a wave. Yi Ro and I walked into the instructor's cafeteria, laughing. Fong Jing was in line, and she jutted her chin toward the corner. The dean of discipline is chewing out that young guy. That's Xiang Tianyu, right? I glanced over. That's him. I hit him pretty hard. You did great, honey. Yi Ro activated her mid-tier 5th-rank hearing and eavesdropped on the conversation. You can't even beat trash like Yang Ding, who hasn't even awakened. The dean was barely containing his rage. What do you do all day? Auntie, I got careless. He really is strong, too. Probably because Yi Ro's been pumping money into him the whole time. It's not just money she's giving him. It's her true energy. You've got 3 more chances. If you can't take him down, you'll be the one sacrificed at the next monthly exam. What do you mean? There are only 20 spots for the Enforcement Bureau's Bing and Ding classes, and 6,000 people are fighting for them. You have to become the strongest in your class, and also, only by surviving the monthly exam do you stand a chance of moving up to the B-tier class. Auntie, can you get the counselor to recommend me as squad captain? Being captain meant you could send others off to die. The funding and resources for the expansion all come from the Enforcement Bureau. The school doesn't get a say. You'll have to earn it yourself. Yi Ro repeated every word she'd overheard, not missing a single one. Looks like this one win of mine means a lot. It does, honey. You were amazing. But Xiang Tianyou's definitely going to fight back. Look, the head of discipline is already feeding him premium ingredients. Don't worry. At most he'll break through to the lower mid-tier. The gap won't be big, and I can make it up with my swordplay. Yiro pulled out her meal card. I'm going to load my husband up too. Fong Jing laughed. The head of discipline earns more, sure, but with all those kids and grandkids of hers, she can't even take care of her own. She can't outspend us. Us, of course. She tucked her own meal card into my pocket. There's 100,000 loaded on it. Eat whatever you want. You're my daughter's godfather and my brother-in-law. Consider it a little something from your big sister. Paying to win. Who can't do that? I could only marvel. When you look for a wife, find one who's rich, beautiful, and capable. Yiro used to be afraid to push my training too hard with all the food, worried I couldn't take it. But there were only about 20 days left before the end-of-month descent into the caverns. Better to gamble now than lose my life in the trials. Honey, second-tier beast blood soup. Give it a try. Yang Ding, sweet and sour starthorn bourbon. You might absorb this kind of energy better. The two women didn't just have me eat cultivation meals at lunch. They packed an extra portion for me to take home for dinner. If your body feels hot and uncomfortable during class, come find me right away to channel energy and regulate your breathing. Forcing it will backfire, Yiro reminded me. I'm fine, I feel great. Maybe I'll become the first ordinary-born grandmaster in history. Fong Jing snorted with laughter. Ordinary-born grandmaster? The things you come up with. Even gifted awakened don't always make the cut. Not to be outdone, Yiro leaned in. Honey, I forced you to take the supplementary enrollment exam. You don't hate me for it, do you? Hate you for what? If it weren't for a wife as good as you, I'd have died at the farm long ago. Danger can't be avoided. Better to meet it head-on. A flicker of guilt crossed Yiro's eyes. No one had expected the reforms to be this brutal. She'd assumed the supplementary enrollment of a few thousand was the principal's idea, never dreaming it was the Enforcement Bureau's call, with the Empire's top brass giving the nod. Once I descended into the caverns, she wouldn't even know where to look to save me. Fong Jing glanced at me, approval in her eyes. The Jinglong Empire believes the strong live and the weak die. As long as you become captain of Class C, too, you can send your classmates off to die and lower your own death rate. It's cruel, but it works. Don't worry, Sister Jing. For my wife and child, I'll give it everything I've got. Fong Jing listened, and something inside her suddenly ached. Other men chase fame and fortune, chase becoming a grandmaster. Only you, do it all for your wife and kids. Aren't you afraid people will call you a loser? I chuckled. Fame and fortune mean nothing to me. The Empire owes me nothing, and the future of humanity isn't my concern. Only Yiro. She never looked down on my humble roots. She bore my children. She pulled me out of the fire. Now and forever, she's worth 10,000 times more than some empty grandmaster title. Yiro's eyes reddened instantly. Honey, that's so touching. But it's also the truth, Fong Jing said softly. Young girls love to marry up, but in a marriage, it's mutual support that really counts. After lunch, we headed back to the classroom. Yang Ding, the kept man everyone always looked down on, had suddenly become the most popular guy around. Today's fight didn't just win 3 meal tickets. I defeated a legitimate awakened one, and given every student in the C and D classes hope, ordinary people, through resources and hard training, could rise up too. A girl who normally sat in the back row quietly squeezed in next to Mao Jian. You guys didn't go to the A-grade cafeteria? He took his wife to the instructor's cafeteria. Mao Jian shook his head. We'll hit the A-grade tomorrow. The instructor's cafeteria is even better than A-grade. Is instructor Yi easy to get along with? Mao Jian shot her a wary glance. Why? You trying to become Yang Ding's second wife? What are you talking about? I'm just curious. She's the campus queen of Jiangling University. I don't know much about instructor Yi, but I know exactly what you're thinking. A toad lusting after swan meat. Aren't you scared she'll break your legs? She's crazy about Yang Ding. The girl got annoyed. You're full of it. I just want to make friends with him. When everyone was calling him a good-for-nothing, why weren't you trying to be friends then? Mao Jian's cultivation wasn't high, but he was sharp. At the martial arts academy, there was a whole crowd of cultivation gold diggers. Decent looks, deep scheming, always targeting boys with promising futures and good family backgrounds. If they got lucky, they'd become a minor wife. Usually they traded their bodies for cultivation resources. This Sun Li in front of him was almost certainly one of them. Huang Bingbing leaned in too. What's so special about Yang Ding, anyway, that a gifted beauty like Instructor Yi is so smitten with him? He's definitely got some killer weapon down there. You can't even tell. So skinny, yet secretly gifted. Why? You want to be my brother Ding's second wife too. And why not? With a dumb donkey little brother like you to order around, I'm definitely locking down this sister-in-law spot. I walked over and sat down, saying coldly, as if you're good enough. Huang Bingbing didn't get angry. She curled her lips into a smile. Big words. Whether I'm good enough or not, you'll find out someday. School let out early, and Yiro came to pick me up ahead of time. The classroom had already emptied, but 3 girls still crowded around me, asking about cultivation techniques and the 9 swords. Style. Is the 9 sword style stronger than the thunderclap blade technique? Do they have anything in common? Are you free tonight? Let me take you to dinner, okay? Sun Li asked, brushing her chest against my arm as she spoke. No thanks. I need to go home and take care of my wife. She's pregnant. Just as I started to get up, a figure rushed in and shoved Sun Li aside. Yiro's jealousy had boiled over. You want to discuss techniques? Come ask me. I'm the instructor here, not my husband. Really? Instructor Yi is willing to give me pointers. Yiro was taken aback by her thick-skinned nerve. She sneered. You're welcome to try. I'll punch that big balloon of yours till it pops. Only then did Sun Li back off, sulking. From the corner, Huang Bingbing watched Yiro with a meaningful stare. Once we left the classroom, Yiro took my hand. I won't approve of that woman becoming your second wife. She's got a nasty streak. I wrapped an arm around her waist and asked smugly, Are you jealous? Am I not allowed to be? I'm your first wife. Every wife you take from now on has to get my nod, or the system won't even register it. I wouldn't give a girl like Sun Li a second look. Nobody's going to mess up my family. Yiro immediately broke into a bright smile. Now that's what the head of a household should sound like. You've got to keep your eyes wide open when picking a second wife, otherwise the kids are the ones who'll suffer. Listening to my first wife is always the safe bet. Let's grab Jing and go out to eat, and pick up the kid while we're at it. Tonight I'll channel some extra true chi into you. Let's see if you can handle it. I was almost certain, if I ever did take a second wife, it could only be Fong Jing. After dinner we headed home. Fong Jing did laundry while looking after the kid, and Yiro upped my dose of true chi. I still had to head up to the rooftop to refine and absorb it all. Yiro wanted to come along and coach me, but I wouldn't let her. You just finished channeling chi. You look worn out. You should rest more. I'll probably be at it until midnight. He's right. I think he does just fine training on his own, Fong Jing chimed in. Yiro finally nodded. Husband, the 2 of us women are behind you all the way, so you'd better work hard. No slacking off. It's not just you 2. There are 2 babies as well. I'll never stop fighting for my family. In that moment, a fire really did light up inside me. I had 2 stunning beauties like this. Why wouldn't I give it everything? Besides, if I died, by the Empire's rules, their genes would still have to be passed on. Wouldn't that just be a gift to some other man? Yiro raised her little pink fist. My husband's the best. Fong Jing, though, could only manage a bitter smile. What kind of family was she to Yang Ding, really? After living with this young couple for a few days, her view of that word, men, had changed quite a bit. The mood on the rooftop had grown heavy too. Back then, everyone trained hard just to land an iron rice bowl. Now, at the end of the month, they'd be sent down into the caves to die, and every last one of them had it hanging over their heads. A layer of shadow hung over everything. It was a high martial arts world, advanced technology, yet the 5 great empires of Blue Star were feudal slave states at their core. Even if you were a gifted university instructor, when it came to the Enforcement Bureau, all you could do was watch your kids get sent off to die. Mao Jian was catching hell from his mother again. He'd bombed today's weekly assessment. The close combat instructor couldn't even score him. He got dropped by Huang Bingbing the instant he made a move. 2 years of training, and you can't even beat some blonde little girl. What are you going to fight the rift demons with at the end of the month? She might be an awakened, like Xiang Tianyu. Bullshit, quit making excuses. Xiang Tianyu got punished by the governor. If Huang Bingbing were really an awakened, Why would she be stuck in a C-rank class? Mao Jian shut his mouth. It was just a guess. He had no proof. Your dad and I don't even make 100 grand a month, and we've got all these kids to raise. We've poured over $1 million into you, all down the drain. Why won't you try harder? Mao Jian hung his head, eyes red, not daring to say a word. Answer me. Why won't you try harder? I just don't try, okay? So what? Tears welled up in Mao Jian's eyes. Smack. A hand cracked across his face. You're going down into the rift at the end of the month. Fine, I'll just die down there. Getting eaten by a rift demon beats getting punished by you every single day. I'm a father now. Can't you leave me a shred of dignity? I happened to be walking by, and I hadn't planned to get involved. But even from 10 meters away, I could feel the hair on my arms standing on end near Mao's mother. That suffocating pressure hit me square in the face. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of environment Mao Jian had grown up in. He's already trying his hardest. I spoke up. That Huang Bingbing. She really was suspicious. Mao's mother had been looking for someone to unload on, and I'd walked right into it. She jabbed a finger at me. Shut up. Who the hell do you think you are? A useless, unawakened kept man, riding your wife's true chi to score first on a weekly test. What's there to show off about? I sneered. Not only was I not scared, I fired right back. Why the hell can't I show off? My wife does nothing but encourage me and support me. She's pregnant, and she still insists on channeling her true chi to me. Not like you. You spiteful, venomous old shrew. No. Wait, you're worse than a tiger. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cubs. You're the storm cloud in the sky, the mold and rotten wood, the rust in the ruins. Anyone who crosses paths with you is cursed with rotten luck. Cursing out your son without knowing the first thing about what happened. You don't know a thing about Huang Bingbing. You weren't even there. So what gives you the right to say he isn't trying? I'd been holding it in for so long, and I let it all out in one breath. It felt incredible. Mao Jian just stared, dumbstruck, looking like he wanted to give me a thumbs up. Mao's mother's face went the color of liver, her iron fist clenched. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? To you, you stupid bitch. She was thick-set and burly, and she swung a fist straight at me. A third-grade mid-tier fighter, her punch. 35,000 pounds of force. But because I was Yi Ro's husband, she didn't dare go all out. This punch only carried the power of a mid-tier first rank. I sidestepped it easily, and my scabbard smacked, crack, right across her fleshy backside. Madame Mao rubbed her behind, utterly dumbfounded. With third-rank bones and sinews, it didn't actually hurt, but the humiliation was off the charts. You're asking for it. The force of a low-tier second rank bore down on me, palm wind howling as she moved to slap me across the face. I met her fists with a sweeping sword form, my feet gliding through Yi Ro's soul-severing spear footwork. The greatest strength of the soul-severing spear wasn't the chi pulses, it was the footwork, the very essence of close combat. No matter how strong third-rank bones and sinews were, they couldn't withstand a sharp blade, especially my black gold sword, which cut through iron like mud. For a moment, she couldn't do a thing to me. The longer we fought, the more shocked she became. Was Yi Ro's chi really this strong? Or did Yang Ding have a natural talent for swordplay? Her palm strikes were ferocious, shattering several walls, yet she couldn't so much as graze the hem of my robe. Just as I was gradually losing ground, Mao Jian rushed forward and stood between us. If you're going to hit someone, then kill me. That palm nearly caught him across the face. Madame Mao yanked her hand back. At her son's cultivation level, a blow like that would either kill or cripple him. Only then did she calm down, fists clenched, her face full of shame. A commotion this loud. There was no way someone with the hearing of a mid-tier fifth rank on the 198th floor could miss it. Yi Ro came storming in, still in her pajamas. One glance at our expressions, then at the fist craters in the wall, and she understood everything. You're a martial arts instructor, and you dared lay your hands on my husband? He has no manners. Slap. Yi Ro's hand cracked across her face. 5 finger marks immediately rose on those fat cheeks. Madame Mao was famous for her fiery temper, but after taking that slap, she didn't dare make a sound. A mid-tier 5th rank could take on 100 mid-tier 3rd ranks. With Yi Ro's close combat talent stacked on top, she could just barely handle 200 of them. To strike back would mean death or crippling injury. Yi Ro wasn't much older than Madame Mao's youngest daughter, but so what? In the Jinglong Empire, strength commanded respect. She pointed at the tip of Madame Mao's nose. I don't even have the heart to hit or scold my own husband. Who do you think you are? You think just because I'm young, I'm easy to push around? I'm sorry, Instructor Yi. Seeing his mother scolded like a dog, Mao Jian nudged me, his eyes pleading. There's no son in the world who doesn't love his mother. I quickly smiled and said, Honey, for the sake of my friendship with Mao Jian, let her off this time. Only then did Yi Ro's anger fade. I don't even know how you call yourself a mother. My husband is skilled with a sword, he's friends with your son, and they can look out for each other down in the caves. And you? Nothing but a shrew. Instructor Yi is absolutely right. Get lost. And stay away from my husband on the rooftop from now on. Don't disturb his training. Got it. Mama Mao left, but Mao Jian didn't. He'd figured out that training with me made him improve faster. Cultivation is like studying. If your mind's wound too tight, you'll never reach enlightenment. Honey, are you okay? Yi Ro asked. I'm fine. She held back her strength, didn't touch me. An instructor at the mid-tier 3rd rank, with way more combat experience than me, couldn't even land a hit. Yi Ro sized me up again. Could it be? I really was her destined husband? The kind who unleashes incredible potential every time he fights? She didn't stop me from befriending Mao Jian. Instead, she gave us pointers. Demon spirits win through speed and numbers. Rule number 1 in close combat: don't get hurt. You two work on footwork first. Slashing and thrusting are instinct. You can save those for later. I nodded. Can't go wrong listening to the wife. At our level, killing demon spirits is secondary. Staying alive comes first. Want me to coach you two here? No, go rest. Gotta give a man some space. Fine. Don't overdo it. Yi Ro obediently walked off. Bro, I'm calling you bro now. Can't you teach me a few tricks for handling women? I patted his shoulder. That's talent. Can't be taught. Mao Jian scratched his head, then quickly got it. Natural-born gift. The system interface popped up in my mind. Affection level, 18.5% plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 19.4% plus 0.8%. Cultivation rank, low-tier 2nd rank martial artist. Fist power, 4,422 gene, plus 200 gene. Soul Reaping Spear Technique Level 2 Shake, Stab, and Block forms unlocked. EXP 25%, plus 8.5%. 9 Sword Forms First Form, Sweeping Sword unlocked. EXP 23%, plus 10%. Why the affection level went up, I couldn't figure out. I hadn't done anything with my wife just now. Fist power at 4,422 gene, not far from the 4,800 needed for mid-tier 2nd rank. Getting something for nothing really is the best feeling. Students in the B class of the Martial Arts Academy had mediocre talent and couldn't get extra resources. This was about as far as they'd get by graduation. Fong Jing's brother, Fong Dalong, had no shortage of resources, yet he'd only reached upper-tier 1st rank so far. The biggest gain this time was real combat experience, especially high-stakes battles against stronger opponents. It didn't just boost cultivation, it massively boosted EXP too. Level 2 of the Soul Reaping Spear was just 3 basic forms, and I'd been stuck on it forever, all because I lacked combat experience. Bro, what are you looking at? Nothing. Keep training. Like my wife said, you work on the Thunderblade footwork, and I'll work on the footwork for the 9 sword forms. You got it. With his mom gone, Mao Jian trained harder than anyone. The two of us went at it for a full 4. A couple hours in, we sparred a few more rounds. He never called it quits, not even by midnight. Me, I spent the whole night practicing my finger gun technique. Not that feather sword could tell what I was doing anyway. Using my fingers as a gun, the more I practiced, the more fun it got. Once my cultivation passed the 5th rank, my true chi could be projected outward. When that happened, I could build my own martial art on the foundation of my wife's technique. 6 Meridians Divine Gun, or 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Either name would work. Creating your own martial art is the only path to becoming a grandmaster, the way to make a name for yourself. Any grandmaster who couldn't find his own creation on a bookstore shelf would be too ashamed to show his face. When I got home, Yi Ro and Fong Jing were sitting on the couch, chatting. Babe, why aren't you asleep yet? I did sleep, but the baby's crying woke me up, so I've just been talking with Jing. That's the upside of the two sisters living together. No matter how strong a woman is, she still loves to gossip and talk about men. Raising a baby that can't even talk, listening to it cry all day, you'd have to be made of stone not to lose your mind. Fong Jing's insomnia had gotten a lot better since she moved in. Let me take a quick shower. Wait for me. Fong Jing caught on immediately and laughed. I'm going to bed. You two take it easy. And Jing's got a word of advice. You're doing this a little too often. Yang Ding, will you listen to Jing, please? Yi Ro chimed in. The doctor had eased up, sure, but that didn't mean I could come at her every single day. I tossed my sweat-soaked t-shirt into the hamper. Babe, it's mainly because you're so gorgeous. I really can't help myself. Then can you sleep on the floor? But then I could still smell you. You can't even smell me? Yi Ro was stunned, clearly suspecting I was some kind of pervert. Then can you sleep on the couch? She'd actually brought this up with Fong Jing earlier tonight. No matter how high your cultivation, it couldn't rein this in. Honey, let's control ourselves from now on. Twice a week at most, okay? Fong Jing put her hands on her hips, exasperated. Ro, can you at least wait until I'm in my room? You really don't treat me like an outsider, do you? Hee hee, you're my Jing. Help me talk some sense into him. Fong Jing covered her ears. Not listening, not listening. I can't help you with this one. And with that, she turned and went into her room with impeccable tact. Before I crossed over, I never had it good. My ex was plain looking with a terrible temper, pointing at me every day demanding this and that. It drove me nuts. Now I'd landed someone like Yi Ro, an absolute treasure, and she'd gotten pregnant not long after our wedding. How was I supposed to hold back? But remembering how anxious she'd already been last night, I had no choice but to say, I'll get you to sleep, then I'll go crash on the couch. Honey, can you really do that? Of course. I'm worried about hurting you and the baby too. What surprised her was that I actually pulled it off. The next morning, when she got up to work on her alchemy, she saw me curled up on the couch, unable to even stretch my legs out straight, and her heart just ached for me. She sat down, kissed my forehead, and her face softened. Honey, you're so hardworking and disciplined. You're going to do great things someday. Yi Ro had fought in real combat when she graduated. She once thought she was a cold-blooded woman. But now that she was pregnant, she'd grown more and more emotional. She couldn't suppress her longing for me during class and was always trying to sneak over to see me. Fong Jing got up to make the formula. All right. Keep staring and you two will start dripping honey. Honestly, she and her late husband had been childhood sweethearts, but even they were never this sappy. It'd be a lie to say she wasn't envious. She glanced down at her own trim, fair figure, then hesitated, biting back whatever she'd been about to say. Right now I was in my single window, which actually made it the perfect time to take a second wife. These days polygamy was practiced not only because women outnumbered men, but because once a woman got pregnant, a man's resources went to waste. With 10 wives, that wouldn't be a problem. But her husband had been dead less than 3 months. Remarrying now, she just couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. During morning drills, I sprinted off in a new direction, toward the Martial Arts Academy's formation. I saved you guys spots, hurry up. Huang Bingbing shouted. Mao Jian had gotten beaten by his mother because of her, so he wasn't inclined to bother with her. But I said, come on, let's get to know her. I'm curious about this Huang Bingbing's skills. This woman's sneaky. Let's take it easy. If you can't even handle her, how are you ever going to slack off in the enforcement squad? Mao Jian and I walked over, sandwiching Huang Bingbing between us, one in front and one behind. She glanced back warily. Why are you two boxing me in? Boxing you in so you can't ambush us, Mao Jian said. He still had bandages wrapped around his head. During yesterday's sparring, this woman had struck viciously. We had to be careful. Huang Bingbing sneered. The more useless, the more thuggish. My bro Ding is a mortal-born genius. You dare fight him. She nearly burst out laughing. Mortal-born and genius. Putting those two words together was a joke in itself. Humph. I'm afraid I'll beat your bro Ding so bad he'll be sniveling and running home, only to have his pretty little wife look down on him. My bro Ding can flatten you anytime. As long as it didn't come to actual blows, Mao Jian wasn't scared of anyone. But I wasn't so sure inside. This woman was too relaxed, not a trace of panic, utterly unreadable. At the end of the month, we'd be going down into the caves, and the alien demons loved feasting on tender young girls. What made her so calm? During the broadcast calisthenics, I warmed up in earnest. But as I was doing the jumping exercises, someone rammed hard into my back. I turned around. Suddenly, are you sick? Why do you keep slamming into me? Bro ding, I want to learn more from you. Back off. I leapt 2 or 3 meters into the air. Somehow she could jump 3 meters too, springing up to bump into me on purpose, throwing my true energy into disarray. So I just bounced up to 5 or 6 meters where she couldn't reach, and only then did she sulkily retreat. Behind Sun Li was Xiang Tianyu, who kept staring at me. Word was he'd been up all night with insomnia, training the whole time. The 36 axe strikes of the Big Dipper. He just couldn't wrap his head around how he'd lost to a total loser. Suddenly, you shameless bitch. 2 days ago you were sucking up to me. Now you're all over Yongding. Tianyu, I just want to survive. My cultivation can keep you alive, but only if you play nice. Lily only gives her heart to the strongest. Open your damn eyes. We'll see who's who at next week's test. Survival of the fittest. One weekly test, and Xiang Tianyu went from hot commodity to secondhand goods. After drills, when I came back to the classroom, the crowd that used to shove through the door in a mob actually stepped aside to let me in first. No one had to tell them. No one was watching. Going by class ranking, I'd probably be next week's class Bing, 2 squad leader, the one who holds everyone's life in his hands when we descend into the caves. I accepted the respect without hesitation, shoved past Xiang Tianyu, and strutted right in. His jaw twitched with rage. Huang Bingbing glanced at the meteoric iron battle axe in his hands. 80 pounds of scrap metal, and with your cultivation? What's it good for besides showing off? Trade it for a 10-pounder. To swing an 80-pound axe as lightly as a sword, you'd need 8,000 pounds of strength, second rank, upper tier at least. Xiang Bin had blown a fortune buying this thing for his son. Pure overcompensation. You got the guts, team up with me, and take out Yongding. I'm not after your woman, so why would I bother? I just enjoy watching you dogs tear each other apart. Xiang Tianyu looked at Sun Li, then at Huang Bingbing. The first was some broke nobody of a girl. The second gave off that rich, pretty, high-class vibe. Thinking about how my cultivation had shot up thanks to living off a woman, he figured he could pull it off too. So he chased off the guy sitting next to Huang Bingbing and slid into the seat. So, what do you think of me? Better than these bottom feeders. At least you've awakened. My aunt's the head of student discipline. Ooh, so scary. She's got so many kids. Does her salary even stretch that far? You saying your family's better off than mine? Huang Bingbing leaned in and dropped her voice. Better than yours, that's for sure. You want to be my little lapdog? Then you'd better know how to behave. Xiang Tianyu was now certain this woman came from no ordinary background. She didn't even blink at the head of discipline. The class Bing, 2 counselor was about to start the lesson when he was called into the head of discipline's office. Counselor Zhang, we got a call from Enforcement Bureau HQ. They suspect you tampered with the weekly test results. Tampered how? Yongding hasn't even awakened. How could he possibly be a match for Xiang Tianyu? How should I know? You're welcome to supervise the second weekly test yourself. Counselor Zhang left, thoroughly confused. It was just a weekly test. Why would the Enforcement Bureau bother asking about it? Clearly the head of discipline was just trying to cover for her nephew. But the head of discipline hadn't made up the Enforcement Bureau part. She didn't have the nerve to forge an order from them. The call had come straight from the governor's office, from the secretary himself. The counselor. After the staff member left, she hesitated for a long while before finally dialing the governor's office. She waited a long time before Zhou Ruoshi's voice came through. What is it? Governor, the Class 2B counselor swears up and down that he isn't covering for Yongding. Should I team up with the student council to investigate this kid thoroughly? An impatient sigh came from the other end. Xiang Lan, do you have nothing better to do? I'm just responding to the Enforcement Bureau's call to action. Who told you to mobilize the student council to investigate one Class 2B student? Who gave you permission to bypass the principal and call my office directly? Don't interfere anymore. I have other arrangements. I'll monitor the weekly assessment discreetly. Rest assured, Governor. Beep, beep, beep. The Dean of Discipline felt a wave of panic. She drew an imperial salary, but this was Jiangling City, Zhou family turf. She'd long wanted to curry favor with the Zhous, but had never found the chance. This time she thought she could kill two birds with one stone. Please Zhou Ruashi and take down Yang Ding to avenge her brother. Who knew the governor would change her mind at the last minute? The high and mighty governor. Why is she so interested in Yang Ding? Guessing at her superior's intentions, she suddenly let out a smug, cold smile. Yang Ding, you think marrying Yi Rou means you've made it big? In this grand chess game between the empire and the city-states, you're nothing but a lowly pawn with no way back. A dead end. The wrongly accused Counselor Zhang returned to the classroom, glanced at Yang Ding, Xiang Tianyu, and Huang Bingbing, and cursed inwardly. He'd assumed this was a trash class, human bait for the phantom demons, an easy gig where he could just coast. Turns out it was a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, every one of them not to be trifled with. If a few of them died in the caverns at the end of the month, would he as their counselor get dragged into it? Free activity. Discuss your techniques, or go outside and practice your blade work. He was already scheming to swap shifts with a colleague as fast as possible and dump this hot potato. The students swarmed out. I kept practicing the 9-sword forms. Huang Bingbing went through the motions of practicing the Thunderbolt saber, even though she'd used dual short spears in the weekly assessment. Xiang Tianyu sidled up to her, wearing a fawning, lapdog grin. Bingbing, let's spar. Not interested. Let's be straight. Yang Ding and I are going to split into rival camps sooner or later. Whose side are you on? Whoever's willing to be my dog. Can't we just be friends? We're all classmates. No need to put it so harshly. Huang Bingbing pulled out a dark, grimy pill. Second-tier pure beast core. Worth 10 pounds of second-tier beast meat. Sells for 10,000 a pop at the market. As long as your body can handle it, I'll give you one every week. One every week. If you progress fast, 10 times, 100 times, that is no problem. 40,000 a month is already an astronomical figure. What kind of family are you from? Don't ask. The condition is this: you become my dog. When I say kneel, you kneel. When I say die, you die. When I say lick my athlete's foot, you lick my feet. Hell-bent on being a kept man, Xiang Tianyu couldn't take the feet comment. This is going too far. My aunt's the dean of discipline, for crying out loud. Why should I grovel before you? Suit yourself. There are over 2,000 guys in the Class C boys division. Plenty of them are lining up just to be my dog. A man's got to know how to seize an opportunity. If you really come from such a powerful family, why would you be slumming it in Class C, risking your neck with the rest of us? Because I damn well feel like it. Got a problem? She smiled. A wicked, breathtaking smile that also sent a chill down your spine. At noon, I strutted into the Class A cafeteria with Mao Jian, the most exclusive dining hall in the whole school. The ingredients served here were free and on par with what the instructors ate. Only Class A students could get in. Mao Jian clutched his meat vouchers, wincing. 1,500 a day just for lunch. That's the starting rate for Tier 2 beast meat. This is insane. One student burns through 500,000 in cultivation ingredients a year. All of it hunted by awakeners who put their lives on the line beyond the northern Great Wall. If I could see that place once before I die, I'd die a happy man. I just smiled. Sooner or later, I'd be going there myself. Once the war heated up, both Yi Rou and Fang Jing would have to head out. A junior in line behind us recognized me. He'd been front and center on the day of the forced pairing. Who said you two could eat in the Class A cafeteria? He shouted, deliberately loud. I'd married Yi Rou and become public enemy #1 at this school. I couldn't be bothered to argue, so I just gave my meat vouchers a little shake. You think meat vouchers make you special? If you're not in Class A, get to the back of the line. We've been waiting a long time. Mao Jian was terrified. A Class A junior. His cultivation was almost on par with Mao Jian's own mother. Forget it. Let's just eat later. The student council keeps order around here. No need to be scared of him, I said. The guy burst out laughing and whipped out an armband. I am the student council. Ticked off yet? The commotion drew a crowd. Fang Jing shoved her way through, holding 2 lunchboxes. Yang Ding, what's going on here? Jing, what are you doing here? Buying DeLong his ingredients for the month. The student cafeteria is cheaper. She was only 20, petite, hair in a high ponytail, a white t-shirt with jeans, clear bright eyes, radiating youth. No one would ever guess she was a married woman. Well, the kid's popular with the pretty girls. Bet your talent is servicing women, huh? Fong Jing had meant to ask what happened, but the moment she caught his rudeness, she snapped. With a mouth that filthy, how did you ever get into the student council? Want to take a whiff, gorgeous? The guy opened his mouth, breathing out his foul breath, and leaned in toward her face with his eyes closed. Fong Jing pushed me aside with her left hand as I moved to protect her, then swept 2 fingers of her right hand above her head. Out of thin air, a rift over a meter long tore open in the void. With a light tap of her slender finger, the rift descended over the guy's head and swallowed him whole. In front of everyone, the guy vanished without a trace. The crowd went wild. Holy shit, a spatial esper. Jiangling University only has 1 A rank. Instructor Fong of the spatial system. I was stunned too. It was the first time I'd witnessed Jing personally wield spatial power. Where'd that guy go? Into the latrine pit at the Workers' and Peasants' College's women's restroom, she said flatly. The Workers' and Peasants' College still used outhouses, making it convenient for the agriculture department to collect compost. No wonder there's a foul stench seeping through the cracks. Fong Jing pulled me in front of her and stood guard over me in line. You've got some nerve, coming here all by yourself. The meal ticket was a reward from the school. What's there to be afraid of? Aside from the sons of the great noble houses, anyone who marries your wife would face serious consequences. These guys think they're chosen ones, but in the eyes of the powerful, they're just tools sent to die. Because my wife's too beautiful? Beauty's just a bonus. Even if she were ugly, the gifted girls from the youth class would all have to marry into noble houses. Talent is a resource, and resources are power. Then why didn't you marry into a noble house, Jing? Spatial espers should be even more sought after. My family counts as half a noble house, so they don't dare mess with me. It's just that my brother and I never got much love from our parents growing up, and I don't want to go to Donghai City, that's all. Suddenly I understood. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. In the past, I might have backed down. But Yi Ro is carrying my child, and she treats me so well. Even if I have to stand against the whole world, I won't give her up. Fong Jing smiled gently, appreciation in her eyes. Her husband had once insisted on enlisting in the Northern Frontier Army, all because he'd been humiliated by the student council a few times. He felt so inferior, so unworthy of her, that he wanted to use high-tier resources to advance quickly. The result? Yi Ro didn't misjudge you, she said softly. In this era, humanity could go extinct at any moment. Fame and fortune aren't that important. What matters most is family. Now hurry up and get your food. Take it back to the classroom to eat. The student council president is Governor Zhou's cousin. Don't try to be a hero. Even a grandmaster wouldn't dare provoke him lightly, let alone us. I nodded, taking it to heart. If I were just some low-born nobody from the pig farming department, the student council wouldn't even spare me a glance. But because I married Yi Ro, I was inching closer, step by step, to the empire's center of power. A single grandmaster couldn't take on the powerful of Jiangling City. But what if I were both a martial grandmaster and a spatial grandmaster? What if I fused 3, or even 5, kinds of grandmaster power into one? At the thought, a warmth surged in my chest. Mao Jian couldn't get a word in, standing there awkwardly. Hello, Instructor Fong. I'm Yang Ding's friend. Good friend. Get to the back. No cutting in line, Fong Jing said coldly, like a completely different person than she was with me. Yes, ma'am. I dished out 2 servings and headed back with Mao Jian. He was silent the whole way. Ding. With talent like ours, the best we can hope for is being cannon fodder, right? #translation. Seeing me stay silent, he continued. I'm doing okay. Unremarkable, but nobody's giving me trouble. You married a celebrity wife like Instructor Yi, which is great, sure, but you're also trapped in a cage. Down the road, you'll have it 100 times harder than me. You afraid to stick with me? I laughed. Not at all. You're a friend worth having. I just don't dare envy you anymore. I handed him the Tier 2 beast meat. As the ancients said, the greater the hardship, the firmer the resolve. Never let go of your lofty ambitions. What ancient was that cocky? Anyway, don't panic, don't be afraid. Chaos is the ladder you climb to rise up. I pushed open the classroom door and walked straight into an eye-searing scene. In the corner, Xiang Tianyu was kneeling before Huang Bingbing, head bowed, while she lounged half-reclined in her chair. Holy crap, retreat. Mao Jian was about to shut the door. Huang Bingbing lifted her foot and tapped Xiang Tianyu's face. Get back here, you two clowns. He's clipping my toenails. What are you thinking? Only then did the two of us see clearly. Sure enough, he was clipping her nails. I looked at Mao Jian. Mao Jian looked at me. Xiang Tianyu, an awakened one so full of himself, was actually doing this. Even a simp couldn't do it this willingly. Dingji, what's Bing Bing's deal? She's definitely no ordinary person. Huang Bingbing crooked her finger. Hey, I've still got another foot. Serve me, and I'll give you 2 Tier 2 beast pills. Before she'd even finished, Xiang Tianyu grabbed her other foot and cradled it against his chest. This one's mine, nobody touch it. Mao Jian swallowed hard. 2 pills, just like that. How rich is she? Tempted. Even if I can't digest them, I could sell them for a profit, 10,000 each. Take it easy, I said, lowering my voice. There's something off about Huang Bingbing. Careful, or you'll lose your dog life. She pulled out a beast pill and said to Xiang Tianyu, good work today. Open up. Xiang Tianyu opened his mouth, tossed his head like a dog, caught it, and swallowed. The powerful energy detonated in his dantian. His face flushed crimson, sweat pouring down, and when he stood, he wobbled unsteadily. The energy of a second-grade beast pill was too much for him. His eyes bloodshot. He roared at me, your death is coming soon. The whole afternoon he sweated like rain, practically steaming from the top of his head. Huang Bingbing secretly coached him on his axe technique. That evening I went home and made sweet and sour pork tenderloin for Yiro. Her tastes had changed lately. She developed a craving for sour foods. Yiro had changed into loose loungewear and was in the kitchen going through the motions of some spear forms, keeping me company amid the cooking fumes. Huh. Sour for a boy, spicy for a girl. My son's going to be a grandmaster of martial arts someday, protecting his awesome dad. I told her about what happened in class. She frowned the moment she heard. There's no wealthy Huang family in Jiangling City, handing out second-grade beast pills like they're nothing. Where does she come from? Fang Jing, soothing the child by the door, overheard too. If she really had those kinds of resources, why would she be stuck in Class C? I need to see the Chinese text you'd like me to translate. It looks like your message may have gotten cut off. I can see a fragment starting with, but the beginning seems to be missing. Could you paste the complete Chinese text you'd like translated? Once you do, I'll provide a natural English translation that reads well for an American audience. For the fragment I can see, here's a translation. Class. Jing, after we eat, why don't you give your dad a call and ask him? He knows way more about this than we do. Fang Jing nodded. Sure. And honestly, wherever you go, trouble seems to follow. Please share the full text, and I'll translate the whole thing.